Here we go. All right. This is Babs Only coming at you with another live stream. And I apologize for the time kind of changes or the stream changes because I ran out of time with my previous third party streaming, which was StreamYard. They had a 20-hour limit. So I had to research, and fortunately, there's another streaming service called Restream. So that's what I'm using right now, and it's similar. The only thing that I noticed difference between the StreamYard and Restream is that I can't customize it. For example, I can't put my own thumbnail. I turned off the camera, and you can have like a default picture when your camera is on. It's not there available. If you want to customize it, put like a default picture of your own, you would have to upgrade it and pay for the ability or the service. So you're just going to have to bear with this kind of blank screen. I wanted to do this. I could have done it through YouTube, but then I wouldn't have the ability to add the option. Always want to have the option of adding a guest. So I have a link over here. So let's get this link started. So if you want to invite a guest, then use this link right here. And you can invite up to 3 guests. So let's type the message here. So if you want to join, and that looks about right. Let's see. Let me see what we could see. And that looks okay. So let's type it in. So if anybody wants to join the live stream, just click on that link. Let me check. Let me do a sound check. Okay. Sound check sounds good. And there's the link, as you could see. And so far, one person is watching, which is understandable because it's hard to set up the time. But usually I'll live stream like around Saturday, around 9 o'clock, around this time. But I started late at 9:30 because I'm messing around with this restream. It wasn't like StreamYard before. So I tried to set it up for 9 o'clock, but it wouldn't let me set it. It said that it was too early or the time is already passed. So I had to set it for 10 o'clock. And then just kind of setting it up, getting the right sound. And I was trying to do something about the default picture. It wouldn't work. So I said, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and stream. It doesn't matter what the default picture is. It's just what's important is what I'm saying. That's what people are going to be coming for the stream for anyway. So for people that are joining in, please let me know. I'm going to just kind of do my warm up. Please let me know if you could hear me just fine. I can hear myself just fine. So I assume for me, it's fine, but I don't want to assume that you could hear me just fine. So we're using the same snowball mic, which is fortunate that the police didn't steal this one. They've stolen everything else, even my router, except for this one. And that router thing was such a mess. The boss couldn't order another router. Why she couldn't order another router? Because after the police stole our old router, because it was under my name, so she couldn't get another router because I would be the only one to get another router. She couldn't buy another replacement, so she had to create an account under her own name. She couldn't cancel the other one, so there's like an overdue bill with my name on it, so she couldn't cancel the old one. She had to start one under her own name. So go figure. So that was the only way she could get internet and get another router, was let the other one disconnect and start another one on another internet account under her own name so she can get another router. So anyway, the point I wanted to say is the snowball mic was still here. I was shocked they didn't take it. I figured that they would take it because they probably would want to use it for streaming themselves. But fortunately, it's here, and I think I sound loud and clear thanks to this snowball mic. And I want to thank Pico again. He got this from me 3 or 4 years ago, and it's pretty easy. Just plug and play USB. I just plug it into the laptop. They still have my laptop. I'm just using Hero's old laptop, and he's got a desktop that he uses to play games. And if he wants to be mobile, he uses his iPad. He has an iPad mini that he can use for his online classes, especially his online training. So he can go to, there's an area where he can do his online training. So there's room for him to train. So that's what he uses. But for me, I prefer a laptop because it's portable. I don't want to be stuck on a desk, and I have an office that I have set up, which I do my live streaming or if I do calls. But I don't want to be stuck in an office all day in a small room. I like to be outside with the kids and the boss. So what I'll do is I'll take the laptop out in the living area, the open kitchen living area, so I can be with them and be around them. But when I'm taking calls or when I'm doing live streams, I like to use the office for some privacy, and so I'm not so loud, and we can live stream for a long time and don't have to worry about any background noise. The boss is usually watching at this time, talking to her friends and family or watching Netflix, and Hero is on his desktop playing video games. He could be playing anything from the shooter type games to like the Call of Duty or PUBG, or I don't know about Fortnite, but I know he still plays Minecraft. Speaking of games, I actually started playing Mobile Legends. Today's Saturday, so I started playing Thursday. So I started playing Thursday day, and then the next day afterwards, which is Saturday, yesterday, yeah, Friday. So I started playing Thursday, and on Friday, and then today is Saturday. So Friday, the following day, so you play the game, and what you do is if you win games, you start ranking up, and then you have different titles. So the first title, I think, is when you start playing, you're like some noob, so you're just kind of like a warrior. But then eventually you rank up, and with these different ranks, the competition of the game of Mobile Legends. So back up, Mobile Legends is a MOBA, which is a multi-user online battle arena. So it's like Dota, Defense of the Ancients, or League of Legends, but this one is primarily targeted for the cell phone market, which is great. I've been actually playing it on the cell phone. I see everybody playing it all the time. I just never had any time to use it, but Hero likes to play it a lot. And I said, I watched a few games, and I said, I don't really have the time to play it and get really good at it. But lo and behold, I started on Thursday and was able to become, what is it, my rank now? I was able to achieve, let me just check over here real quick. So I'm going to check my Mobile Legends. It's like an app on your phone. It's free. You just download it. And I actually used my Bebot only username. So it asked me for a username. So I just put Bebot only. And I think, let me just double check what my level is. So that's that. But the level that I achieved, it allows you to play with higher level ranked players. And Normally, I'll tell you this. So I'm just checking it right now. So if you can hear, what the heck rank am I? I wish I could see this. What is my rank? I can't read. And my problem is I need my glasses to. History. Let's see what my history is. Oh, it just shows my history. That's a good profile. Current rank. What is my current rank? Current rank. Grand Master. Sorry about that. I can't read this thing. I'm a Grand Master now. Grand Master 4. Or, yeah, Grandmaster 5. And then you work your way up to 4, then 3, 2, 1. And then you became Epic. Then after that, you become Legend. And then after that, you know, 5 Legend. So Epic 5, Epic 4, Epic 3, Epic 2, Epic 1. Then you work your way to become a Legend. And then after that, you work your way to become Mythic. So get this. So I get to Grandmaster. Oh wait, I'm not my Grandmaster. What am I now? So before, you start at Warrior. Let me clarify this. I don't want to screw this up. You start off at Warrior at first. That's in your noob. Then you have to win like a bunch of games. You have to win like 5 games each level. So that's like 20 games you have to win. And they take about a half an hour each. And so I worked my way through Warrior. I worked my way from Warrior level, I went to Elite level. Then from Elite level, I went to Master level. And then from Master level, I went to Grandmaster level. So at Grandmaster level, you get to unlock, you can play any of the higher ranking players, including Epic, Legend, and Mythic. So before that, before you make Grandmaster, you can only play with the other noobs, but then Grandmaster just opens it up where you can play with even play with other Mythic players. So the point I was bringing this up is because I asked Hero, he woke up the next day and then he asked me, because I played pretty late until 2 or 3 and then he fell asleep. And then he asked me the next morning or the next day, what level did I get to? And I told him, oh, I'm Grandmaster already, so we can play. He has his own character. We could play with his character because he's Epic. And he said, what? In one day, the next day, you play? Well, I did play all day and then into late at night. And he said, during the pandemic last year when he started playing, it took him like a month and a half to get to Grandmaster to be able to play the higher level against the higher level players. And he was shocked to find out that I was able to get to Grandmaster in one night. And like I said, I never played this before, but I have played other real-time strategy games, and I have watched a few of these games, and I've kind of understand the concept and the positioning, and I'm a pretty quick study. So once I got the feel for it, and I picked a character that doesn't require a lot of skills. I have a certain, and once I figured out other people's playing style, I figured out I was limited to which characters I could use, but I started using this character. So so it starts out like 5 versus 5. I'm sorry, this is my warm up. I'm giving you guys the basics of Mobile Legends. So it's like 5 versus 5. So 5 random people against 5 other random people, and they're playing together. They're playing together against each other, and you're picking different classes of warriors. So what I noticed, the behavior of most people is they like to gank or zerg or gang up on one person. Okay, and if I seem to pick a character, and I kind of wander off too far, they're pretty good at ganging up. Like all 5 of them will gang up one person, then you die, and then that's it for you. You have to wait until you can get back in the game. So once I figured that out, and what character is best for that, and for my style of play, I was able to pick a character that's uh, gang proof or gank proof or zerg proof. And what her character does, it's pretty funny. She is so they have 3 skill sets, and one does crowd control, one does area of effect damage, and then you have like this ultimate skill or special skill. So her special skill, what does is it creates a circle around the character or the avatar, and in that circle, the people who are in that circle, the enemy players that are in a circle, will slowly, it's an area effect. If you're in that circle, you're slowly, their life or their hit points or health points are slowly being drained by me if you come in the circle. So that's why if you're like a close range fighter, you come in this circle, you're gonna die if I turn on that special skill. Because before I was picking kind of like a shooter, kind of distance fighter, where like could shoot things from a distance, because I didn't want to, I wasn't skilled enough to be a close range fighter yet. So I wanted to kind of stand from a distance from all the action, but the fighters would just kind of blink up to me or rush up to me and start hitting pretty hard, and then I die right away. So I discovered there's this one character that I used up all my my game points or my game coins to buy, and that was, so now if anybody wants to run up to me and gang up on me, I just turned on that special skill, and everybody starts dying around me. So I just kind of run around in circles. So I just kind of bring it on, come and gank me, and then if I die, it's kind of like a sapper character. I'm gonna take some of you with me, or weaken you enough that the rest of my teammates will come in, and that's what they enjoy the most, is coming in and killing people. Well, somebody has to initiate it. Well, anyway, I did that, and he was shocked that I was able to get Grandmaster in one day, which would take which is that it took him like a month and a half, and he had assistance from his friends also to get him enough wins to get to Grandmaster. It still took him over a month. And with me, it took only a day. And like I said, I probably played throughout the whole day into the night, and I won like all of my games except for maybe I lost 2 games. So I played like, I don't know, 30 games. It's pretty addictive, especially if you're winning, and then it's like gambling. With gambling, the worst part of gambling addiction is if you win, you don't want to stop. And if you lose, you definitely don't want to stop, because you want to try to win back what you lost, and you're not going to stop until you lost everything. So, but fortunately, since it was a lot of the people that I was playing against to get to Grandmaster were all new like me, that they never played before. So they didn't understand the mechanics of the game, the motion. So I was just picking people off left and right as a range character. She has this big ass rifle, and I was just kind of shooting people and just picking them off left and right, and just kind of positioning, versus people are just kind of wandering around, not knowing what to do. But I knew enough from watching Hero and watching him play that I knew the strategy and how to position and to get the most kills and get the most wins. And like I said, I probably only lost 2 out of the 30 or 40 games that I played, and then I was able to achieve Grandmaster the next day. And that was playing with random people. So he was telling his friends that he plays Mobile Legends with, that, oh, my dad is Grandmaster now. And like, really? When? Yeah, I just played it a day, and he already became Grandmaster. So they were pretty shocked that an old man like me can learn how to play one of these new games. You just have to pick what's your style of play for now. I'm sure if I play it more, my style of play will be different, but I wanted to kind of address what people like to do, which is kind of like gank gank you if you kind of wander off too far. So let's go to the comments. Nothing much in the comments. People are kind of jumping in and out, but I'm gonna let people kind of wander in as they come and see if so far no comments. No comments usually means that they could probably hear me just fine. I've got some lurkers here and there that I know there's people listening or watching or more listening, but they won't make a comment the whole time. I'll have like a certain core of people that will just listen for hours and hours and not make a comment. Now, these are the same people that will like say all these details and information that I've talked about over the years. But if you ask them about, and they'll say a lot of information about me and all the things I've done over the years, even my life in America, they'll talk about it. But if you ask them, do they ever watch my channel? Do they ever watch my videos? They'll say, oh no, I don't. It's kind of like I just like the standard response of I don't look at the pictures. I just read it for the articles. Is the usual stand. I understand it's not politically correct. Bebatoni has not always been politically correct. Especially it's just such an anti-feminist thing that what we do, because we're kind of under the premise under. So when it comes to Western ideals or Western standards, it's a woman is not allowed to use her looks to get ahead in life. So the traditional feminist view or feminist stance or feminist standard is you should be able to get ahead in life or be successful in life without losing your looks. And anyone who uses their looks is, what's the word I'm looking for? Would be politically incorrect. It's probably the best thing, because the last thing, a woman, especially because beauty is still a minority. Certain beauty, certain looks, you're talking about less than 1% of the. If you look at models or Victoria's Secret, if you look at beauty pageants, Miss America, Miss Universe, Miss whatever, Miss Asia, Miss Illinois. If you look at that and you look at the population, you're talking about less than 1%, probably 0.01% of the female population are actually in that category of looks wise, of their facial features and body and age. You're talking about such a small percentage of the population that will have this type of look that's up to the high standards of these kind of beauty pageants. That of course the majority, you're talking about the 99% are going to say that you shouldn't be using your looks to become successful. You shouldn't be using your femininity. You shouldn't be using your advantage, that kind of that you're born with, that the rest of the 99% of the women are not born with, to get ahead in life. And I can understand where I can to in their defense, I can understand that, because in America there's lots of opportunities. It doesn't matter what you look like. You can go to college. They're not going to discriminate you if you're going to be like, oh, they're not going to go to the admission college board and like, oh, you're too ugly for our school, we're going to reject you. That's never going to happen. It's not like Qatar Airways or any Middle East Airways. If you ever flew in any of their airlines, all they hire is beautiful women. It's like a modeling show. If you're beautiful, if you have the look, if you're very attractive, they'll hire you as a flight attendant with a lot of benefits or anything like that, regardless of what you graduated from. Even then, if you have that certain look, this beauty model, Victoria's Secret look that they're looking for, And it doesn't really matter what your educational background is. They can always train you to become a good, you get to be a proficient flight attendant. You can do a on the job training, so they can work on that, but they can't work on your looks if you were born ugly. So a lot of non-Western standards. So there's a lot of we don't have anything like that kind of discrimination. Like, for example, here in the Philippines, if you're, for example, we have a car dealership here in the Philippines where all they hire is women that look good with long legs and look good in a mini skirt. So there's actually a car dealership like that here. Now, it's like a Hooters version of a car dealership. Now, if I'm the owner, and that's, yes, sex sells, and it sells, if it will sell cars, then by all means you can do it. Then by all means do it. There's not going to be a bunch of ugly feminazis outside boycotting or rallying or protesting outside of the car dealership, and complaining that this is sexist, this is misogynist, that all you hire is good looking women with nice legs for their mini skirt uniforms. So that's not going to ever happen here, but it can happen in America. That's probably, I don't know if Hooters is still popular or anything like that, but over in America, this body shaming. I know, for example, in the 90s and early 2000s, Abercrombie and Fitch, they would never have, like, their clothes would never exceed a size 1 or 2 for women. If you're like 3 or 4 or plus size, they wouldn't sell that because they didn't want to hurt their image. And they got hurt for that. They got some blowback from that, some backlash from that, because it was kind of that time where it's kind of not, it's a combination of like politically correct and feminism now is kind of like taken over everywhere in America, especially in media. It's like, especially now, it's like ugly or plain Jane looking is kind of like the new pretty now. And probably one of the examples I probably wanted to say was, and I know I'm probably going to get some negative feedback from this. Not that I'm not used to it, but the new Spider-Man movies, the one Far From Home, the like I think I said this before, the love interest, the Mary Jane character. I mean, normally she's like this redhead. She's kind of this pretty white chick. I'm fine with that. But now they've got this kind of off, unique. I don't know how to describe her look, but it's not your traditional white kind of college girl next door that you would see in like a Playboy magazine or something. Because Playboy magazine, their brand is talking about the hot girl next door, and that's not what she is. She's pretty plain. And I think I've seen her before where she actually looks better, maybe better makeup or better hair dresser or better makeup dresser or better clothing. But in the movie, the Spider-Man movie, like Far From Home, or she just, I didn't see it. I didn't see what the big deal was about her. So I know a lot of people like her, and I might be wrong, but I don't think she's that attractive. I mean, she is attractive, but not to the point where like movie star kind of, like, for example, Vanessa Hudgens. She's got such a beautiful look. Or Nicole Zerlwinger, one of the Pussycat Dolls girls. I mean, back in the early 2000s or 90s, during their heyday, she was so hot back then. She doesn't fit that like hot girl now because of the because of the social justice warriors, this politically correct, this kind of feminist thing where you can't you can't try to project your idea of beauty on. I mean, I do understand it, but this is a movie and it's a form of escape. And yes, people don't look like that normally, but it is a form of just entertainment. It's just in the movies. I remember one time I was driving Hero to school one time, and he was asking me about America. And I told the story before, and he said he wanted to go visit America someday. And I said, yeah, we could visit America someday. I mean, we don't have to do it now, but maybe in the future. And one of the reasons why he wanted to visit America, I mean, one of the reasons was that he was born there, and I spent practically half of my life there. I mean, I have a lot of friends there. I have some family there still. So of course I'd love to see them. Do I miss them? Yes, I miss them very badly, but I have my own family now and new friends over here, and so I'm too busy to really miss them. We all kind of move on with our own lives, and I'm busy. But the other reason why he said that he wanted to he wanted to visit America, because he said all the people are pretty in America, or there's he said that he just noticed that people in America are good looking or attractive. And I had to correct him, and I said, "Oh no, I I know what you're seeing on TV when you see every time you see like an American show, or most of the things we watched are based in America. Most people are fit, most people are young, most of the people are attractive. If you'll watch an American show like Entertainment Tonight or any movies, you'll just see that the characters are always fit and attractive." And I told him, "Oh, that's just the movie. That's just a TV show. That's just all make believe." And I go, just like if you watch your superhero movies or you watch your Pixar movies like Cars or Toys, in reality, cars can't talk. Toys can't talk. In reality is people in America are not like what you see on TV. They all don't look like Captain America, or they all don't look like Wonder Woman. That's just entertainment. That's just in the movies. But in reality is most of the people in America are fat, and most of them are ugly. Most of the women there are ugly, and most of the women are not only ugly, but they're stuck up. And if they're really pretty or they're really hot, don't even bother talking to them, because you can get in trouble. They can you just don't go up to them and start talking to them, and they're going to pretty much they'll pretty much pretty snub you, or they'll have an attitude. Not that there's it's just not that there's problems here with talking with beautiful girls over here, with beautiful women over here. It's just much easier, especially for me, and that's probably what I want to talk about, or we'll kind of segue into that. The Filipina mind versus an American mind, because they're both very different, because it's both different cultures, and the definition of culture is what defines a race or a people of a certain country. That it explains, or it's the reasons why they all do the same thing, and they all do it for this same reason. So it's an explanation of why people in a certain country, specifically here in the Philippines, behaves the way they do compared differently to Western standards. And I'll give you an example. I was on the phone I was on the I chat with Jim Bob, sometimes on a daily basis. It depends. Sometimes we'll chat a lot. Sometimes we won't. Depends if we have a lot to talk about. But Jim Bob we were talking about phones, and because I was having problems with my phones, we were talking about phones over here, and he made a certain statement that, oh, because phones, he said phones over there in the Philippines must be cheaper than here in America. And of course, he's wrong. But it's easy to make that assumption that because the people are poorer over here, that you would think that it would be cheaper over here because now people can't afford it. But that's not how it works over here. It's the prices over here. It could be anywhere between 30 to 40 to 50 to 100% more expensive compared to America. I know I'm familiar with prices in America. If you talk about gasoline, electricity, it's anywhere between 30 to 40 to 50% more expensive here in the Philippines. Food wise, probably either the same or maybe anywhere between 15 to 30% much more higher over here. And then you'll explain why. No, because why do people eat a Jollibee? No, they can't really eat a Jollibee. But if they do eat, if you look at the quality and what really goes into Jollibee, there is really no meat that goes into Jollibee. It's all filler. And it's so when people go into people go to Jollibee, they're not looking for the quality of the beef. They're two things they're looking at are the price. The first thing is the price, because I have this much money. It doesn't matter if I want steak or not. I only have X amount of money. And two is the taste. Does it? So that's why you'll find a lot of things in Jollibee, even the spaghetti sweet, the burger, the sauce sweet, because it's because that's a desirable taste or experience. So there's a lot of sweetness to a lot of things that you'll buy at Jollibee. So that's pretty much it. It's like, okay, what if you taste something? If you like the taste of it, imagine putting a bunch of sugar on top of it. How much is it going to be better? And if you're to, since you're not going to have as much flavor of actual meat in it or actual real ingredients in it, it's mostly filler or flour, then you make up for it by adding flavor that appeals to the masses, which is probably why it's sweet. But the point of what I'm making here is that it's just everything. So after we did some research and he did some research online, he says, wow, phones are like $200 more expensive over there than compared to America. And another problem is so he says, well, you can go into looking into used phones versus new phones. The problem with the used phones is it's not like they're in America where you can get a certified phone, kind of like a certified used car, and that it's going to have genuine parts. It's going to be the genuine product. The problem over here that you buy a used phone, yes, it's going to be cheaper, but you're not going to really know the reasons why it's cheaper, because it could be a clone phone and you wouldn't know. So you could, if you go down to some area where there's like a lot of stalls where there's like a lot of Muslims that are selling a lot of the businesses are owned by Muslims, and you could tell by their headscarf, and they sell a lot of cell phones and gadgets, and they could be selling like iPhone 15 or iPhone 17, and you're probably going to say there's not even an iPhone 14 or an iPhone 13, so how can you be selling an iPhone 15 already? And the hardest part about these clone Chinese knockoff phones is they're getting so much better that it's almost impossible to tell, just like right there and then, until it breaks on you probably 6 to 9 months from now. Then you'll know it's a clone or a China phone. The quality is to make up for the lower price. You're thinking, oh, I'm getting such a great price, but if you're getting the real deal, if you're getting the genuine product. But the problem comes in if it's so we don't have any certified, like you can have paperwork that says this is certified. You could actually, you can have guarantees. But over here in the Philippines, once money is involved, money makes people do things that are not, whether right or wrong, that makes it that you don't ever want to buy from this person again. And the rule over here in the Philippines, because it's culture, when it comes to doing business over here, you only do business with a person, and they do it to each other. It's not like they want to rip off each other as much as possible and never do business with them ever again. And it's pretty much standard throughout every industry. So you can't really look into someone that's going to give you repeat, that you would want to do repeat business with, because once they do it, and I've never experienced anything with anybody over here that I ever want to do business with them again. Usually my experience with people over here, especially when I'm buying a product or when I'm doing a service, is so crappy. It's so horrible. There's always some kind of scam where they're trying to increase or boost the cost or take away or decrease or scam you or anything like that you just want to finish this off and never want to see them again. That's pretty much, now for you and I, that would be counterproductive is the word we're looking for. But for the Filipinos over here, how they do business over here, that's business as usual. They want to rip you off and forsake any future business or interactions with you as much as possible. They want to forsake the future so they can rip you off and make money off of you in the present. Okay, it's just this whole concept of just living in the now, which is both good and bad. Of course, if you're looking at it from a business point of view, it's completely horrible. You couldn't sustain a business like that. You couldn't survive as a business like that. You go bankrupt as a business like that. If you took that practice in America, you would be bankrupt or have no business at all after 1 year. But over here, the more you rip off people, the more you scam people, the more you steal money from them, the more successful businesses are over here. So, and you can't just say it's one business or another. It's like every business, every contractor I ever dealt with, every service provider, everything is about ripping you off as much as possible. And like I said, they're willing to, and especially when it comes to phones, they're willing to rip you off, sell you a fake phone, and you think that you're ripping them off by saying, oh, I only paid 5,000 pesos for this. Ha, ha, ha. I say, you're the one who got ripped off. And then the reality is they're saying, ha, 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 you're the one who got ripped off because I sold you a fake phone. Once you find out it's a fake phone, a few months later, it breaks. Then you're like, I got ripped off. Okay, well, you're both trying to rip each other off. So I said, the only way I would never get a used phone over here, I told them, I'll just get a cheap phone from the real store, and that's the only way. At least I know that it's a real phone. I mean, it doesn't have to be an iPhone. It doesn't have to be a Samsung. Like I said, the phone that I really want to get is a Vivo, and I said the Vivo X60 Pro Plus. I really like the bigger phone. Now that I'm playing video games, you can see more of the map. You can see more of the action if you have a bigger screen versus kind of a smaller screen. What your kind of vision of you're kind of like a third person above bird's eye view perspective is limited. So a person with a bigger screen is going to have an advantage. So the three or four reasons why I liked it very much. Number one is the built-in gimbal. It's the Vivo is the only phone ever in the history of mankind that actually has a mechanical gimbal versus because normally the gimbal system is like it's like a floating device that you added on, but this one is already built in. So that's convenient, because those devices where you're holding it, it's kind of awkward, and I would rather have something that's not something that you would carry around mostly. So it's got a built-in gimbal mechanism, so it takes away some of the shakes, especially if I'm just holding it and I'm just talking, and my hand can't keep steady. That will keep it steady. The other phones, even the iPhone, they don't have a gimbal system. The Samsung, they don't have a gimbal system. What they have is just like a software, and they just zoom up the quality so high that you don't see the degradation of the image stabilization. But before, it looked horrible. It was all washed up. It looked all the image stabilization was, what it will do is it will it 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 something about the rendering. I couldn't stand it. It's like, oh, this looks terrible. So the quality just downgrades so much that it's a big, huge difference. Oh, yes, it doesn't move around or shake as much anymore. But so that's number one. Number two, it's got a large aperture. It's like probably bigger than the flagship phone. So when it has a big, wide, long, or big, huge opening or aperture, that means it does good low light. And it has good optical zoom also. So what I want to do for sports, when sports starts up. So it would come in handy to zoom in on the action, especially if you're from a distance or from the stands. And another one is it has a tracking feature, like a focus, so you could, because if an object is moving, you can lock on the focus on that object, and it will stay focused on it. Versus, so if you're doing a lot of action and if it's moving, it'll stay tracked on that object that's moving within the frame. So, and the other part I like about it is the price. So I don't really need something that's very powerful in terms of speed or processing. What I'm really looking for, what I really need to use practically, is the camera for vlogging purposes. So if I go somewhere, I'll just start vlogging. I started doing car vlogs again, like I said, to boost my numbers and my YouTube algorithm recommendations. And eventually I probably will start doing restaurants again. So if anybody wants to make a contribution towards the phone or towards restaurants, because I still have Hero's old phone. It's a Huawei. I don't know what model it is or not, but like I said, we got it before I went into prison, so it's over 3 years old. And the cameras, I've noticed in the last 3 years while I was in prison, has changed so much. So that's why I wanted to get a new one, especially since the sound has been kind of acting funny on this phone that I'm using. But if you want to make contributions to like our restaurants that you want me to try out, because before we had people making contributions and they would tell me, okay, well, can you try out this restaurant and let me know, or let me know this review, or I've looked at apartments or condominiums for certain people. They're interested in buying a condominium over here, and they wanted me to look at they're like, they live in another country and they wanted me to look at it. And I've even, for one person, he was in a dating website and he wanted me to meet this person and give my thoughts of this person. Normally I don't do it, but since this person is my friend, and I said, sure, I'll do you a favor. This person actually was corresponding online. They met through a dating site, and I went to go see her, and I was lukewarm about it. I was lukewarm about going to see her, and I was definitely more lukewarm after seeing it. And I sent him the video, and I just said, she's just too. See, my biggest problem is I'm jaded. I've been so used to, like I said, the less than 1% of the population that I go into, that if you throw me in the regular, that it's not going to do anything for me. I'm not going to have, you're not going to get my voice to increase a certain pitch because I'm excited about this person. And generally, that's what you're going to get when you're going online. You're not going to get the 1% of the beauty that would be considered the high standards. And everybody knows my standards are so high that you can't even reach it with the ladder. But when you go online, you're not going to see this 1%. They're not going to give you the time of day. But you get in what you're going to probably see online is what nobody else wants. And if nobody wants, the people here doesn't want any, the people, nobody here wants any of these girls that are online, because if we did, they wouldn't need to be online. And I know that's simple information, and you would think that people would know that, or would conclude that, or would come to their own conclusion for that simple fact. Then why would you do it? It's just like Wes said, why he comes to Angela City when he doesn't find bar girls. Like I said, the several times he's come and visited for that long time. I go, Wes, you come here, I would hang out with you, we'd go bar hopping, and I've never seen you take home take out a bar girl. And you come here every 3 to 6 months. Well, why? Just I guess after coming 35 years, it's like if you did, it's like it's like living close to Disneyland. I remember when I lived in Orange County, people asked me, "Oh, you live so close to Disneyland? It's like 15 minutes away in East Anaheim." And people would say, "Oh, you must go there a lot." And I'm like, you know what? I lived in Anaheim, like not West Anaheim, but East Anaheim, like so many years. You're talking about probably I'm trying to figure it. It's like 8 years, and not once did I go into Disneyland or downtown Disney, because it was just like right there. So what was I saying? Why was I brought the point up? It's like when it's there, you just kind of take it for granted. So where was I at? You know what? This is a good segue. Let's go into the comments. And it's already 10 o'clock. I've been kind of still warming up. I usually warm up for like 2 or 3 hours until I get to the actual topic at hand. So we've got more people joining. So thank you very much for joining the live stream. I know that you guys are not going to make any comments, so I'm not going to ask. So usually once people just join the live stream, the people usually make comments. They'll say, "Hey, how's it going? I can hear you fine." But usually I've got this weird group of people that will listen in, they'll log in and start watching. Now I see them, but none of them will say a thing. Who knows? Maybe the Philippine National Police is monitoring me again. And if they are, this is me giving you guys the finger, and I'm slowly exposing your criminal activities if you are there. But let's not make that stream into that subject again. I've already somebody in the comments already told me to keep that separated, and I do. That's another discussion. That's another subject. I can probably go hours and hours in that discussion. But like I said, the link is for anybody who wants to join the live stream. It's open mic. I don't have any requirements. Just click on that link. It works just like StreamYard. And I completely lost my train of thought. I brought up the reason why we're going. It went from America to that subject to the phones. Okay, back to the phone. So phones. So yeah, reviews. So the girl was just pretty plain, and I told them that, and they actually came here. So I gave her a gift. We ate. We ate and we met at a mall. She brought her chaperone. I said, "Bring your you come and your ugly chaperone, and we'll meet at the mall. And like I said, I will give you money, traveling money, walking money, commuting money, and pamasahe and pasalubong and a gift at the mall. And I'll be working on my friend's behalf to meet you." So, like I said, that's what I would like to use. That's what I use my camera for, especially my Canon. And I love my Canon G7X. It worked great at night. Always gave me the best picture. Always gave me the best quality. It was my first nice camera I've ever had, and I babied that thing, and I took it everywhere with me, and I loved that camera. And unfortunately, it's my baby is out there right now, and right now I'm working to get it back, but in filing the paperwork and then waiting for it and waiting for it, and nobody's any rush to get that order out to give me back my stuff, and I just have to wait for it. There's nothing I can do to rush it or to make it go faster, especially right now whenever there's a pandemic, enhanced community quarantine, general community quarantine, modified community quarantine. All government services are shut down. And like with all government related work or government related employees, they whether they get to it today, they get to it tomorrow or next week or next year, they get paid the same. So we're just gonna have to wait to get my camera back. I'm just saying I wish I had something to use in the meantime, because like I said, they took everything. I gave in one of my previous videos, I just showed what they took from me at present. I mean, they took my car, they took my wallet, they took my money, they took my credit cards. As you could see, they even used it. And I'm gonna do another video where I actually, so if you're for the police, if you're listening, I actually got access back to my Bitcoin wallet. There's this Bitcoin wallet account that I had, and the police actually used it to send the money out. They used it to actually launder or get my money from one account to another to send to themselves. Okay. And what's funny is I downloaded the history, and there was like two people with their names on it, like their full first name, middle name, and last name there in the account that was sent to. And I was like going, wow. So actually we have names now associated with the stealing of the money, of the hacking of the money. So it's there in black and white. And I'm probably going to do a video of that also to kind of show people how the colonel or the major, I assume it was him, but he's now part of the something departed. He's dead now. He sent money to two people's names that were in there. I think one for 30,000 pesos, which is $600, and another one for 60,000 pesos, which is like what is that, like $1,200? I think it was like $2,000 altogether that he was able to take from one account, transfer it to my Bitcoin, and then transfer it to these people using my Bitcoin account, and it showed their names there. And lo and behold, so the next thing I did was I typed it up on Facebook. So here's their name. I'll show you. Okay, here's the name of the people that received the stolen money. So that I'm sure that's some kind of crime somewhere. Hey, police, these people are committing a crime by receiving stolen property. Whether they know it or not, it's still a crime to receive stolen property, stolen money that doesn't belong to them. And these are their names, and here's their public Facebook accounts with same matching first name, middle name, last name, and their pictures. So I'll give you guys an idea of what the people face in a name, of to bring it close to home. What people have here do to make money. And like I said, the hardest thing, probably, the boss was telling me the other day, the night our house, it's one thing to entrap me and humiliate me and drag my name all over the internet, all over TV, and call me, even brain dead. We'll call him brain dead, so we won't use his name. Even brain dead was accusing me of crimes that I did not commit. So all over the internet, all over the news media, all over CNN, which is, none of it is true. Obviously, we all know it's all lies. And the worst part is, okay, you can do all that to me, but to do it to the boss, to do it to the kids, to do it to Hero. I remember when they were serving the search warrant. Okay, search warrant based on absolutely nothing, based on innuendos, based on suspicion. There's no evidence, or no. It's just that the judge says, okay, here's your search warrant, go fishing. So they went fishing for evidence. And the hardest thing was that they were at my door. I was already in the back of the car, and one of their police cars, already handcuffed, and they came to my house. There's like maybe 10 cars, including the media, including GMA, which is part of CNN, I think so, but it was CNN. But I know, I think it's CNN and GMA, both television networks over here, and ABS, CBN News. They're the two major TV stations over here. And the funny thing is, ABS, CBN lost their TV license while I was in prison. So anyway, they were both there. And I already said, the funniest thing that a reporter said was, he didn't realize it was that easy to entrap somebody. He just goes, so just like that. It's like you could just be minding your own business, not doing anything wrong. Then all of a sudden, you're a child rapist. All of a sudden, you're a child trafficker. Are any of these true? Did they see any of that? Even him, he didn't. Even the reporter said he didn't see it. There's nothing in that. I go, you didn't see anything in that? Yeah, but we have to. This is the news. We have to sell advertising. We have to get people to watch. So we have to say child rapist. We have to say all those things. Even though we know it's not true. Even though we didn't see anything we didn't see any of those things. But we'll say it because it's what gets people excited. What gets them on the news. And what's people like brain dead. That's probably we'll talk about more later, when brain dead gets him excited. Gives him something to talk about, as if he doesn't have anything else to do. All right, and you would think that he would know better, and the answer is no. Never ever think that brain dead knows any better. You would think you're selling a book. You would think that you're an expert of the Philippines. You would think that you're an expert of the Philippines culture, that brain dead can actually write a book and sell you a book. That's why I go, never trust anyone that's selling you anything. Never trust anything they say if they're selling you anything, because they're doing it. People will lie. People will make up things. People will bend the truth. People will exaggerate just to sell you, just for money. Okay. I don't know what brain dead, how much money he's charging or how much his money is making. But the point is, if somebody is selling you something, then you can never trust anything they say. What makes him an expert? You would think that if he was an expert and he knows so much about Filipino culture, and I have been vlogging for years. I've been vlogging for years and years, probably I've been vlogging 5 years every day before brain dead ever even came to the Philippines. So I've been vlogging way more than him, and I never charge anything for the information that I'm saying. The point I'm saying is that if he is such an expert on Filipino culture, if he is an expert on the people's behavior and what they say over here, that he should have known. Obviously, if you know anything over here, that people lie, especially the police, especially the media. Of course, he wants to believe it. The reason why he's like your typical, he's just an asshole. He's just a plain right out asshole. And he admits it. He knows it. He has to apologize for it. He came into the live stream. You guys all heard him. He says, I'm sorry. I apologize for being the biggest asshole ever. And I had to delete it. Okay. The right thing for him to do is go on his channel, apologize, and say, you know what? For all the people who saw that video, on my subscribers, I did you all a disservice. The police lied. I perpetuated their lie. I know that the police lie over here, especially for someone that's been vlogging for so many years. You would think that after so many years that I've been vlogging every day and told you nothing but the truth, that people are ready to believe the lies that the people are going to say. And for what, right? In this situation, the police did it, lied about it because so they could steal money. Okay, that's how the only way they're going to get money. The reason why Ned did it, told those lies that the police said so, even though he knows he should have known better, he should have known those were lies, is because he's just a right out asshole. Okay, and why people like Ned people like Brain Dead are assholes, that's something we have to discuss with him. Okay, he's more than welcome to join the live stream. Okay, and the funny thing that that Chichay is going to say, oh, that's just the past. Oh, that's just the video he made 3 years ago. Okay, so that's all in the past. Yes, that's in the past, but him being an asshole is still in the present. Okay, it's still the same person. He's still the same asshole 3 years ago as he is now. And he's still married to the same asshole. Now, we could probably talk about that, because one of the things Chichai, why, and I can easily say that's there's many reasons why she came to my channel, but Brain Dead being the biggest asshole that you will ever run into ever in your whole entire life is one of the main reasons why she reached out to my channel. One of the reasons why she wanted to talk to me, because she wanted to talk to somebody who could understand what she is going through. And I know, Brain Dead, you're not perfect. Nobody's perfect. Okay. In your defense, all right, I'll admit it freely, I'm not perfect also. What makes Brain Dead asshole different? Okay, because he knows when he's being an asshole. That's why he had the courage and the strength, which I commend him for, and I thank him for. It takes strength and courage to admit you're wrong. And he knows when he's being an asshole, okay? And that's why he has the ability to say, hey, I'm an asshole. I'm sorry. What I did was wrong, okay? And he even said, I wouldn't want somebody doing that to me, so why would I do it to somebody else? And the reason why I'm doing it to reason why I'm doing something that I wouldn't want done to me. See, if you ever listen to, I think Dennis Prager, he came to my high school at one point, and I remember this like it was yesterday. He talks about this constantly, and I've never heard of Dennis Prager until that time he visited our high school. My English teacher was a big fan of Dennis Prager. I mean, he couldn't get enough of him. He would have his children if he could, if he had the ability to have. He loved Dennis Prager. Dennis Prager's message, his take-home message was, if there were no laws, if there was no God, if there was no religion, if there was nothing, what is the law that everybody follows that would keep everyone as a society from killing each other, like that movie? What's that movie? Kingsman? Have you ever seen that movie Kingsman? There's this one scene where everybody in the church started killing each other. So that scene in Kingsman, if you haven't seen that movie, I really haven't seen the whole movie, but I've seen parts of it. And the part where I've seen is that one where they're ending up killing each other. And the one reason why we all don't kill each other, or that we still are civilized a society, is because of this one rule that everybody follows. And Dennis Prager eloquently said that if we had no rules, no God, no church, no Quran or no Toran, or I don't even know what all those books and teachings and New Testament, Old Testament. If none of those existed, there is one rule that everybody would normally follow: is do unto others what others do unto you, is what he said. We have this as humans, that we wouldn't want to, as will to once we reach a level of heightenedness, of consciousness, we want everybody, we want to treat, we have this humanity in us that we're all born with, that we treat people the same way that we would want to be treated. Okay, so if I want everybody to be nice to me, then I would behave towards you and do this to you and act this way to you the way I would want you to act towards me. Now, the concept is very simple, but there are extenuating circumstances and events that happens. Okay, there are other people in our lives. Okay, that somehow we lost this along the way, and we have to deal with certain parts of human nature. We have to deal with, depends on what kind of people you were brought up with. Okay, I'm sure it's the usual. If you were brought up by assholes, if his parents are assholes, and of course Ned is a product of assholeness. But there are parents that are loving, that are kind, and I've seen them. I have this one friend, I'm not going to mention his name, Brian. I mean, his parents are like the nicest parents ever. They're actually, one of them is the dad reminds me of the dad from the Ned from The Simpsons. You know The Simpsons neighbor Ned with the mustache and the high diddly ho neighbor. That dad is exactly like his dad, and his mom is like the nicest, sweetest lady ever. And the kids are one of my good friends that I've been with was as an a-hole. It's just, I don't know how to explain it. I mean, he's not an a-hole like Ned is an a-hole, but he says certain things that are a-hole. I mean, I'll give you an example. I'll tell this story. I've told this story several times, and my friends, I told the story over. After we always get together, we play basketball on the weekends, and afterwards we get together for lunch. We'll recap, and most of the time we just kind of tell stories over and over again, especially the funny ones. Especially these are guys I went to high school with. Some of them I went to college, and we'll talk about relive funny stories that we've had. We'll go through current stories, and we'll somehow relate them to old stories, and how they kind of all interrelate. Oh, that reminds me, this happened, and this new story happened. So I told him there was one story. I was visiting him at his home. We played him and his brother. My friend I went to high school with. He has a younger brother, and my friend was working full time. Me, I wasn't working full time then, and his younger brother wasn't working full time then. We were still both students, but we were still both in graduate school. He was going to law school, and I was going to graduate school, and we were both on break at that time, so we weren't working full time. Whereas my friend, he was an accountant at PwC. So they have an office in, where is it? Irvine. It's either Tustin or Irvine, anyway. So me and his younger brother, we've been playing games all day. I forget which game we're playing. Maybe we were playing EverQuest. I think it was the game that we were playing at that time. So we would play all day, and then he would get home like around 9:30, 10 o'clock. Okay, and he gets home, and his mom prepares him this dinner, warms it up. So she cooked the dinner. We ate it already. I stayed over for dinner while we were playing games, because I go over their house during the weekends all the time, play games, and hang out with them. Usually, probably like on a Friday or something, I'll hang out if classes cut early. Finish early on Fridays. Even college teachers don't like to have class on Fridays. They like to get their weekend started early. Anyway, so the mom, it's a great meal. I ate it. I don't complain. I love it. And so she so she had the leftovers. She warms it up, prepares it for him, serves it to him in front of the TV the way he likes it. Takes like one bite and says, "What is this crap?" Just like that. Like, are you kidding me? Your mom just stayed up late at night. She's got to go to work the next day, and she stayed up to warm up something for you. She made this homemade meal, warmed it up for you, served it to you. You took one bite and said, "What is this crap?" Just like that. And she said, so she goes and says, instead of saying like, "You ungrateful bastard, I can't believe I raised you," she said, "Well, what do you I can fix you something else. Why don't you tell me and I'll put it together." He says, "No, he already tampoed. He already started pouting because I'm just gonna have some cereal," is what he said. So I'm just kind of like, you know what? I'm used to this already. That's just an example. So I go ahead and so the next following weekend, we get together, a bunch of my friends. I go, "Hey, let me tell you guys, we're just telling stories, sharing stories." And I tell them the story. The mom did this. Mom went through it. She stayed up waiting for him, even though she had to wake up and then warmed up and then take one bite and says, "What is this crap?" Right? And everybody went and like that. And maybe I embellished a little, but it's pretty much what is this crap is I can't really exaggerate one way or another. And the funny thing was he didn't deny it. He made up excuses, which is kind of his style. Well, I was tired. I didn't like the what it was, or maybe a combination of both, or maybe the third part was maybe he was angry or jealous that we get to play video games all day while he was working for the man, working himself to the stressful environment that he has to work at while we're just sitting there playing a game. Maybe he just came home, we're all just relaxed and having fun and no worries, and he's stressed out about a certain project and he only has this much amount of time and everything, and then the meal wasn't to his liking, and he just took one bite and he took it out on the mom. But anyway, what is this crap all of a sudden became a meme for us. So it was the example that I wanted to say was, what is this crap? What is this crap? It's almost like a shirt. You can even print that out. What is this crap? So it was his saying. So every time we wanted to say something in disdain, but kind of not, but kind of being an a-hole at the same time to that person. We wanted to be an a-hole to a certain person. We just kind of say, what is this crap? I think the point I wanted to bring up that story was, you could have really nice parents, but you could, maybe that his personality also, or maybe there's something that I don't think we are all born assholes, but once we get to a point where we could choose not to be an asshole versus be an asshole, we have to choose that in life, and we all know what he chose. Now, the first thing you're probably going to say, well, wait a minute, Bebot, only you've admitted several times that you act like an asshole also. Yes, but here's the big difference. Okay, I'll agree with that, because there's times where I probably on video where I probably acted like a big asshole. But in terms of what makes Ned, Brain Dead, and I similar is we both know when we're being assholes. The difference is that I'm not an asshole, so I have to turn it on to become an asshole, and I know when I'm being an asshole. Versus Brain Dead, he's an asshole all the time, and to be a regular person, to apologize and act like a normal human being, he has to actually turn it on. So that's where him and I kind of become different. We kind of part ways. So there was a point in our lives where, which one do you want to be? He wanted to be an asshole, but so he can turn it on and off to become a regular person, but that's his natural state of being. Versus me, I'm not. And I'll give you an example. Okay, so I'll use, so it's Chichay. We'll talk about Chichay. An example, I'll give you several examples of what makes a person an asshole and what makes a person not an asshole. Is basically your decision making, okay, how you do things. And I'll walk everybody through this, okay, what an asshole would say, or what an asshole would say, and what a non-asshole would not say. Okay, so I'm going to check in the comments, and so far nobody's made a comment. I'm beginning to think that I've been talking for an hour already, and nobody has said you're streaming fine. If can you at least confirm that you can hear with the sound check and check, maybe 1 2. Let me check if I can hear myself. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hold on, I can't hear myself now. I can't hear myself. Why can't I hear myself? Oh, maybe my headphones are not working properly. I hate to be. Oh, okay, my headphones are not working properly. I don't want to be talking for like an hour and a half, and I've been talking to nobody. Okay, it's working properly for me. So if you guys don't want to, if you don't want to confirm that it's working properly or not, okay. So I'll give you an example. Okay. We'll talk about brain dead's situation as a perfect example. Okay, we all know that brain dead's your typical American vlogger talking about the Philippines. Okay, and he knew enough that he was gonna. There's no way that that nobody was going to be watching his vlogs if he didn't have a Filipina on his channel. Okay, that's pretty much simple, plain and clear. His vlogs would be completely useless, okay, if he didn't have a Filipina to show on his channel, because his credibility or his worth is based on his experience with this Filipina girl, and that happened to be Michelle. Okay, so everybody knows who Michelle is. So Quincy is here. Thank you very much. Sounds good. All right. So thank you very much for confirming, Quincy. If there's any topic you want to talk about, let me know. But I'm gonna go ahead and continue where I'm going with this subject. So everybody knows, it's pretty common knowledge that he has been vlogging, and his vlogs became very popular, and he started saying that I could sell books. And what is it? It's like a bachelor course, isn't it? I know he sells books, but I don't know if it's like a bachelor course on the Philippines. And I know like the people who attack my channel are his descendants or his disciples or his errand boys. They're all like his disciples of his bachelor course. So you guys are going to have to fill me in on what's actually in this bachelor course that he sells. But I know he sells books, right? And it's about the bachelor course in the Philippines is what I understand that people are telling me. Anyway, I think he told me that he was selling books. But anyway, the point that I'm saying here is he's got this bachelor course, and nobody would give it any credibility or give it with any consideration if it wasn't for the Filipina that he was with. It's like, check me out. I'm with this Filipina. I'm like living in Mindanao. And Mindanao is down there. That's almost a different subculture versus where I'm at, which is the northern area. They're in the southern area. They're pretty much far away from the northern capital region, which is where I'm at. The people up here, not me personally, but the people over here, they kind of make fun of the people down there. You know, they're kind of like the Bisaya. When we say Bisaya, they're kind of like, it's like Polak jokes, Polish jokes. So it's like, okay, how many Polaks does it take to screw a light bulb, right? 3, 1 to hold the light bulb, 2 to turn the ladder or turn the step stool is the joke, as the Polish jokes. Okay, and same thing over here. It'd be like the Bisaya jokes. Why did the Bisaya didn't learn how to read or write? It's because he didn't go to school. Ha ha ha! Very funny. The point I'm making is that it's almost a different world out there. It's still the same country, yes, I understand, but they also have a different subculture in the Visayas area. Is it different? They definitely talk different. They kind of it's kind of like a southern drawl when they start speaking Tagalog, and people, not that people make fun of it. Yeah, actually they do make fun of it when they it's almost like it's like a lower class type of Tagalog speaking. But anyway, the point I'm making is that he's way down there, which is has its advantages and disadvantages. And he made this channel, and it became popular because he was showing a Filipina girl. Okay, versus my channel, I was showing, as you could see from the picture, not from this picture because this restream doesn't allow pictures, but in my thumbnail picture that we're going to see, is I was making videos not only with one girl, but with lots and lots and lots of pretty girls. Okay. Now, what do I think of Michelle? What do I think of her looks? I mean, I'm like I said, I'm different. If I was in America, I would probably say, okay, that's good. But when you're here, you're gonna say, well, it's a different standard now. I mean, I have a different set of standards. So it's different. It's not fair to ask me, how would I rate her compared to I mean, you guys have seen even within my network of friends, there's going to be very pretty ones and not so, but they all have a certain high standard of look. They still all belong in that 1%. They have that certain Vanessa Hudgens it girl about them that just makes you want to stop and drop everything. Stop traffic. Everything goes in slow motion once they enter the room. So that's always looking for. I mean, you could be pretty, and there's some girls that yet pretty doesn't make up for it enough. There has to be a certain je ne sais quoi about the girls for me to move or to get excited. And for me, as I get used to such a high standard, it becomes harder and harder for me to find these high standard of girls. And that's even Aaron Wilson, Video Freedom, was talking about how the highest quality of the girls that I was meeting, that nobody would ever, no foreigner, no American, no Australian would be able to meet on their own before they become single moms, okay? Before they become pregnant. So he made videos with Michelle, which gave him the credibility for whatever book he was selling, for this bachelor course. Okay, if you're a bachelor like me, you can shack up with this poor Filipina girl working at a call center. I mean, imagine that. So that explains why he was shacking up with Brain Dead. I mean, if you're working in the conditions of a call center, I mean, if she was like a flight attendant of Qatar Airways, they wouldn't even look at Brain Dead. They wouldn't even give him a second. And it's pretty obvious. I mean, look at him, and he's ugly. I mean, I'm sorry to say. I mean, he'll admit there's nothing about him that is attractive one way or another. If he had any attractiveness at all, he probably would have a relationship in America that he would be staying for. But since he has no attractiveness, that guy is ugly. I mean, if I was talking to Chichay, and she said in the comments, I mean, I'll go into details. Don't worry, I'm just warming up. I'll go into details about the comments. All right, she made a comment that she's not interested in Ned because of his money. That's what she said. I'm not interested in because of his money. All right. So you're not interested in him because of his money. All right, and you're definitely not interested in him because of his personality. All right, because his personality is how should I say, disgusting. Then what else are we looking at here? I can't think of anything else that this person would be offering or bringing to the table. Definitely if it's not for his looks, definitely not it. If it's not for his money, that's definitely not it. It's definitely not for his personality. That's definitely not it. Then what else is left now? I hate to think about what that is. All right. If it's true, unless it's not true. Okay. So we'll go back to that. All right. Because if she does say that money's not important, then what is important? So it could be any old, ugly white guy without any money. If that's the case, I'm sure there are vloggers, there's other vloggers out there that are probably just as ugly or not as ugly as Brain Dead, and just as old or probably not as old as Brain Dead, that she could be interested in. Are you telling me that Chichay is going to be just as interested in those guys? There's plenty of white American vloggers that look just as ugly as Brain Dead and just as old as Brain Dead, maybe even younger, not as ugly, that have no money. Okay, I'm sure you guys could probably say in the comments, can you think of like an old, ugly vlogger in the Philippines that has no money, maybe like, has messed up teeth that are just as ugly as Ned with no money? Would she be interested in those guys if since money isn't important to her? It's probably the question, and we already know the answer. If I ever ask a question out there, is I already know the answers to. I just want everybody to come to the same realization, because when I ask a question, I already know the answer to, right? But I have to ask you the question, so you'll have to come to a realization. The answer is, if she's saying it's money's not important. Well, there's plenty of ugly white guys that are vlogging that are old, just like him, old and ugly, and just to have same crappy as personality. I mean, I'm sure I could think of one off the top of my head. I'm sure somebody in the comments will say, "Hey, think of an old, ugly vlogger that has no money." Okay, old, ugly, and has no money, which is, she's saying she's not in it for the money. I'm sure, but because he's getting all this money from his bachelor course. But imagine if he's got no money from his bachelor course, would she still be interested in him? We all know the answer. We'll get to that. We'll get to the mind of the Filipina. Why would she say? What would she say something that was obviously painfully obvious to all of us? Okay, especially, it's kind of like when Sissy said that, okay, Sissy, why would a Filipina be interested in you? And you know what he said when he came on my live stream? I kid you not. If he could find the live stream, and he said was because he's got moves. It's his moves. So when he came to the Philippines, this is his first time in the Philippines. All these girls were throwing themselves at him. It's like, so he would go up to a bar, go up to a club, and all of a sudden, these girls would be coming up to him and wanting to go back to his hotel room and have their own moves. And the reason why he says it, because I got, because I was using my moves that I was using like in West LA. I think the gay town in West LA is probably what I would say, but he was using his moves here in Angeles City in a club or bar in Filipinas. And he said that he was hooking up with girls, not because they were prostitutes, was because he was using his moves. And that's what he was. He said it was his moves. That's what Sissy was saying, was his moves. And I was, I made the comment and I said, Sissy, I hate to correct you, but we've all seen your moves. And they're not even close to moves like Jagger that you're talking about, that you would think that that's the reason why all these Filipinas would, when your first trip over here, would want to hook up with you back in your hotel room, because it's not your moves. But of course, he has to self-preservation. Okay, yeah. So he's not going to say it's because of the game, the money game. Okay, because he represents money to a lot of these girls. Okay, of course, painfully obvious. Same thing with Ned. All right, because there's plenty of other vloggers out there that there's no way Chichay would be interested in if they have no money. Okay, no girl is going to be interested in some ugly guy with a personality is just as ugly also. And I'm not doing this to say to be insulting. Okay, if you guys can have a better word to describe his personality or his ugly mug, then let me know. But I usually like to. I don't like to mix words. I can't really think of a better word for his personality or his, because like I said, even Chichay was admitting that he said he made mistakes. It was the funniest thing is, I mean, I'll go into the comments, but I'll just kind of give you an idea of what she was saying. Well, those are mistakes that he made in the past. I go, look, all right, mistakes. I know mistakes. I've made plenty of mistakes in my life. Okay, I made a mistake when it comes to bitcoins. I made a mistake when it comes to choosing a career. I've made mistakes where what is it? Sometimes I put on the wrong sock. When we talk about mistakes, there's mistakes like the fifth Beatle is like, think of being that guy. It's like, oh, I made a mistake. I went into instead of becoming the fifth Beatle, I went to school instead and became a podiatrist or something like that, instead of being the fifth Beatle and becoming famous and successful. And then, but even as a Beatle, those guys still make mistakes. Look at Paul McCartney. His mistake was he married a woman with only one leg. So his marriage didn't have a leg to stand on. Rim shot. So mistakes. There's mistakes come in different forms, but honest mistakes, accidents, right? I mean, Chichay and Ned should know about accidents also. Those kind of mistakes we could all accept, we could all relate to. But when you're making mistakes, I mean, what is the point of what he did or what he did with Sissy? What was the purpose of that mistake? Okay, I understand you say, okay, he made a mistake. And okay, he said sorry for it. He was sorry for a mistake. But let's back up here. What would be the purpose of it other than him being an asshole to Sissy or being an asshole in general? What is he getting out of it? What is the purpose? What is the intention of bullying Sissy and making this association, this guilty by association to Sissy that causes him not only to leave the Philippines, but also get a divorce and leave his wife at the same time? What is the purpose of that mistake is what I'm asking here. Because like I said, you could, a mistake is like accidentally locking your keys inside the car. Okay, we could all relate to that mistake. Or like locking yourself out of the house. We can all relate to that mistake. But bullying Sissy, causing his divorce, I mean, that's the purpose of what he was doing. I mean, there's no good intention, or there's nothing good that would come out of his mistake or come out of bullying. I can't really see bullying maybe turning somebody into like a superhero that kills bullies. I could see the good in that, or the positive of an outcome. But the bullying action in itself, there is no good purpose coming out of it. I mean, what does he get out? I wish I could probably get on this stream and I could ask him. So, what was going through your mind? What was your purpose? What were you trying to do to Sissy? What is it about Sissy? Or was it his moves that you were doing this for? Like you don't have his moves. Also, his the way he sings his karaoke, or the way he's got whatever his move. Is it that why? Is that why? Sorry, I'm messing up my grammar. I mean, because you can work on, I'm sure you have your own moves, you can work on your own moves. I mean, leave the guy alone. I mean, he's not even interested in what you're interested in. I mean, his fetish or his kicks or whatever floats his boat is completely different from what he's interested in. So I don't really see what his point of bullying him was, what the purpose of that mistake was, other than to hurt him, other than to hurt another human being, which has done absolutely nothing to him, other than what is the question you have to ask. I know Sissy. I mean, I talked to Sissy, and there's nothing about me, see the big difference. Okay, the big difference between you and I would never say anything like that to Sissy that would cause his marriage to fail and for him to leave the Philippines permanently. Okay, I mean, this is Sissy. He loves it here. He's always talking about his depression, how it's depressed, and where's his depression now? Okay, but but the bully, the ugly old bully that is brain dead, is worse than his depression. He's more scared of the big bad ugly bully than his depression. Is the simple matter of the fact here. If I'm wrong, please somebody correct me. Somebody come on the live stream. Here's the link. I don't know. I mean, it's been there for a while. If I'm wrong, please somebody explain. Party, Bebot's party planning next adventure. I ride on it. Sign me up. I'm always up for a party. Okay, so sign me up for that, Quincy. So thank you very much for the comments. So here we are, just plugging along, talking along. So that's one thing we have to talk about him with his personality. And now he doesn't have bully to sissy to bully anymore. I mean, who is he bullying now? All right, I don't really see anything or any change in his behavior, like saying sorry for making a mistake. It's like he's saying sorry. What makes brain dead? What makes him hard to believe is sorry, because if you watch the day the time that I was arrested, when I went into prison, during that time, the whole country, the whole world was buzzing with Bebo's Only. Before, people didn't know Bebo's Only. It's like all of a sudden I reached instant fame. The hardest part was I couldn't take advantage of it. As much as I wanted to take advantage of the publicity, as much as I wanted to take advantage of the fame, as much as I wanted to take all that attention and take it to the next level for my own benefit, other people used it for their own benefit also. So other people like Brain Dead used it to throw me under the bus. Okay, even though it's all a lie, throw me under the bus for their benefit. And what are those benefits? For views, that's the number one benefit. I will probably have to say that video that Brain Dead made about me was probably the biggest number of views he's ever had. And unfortunately, we can't confirm it one way or another because it's deleted now. But I'm sure somebody will tell me if that's a true fact or not. But it's probably in the top 10 of his highest views ever of any of his content, because he talked about me. Okay, I'm sure it's not only in the hundreds. I'm sure not only in the thousands. I'm sure it's in the tens of thousands. Way more views than any of his other material, because he talked about me. And that's one of the number one reason was he'll throw somebody under the bus for views. Okay, I would never do that. For me to get views, I use my own creative process. I use my experience. I use what I've learned to share with other people so they can learn also. And what makes Ned such a interesting case study or interesting psychological study is the guy is completely psychotic. He's a sociopath. He'll wreck people's lives and apologize only after I got out of prison, because during that time, I'm sure everybody made a video about me. Okay, I'll probably give you an example. I can't remember. There's some people from Angeles. I'm sure somebody's gonna make somebody a comment. I'm sure everybody made videos about me, but eventually they deleted it. They just said that it doesn't make sense, the way it was set up. And they said, well, I better give them the benefit of the doubt and just go ahead and remove the video. Okay, so I can understand that. Okay, they made a mistake and they corrected it, and that was fine. They moved on. They corrected it on their own. Whether right or wrong, it's not their place to be making judgment. Or yes, that the police said that. That's what they said, but I'm not the police. I wasn't there. I could probably report it, but I'm not going to add any of my extra juiciness like Ned did, or his extra assholeness like Ned did, and then throw Sissy under the bus on top of that. Okay, so that's what the insult to injury is. Okay, and then what kind of personality is that person? Okay, now I understand. Yes, he did apologize for it, but he only apologized for now because I actually got out. All right. Can you imagine if I actually got out and actually made comments about his video? If I actually did a reaction video? Okay, so Brain Dead, since you're such an expert and you've written a book and you're so high and mighty and you're so better than everybody, it's like that you're so good that you're too good for me, right? So I'm sure he's probably said that in his video. Like he's so good for me. He's too good for me. He doesn't want to all of a sudden it's like he doesn't want to grace me with his attention. It's like I'm too good to give this Bebel's only attention, but now I'm going to give him attention. Okay. So that's why, what a specimen this guy is. Okay. So now that I got out, he made this, of course, very asinine, volatile video about me, about my family. And that's it. It's like, he took some private personal pictures of family pictures and he's showing it on the internet. And then you go, well, I blurred out the faces, so it's okay. I get to blur the faces. What an asshole. Right? So this is what I mean about Brain Dead, okay? This is, and who, the worst part about it is, I guess we could probably breathe a sigh of relief that Michelle doesn't have to live with that kind of volatile personality anymore. I mean, imagine what this person is like. I mean, this is what he's like online. What else is he like when he's not online? Okay. Pretty much me, I'm kind of like I have my roles, of course. I have my husband role, I have my father role, I have my Bebel's only role, but my core personality is pretty much the same, and I kind of approach every role from the same point of view, from the same perspective, from the same experiences, from the same personality. Imagine what this guy, what kind of experience Brain Dead has to do. I mean, usually bullies, they were bullied themselves, or they were just like, they just didn't have the attention, or maybe it's just their nature. There's just some people, they're just mean-spirited. They just have this streak, and maybe that's one of the reasons why he is here, because he can't function properly in the regular world, so he has to come here for no reason, because he has to go escape himself, and you can't escape yourself. He brought that person that he was trying to escape from America, that person is still here also. Maybe it can change. It could always change, but does he have the strength? Does he have the courage? Maybe him saying sorry probably did. Maybe taking it as probably the beginning. I would like to think it's the beginning, but at the same time, I'm also saying, why didn't he take the video off? I know what is it? Like I said, I'm looking for, if I ever search my name, I'll look online. There's no videos about me anymore. I mean, there's probably 2 that I'll do a reaction video on, but everybody else who didn't, there must be not only tens or dozens, maybe hundreds of thousands of videos made of me, and eventually those videos, people removed those videos. They got rid of it, and it's like, you know what? That's not what I did, wasn't right. And I realized it. He doesn't need to, whatever happened to him, whether he comes out of prison, whatever his judgment is, it's not my place to say. It's not the humanity, it's not the human thing to do. Okay. And there's somewhere along the line, Brain Dead kind of lost his touch with his humanity. And I know sometimes we're faced with extreme situations that test our faith in humanity, our connection with humanity. And if you're not strong enough, you lose that connection with humanity, and then now you want to go and attack people and make people feel the same as you feel every day. So if I attack Sissy, he'll finally feel the kind of pain that I'm going through. If I inflict pain on others, maybe they'll feel the same pain that I'm going through. I mean, we all go through pain, but we don't have to. We could either prevent other people from going through that pain, or we can continue and give that same pain that we want to give to other people. Like the pain that he's feeling, and we got to go to the problem is he's probably giving it to Chichay all the time, is probably safe to assume. So let's go back to the comments here. Of course, there's no comments, but if there's anything you guys want me to discuss, I'd be more than happy to discuss it. So anyway, back to what we were saying. I've been warming up for the last 2 hours now. The subject matter that we're going to be talking about is Filipina mines. Oh, probably the other subject I want to talk about is, well, Bev, it's only, it's like, how do you make money? I mean, what's your money, right? Is for me, what do I make money is my time, okay? Because I sell people my time, but the information is free, okay? So I'll give you an example because when I talk to people, I only before I went into prison, I only talk to people who make a contribution to me. All right. So I say I get email messages all the time. I get messages and people asking about certain questions regarding Bevels only, and I always get questions, and I get them on a daily basis. And I usually the first thing I message people is, look, every question that you've asked, I've already answered in spades, in like repetitively. They're all, like I said, I've been blogging for over 15 years now. I've been blogging for 20 years, since starting in 2008 here in the Philippines. So I've been the longest vlogger here with the most content about the Philippines, about the most widest variety of subjects, especially when it comes to beautiful Filipinas. Okay, I have a lot of experience, and I've shared every experience, every blow by blow, every detail, and I'm not charging for it. It's all on YouTube. I mean, YouTube's making a lot of money from it, but like I said, I'm not making any money from it. I'm not charging for it. I don't have super chat. There's no ads showing on this video. All my channels have been deleted. I must have like created a dozen channels throughout my YouTube career. I mean, calling it careers, using the term loosely, but all of that is free. I'm not charging a penny for it. But I told them is, if you want my time, I said I only talk to people that, because you're on my time now. Okay. I gave you my time. I put it online, the information out there. It's free. You can look at it. You don't have to talk to me, but if you want to talk to me, you're on my time now. And I only talk to people that make contributions to our content. That's what I need. Food costs money, needs cost money, wants cost money, cameras cost money, cell phones, loads, gas, everything costs money. There's nothing for free. And my time is just as important as your time. Okay. I already made the time to make all that video and information for you, uploaded it for you to watch. And the first thing people will say is, this is usually their standard. I've had this conversation millions and millions of times. If somebody messages me, they always have been watching my videos. I said, you've been watching my videos for about 2 weeks now, right? He said, yeah. And I go, because I've had this conversation before, and I've asked the question before. And after like 2 or 3 times I've asked it, they're all fall in the same 2-week time frame. After 2 weeks, they can't stand it anymore. They're watching content after content, but there's so much is what they get to a point where they're like overwhelmed. They're like information overload. There's so much information there that the problem they run into is they don't have time for it. So they just go to me directly and say, hey, Bebels only, can you help me find a wife? Is usually what they come at me. And I said, and I usually say, that's a loaded question, but I don't, it's like, I get questions like that all the time. I can only talk to people that make a contribution. So make any contribution. I'm not saying how much. It could be as low as $5, but if you give me $5, you're lucky if you get 5 minutes out of me. But the point is it's like, this is my time now. Okay, you want my time, so it's going to cost you. And my time is just as important as your time. How much is your time worth, right? How much do you charge for your time? How much do you charge for your expertise? How much do you charge for your opinion? Okay. And just keep it, because I have a lot of knowledge and I have a lot of experience that you want to have access to that could save you both, not only time, not only money, but also heartache and anxiety. Even brain dead had to acknowledge that I have had the most experience, but not only with a lot of girls, but not only are there a lot of girls, but a lot of the most beautiful girls and with the most beautiful personalities ever, that nobody will ever have access to. You will never have them at this point of their stage of their lives where they're still pure and innocent. Okay, at this point in their life where they're at their most primest. Okay, by the time you get to them, usually online or usually at a bar, they're not in their prime anymore. they've already been ruined. They've already been damaged. They've already been wrecked. And now they're used. They're like used cars now. But you can get somebody in their primest form before, so they could actually be turned into human beings where they can actually have loyalty and respect and honesty and trust, because you can't do that out of a hooker. You can't have trust and royalty and loyalty, not royalty, loyalty and honesty out of a prostitute. You can never make a wife out of a bar girl. But a lot of these guys do. Okay, and we could probably get into that, right? Because there's a lot of factors that go into that. They go online, they'll get the work. I mean, maybe she was at a time where she was at her prime. Maybe there was a time, but by the time they go online, they have long been past that point. Okay, it's too late for them now. Just like it's too late. Maybe it's too late for you also. It might be that's the reason why you're there. You're both. It's too late. But for the people here, they don't have an option. Okay, so like I said, the difference here, the big difference, I'll go back. The big difference between Filipino women over here using their looks to become successful is not the same thing as an American woman using her looks to become successful, and everybody hates on it because it's like everybody hates on it because, oh, I can't be a Victoria's Secret model and be successful in life as a Victoria's Secret model, so I'm going to hate on that. The point is that what else do the people here have to do? Over there in America, you can be anything you want. Even, what's her name? One of the Miss Pageants wanted to be like a doctor or something like that, and she could have. I think, was it Cindy Crawford? I think she was like supposed to go to med school, or somebody was supposed to go to med school, but she didn't have money, or she wanted to raise money or something like that. So she started working first and started working as a model to pay for college so she could go to medical school. But her modeling career became so successful. I'd like to think it was Jenna Jameson or not Jenna Jameson. Is it Jenna? She a porn star? I think. Or Tara Patrick. She was supposed to be a nurse, but she became this famous porn star instead. Okay, I'm not going to be a hypocrite. Okay, I do have my connoisseur of certain quality of. But anyway, the point I'm making here is it's a completely different spectrum. It's a completely different situation. A girl using her looks over here to get out of poverty versus a girl using her looks in Western countries like in America to become successful, to use her looks to get ahead in life. Okay, and that's kind of like what the feminazis hate so much. That they hate on. They'll put other girls on it. They'll bully them and give them a guilt trip if they do. But I remember Sissy saying he had no problem with Filipinas using their looks to get out of poverty. Is one of the things he's at least he was being practical about it, or he's being realistic about it. But let's go back to the question now that I posed earlier, probably like an hour ago. Right. So brain dead and Michelle. So let's think of the scenario that we can all kind of imagine easily. All right. So we got brain dead and Michelle. What would happen? Okay, if instead of Chichay getting pregnant, Michelle was the one who got pregnant. Okay, because obviously he can get a poor girl pregnant. Okay, why didn't Michelle get pregnant by Picot brain dead like Chichay did with brain dead? We don't know. We'd have to ask Michelle. We would have to ask, because obviously they were living together. So obviously they could have made a baby unless Chichay and brain dead were living together also. But for some reason, Chichay got pregnant and Michelle didn't get pregnant. Okay. So, but let's go back. Let's clear our minds. Let's just talk about, I'm creating a scenario over here. What if it was Michelle? Obviously, they could have gotten pregnant because they were living together instead of Chichay. Okay. Let's talk about that. So, what's your point? It's a possibility. They were talking about getting married. They were talking about having a family. They were talking about being together. That's all they freaking talked about, was how they're happy together, how you can have your own Philippine dreams, just like me and Michelle. If you want to be happy like me and Michelle, buy my bachelor course, okay, and be a graduate also. Now, what's kind of confusing is who are these graduates? I mean, there was one with honors from this bachelor course. I wish I could talk to these people. So, what was this bachelor course like, and how do you graduate with honors? So, if you want to be like me and Michelle, have this great and wonderful relationship in the Philippines called My Philippines Dreams, not Philippine, Philippines Dream. There's no such thing as, if I type in Philippines in my computer, if I type in Philippine in my computer now, there's like a little red line underneath it saying that's a typo. That's a spelling error. There is no country as Philippine, brain dead. It's Philippines. Okay, it's a country. It's singular. It's one country. So you could have just said My Philippines. But anyway, the point is, you could have your own Philippines dreams if you buy my book, my bachelor course, and you could be just like this. And the people are going, yes, yes, sign me up for it. I want to have my own Michelle just like you. So this is the part of the propaganda. This is false cause and effect, because that's how he was advertising. If you buy my book, you could be just like us. I mean, why else would you buy the book? There's no reason, because he's living in some shack in the middle of the Mindanao. Is the reason why you're going to buy that book? Hell no. The reason why you want to buy that book was Michelle, so you could have a Michelle also if you buy that book. It's like the false cause and effect, and that's what he was pushing on his vlog the whole time. All right, I guess you can come back and attack me, and what? You're gonna attack me what? With Christian and Joy, with the other girls that have gone to America also, that have better lives, and people are saying, oh, he's saying that he helps girls. He's saying he's helping girls. What do you mean he's saying? It's like you don't have to ask me. You don't have to tell me. It's like you can see it with your own eyes. I actually did help other people for their own benefit, okay? Versus these guys with their bachelor courses and Ned's situation, he's all in it just for himself. He's all in it just to make himself feel good. He's just all in it to make himself be like, I'm the great white hope. I'm the great white helper. I'm the great white knight over here. It's all about, he's self-centered. We already know that, okay? That whether it's, at least it's other people are benefiting from it, but he has to benefit from it first, okay? And what benefit do I get out of it? I get the satisfaction that I taught somebody how to fish, that I gave them a better chance, I gave them a better life. They used the opportunity. I gave them the opportunity. They took it. They're having a better life now, and their children are going to have a better life for it. What has he done? What has any of these people done? Nothing. And people are saying to me, like, he's supposedly saying that I already did it. I've already done it. I have nothing to prove. Okay. I have helped people. I have helped several people. And what have they done? And what benefit have I gotten from it? Exactly. Right? Well, they're selling a bachelor course. So the point is, let's get back to the point I'm saying, okay, Brain Dead gets Michelle pregnant instead of the homewrecker. Okay, let's say the homewrecker never came in and broke them up. Okay. So Michelle gets pregnant first instead. Okay. So now he has to get married to her now, because that's what Ned did when he got this girl pregnant. When he got another girl pregnant, he got married to her. But if Michelle got pregnant, he didn't get married to her. Now, Mike, that's kind of like a question. Now let's stop and think about it. What would be the reason why Michelle wouldn't want to get pregnant with his seed? Why wouldn't he want his child? What was her reason why she wouldn't want to get pregnant by him? Obviously, she could have done to Ned what Chichay did to Ned, which was the picot. Okay. The picot is a shotgun wedding. Picot is a shotgun marriage. Okay. You can't really tell me one way or the other that they got married because they're in love with each other. Same, Michelle and Ned were in love with each other because they couldn't sell a damn book if they weren't in love with each other. They could have been married for those same reasons, right? Why is it that he got married to Chichay, but he didn't get married to Michelle? Oh, he knocked up Chichay, but Michelle didn't get knocked up. Now the question I have to ask Michelle is, obviously the answer is so obvious. It's like, ask yourself the same question. Would you want to get pregnant by Ned? The answer would be a big hell no. Okay. So why do we have to ask Michelle that, right? But why would Chichay do it? Why didn't she say hell no, right? Instead of hell yes. The the point I'm saying is, let's just go back. Let's say Chichay Chichay is just the other woman now. Okay, she was the other woman before, right? And now Michelle would be the wife. Now instead of Chichay saying I'm the wife, Michelle is the wife now because I peacocked him. I trapped him with a baby. Now he has to marry me. He has to do the right thing because he's on YouTube now. You're right. He can't be making the little bastard on YouTube. That would be so politically incorrect for him. So he said, okay, I got Michelle pregnant. So we got to do the right thing and get married now. So it's instead of over here in the Philippines, we don't have shotgun married weddings. We got bolo weddings. Okay. Bolo marriages. Okay. So the dad is right behind him with his bolo knife. He could kind of get a bolo to his head if he doesn't get married because he knocked up Michelle. And the first thing, let's step back also again is we all know what happens to marriages that get married because of pregnancy. I don't know how to tell you time and time and time and time again how many marriages fail because they only got married because they had an accident. Okay, just like when I was at that Vietnamese jewelry store and I told them like, okay, we need to get some wedding rings. We're getting married right away because I said we had an accident. Because okay, we're getting married. And I was joking with the old lady in the back. I just wanted to get a reaction. Well, we have to get married now. And she's like, oh, why not? Why do you want to get married? Why you guys are so young? You guys are in your 20s. Why do you want to get married? Oh, yeah, well, we had an accident. She goes, oh, you don't have to get married anymore these days. That's not the reason. Back in my day, you would be forced to marry somebody that just for that reason. But take that out, right? Then it would be the same as Michelle. He would just be milking the cow for free without getting married. Okay. Same thing with Michelle. You can't argue with me that like what Chichay said in her comment. That's like, oh, we got engaged before she got pregnant, is what she said. It was the funniest comment. And I actually wrote a response to that, which YouTube ghosted. I couldn't. It was so. I don't know what the word to look for. It was even YouTube's algorithm picked it up. I couldn't post it. I tried to change the words and the letters, and YouTube's algorithm goes, "Nah, you're not gonna post that." That's that response to that. It's like, oh, you were already engaged before you got before you got pregnant, before you found out you got pregnant. Oh, I see. All right. So the point is that so what we're saying here is that Chichay is a virgin up until she's like the Virgin Mary. She's pregnant by virgin birth. Okay, so she's kind of like so this baby is actually the second coming because she's also a virgin. I think I made that in the comments. She didn't respond to it, but so the follow-up statement to that, which is just as believable, is that she is a virgin. Okay. I think the funniest comment I ever got from a girl when I was asking her if she was a virgin or not, she said, well, I'm a semi-virgin. I go, oh, that's a good one. I've never heard that before. Yeah, I'm still a virgin, but it's a semi-virgin. Okay. So with Chichay, she's a virgin. And even after she had this baby, she's still a virgin. That's the best part about it. Okay. So yes, she's still a virgin because down there in Mindanao, Muslims, it's a big deal that you're a virgin. I know it's probably up here, it's not a big deal if you're not a virgin anymore. But in Muslim country in Mindanao, you're supposed to be a virgin until you get married. Okay, so she's gonna say that she's a virgin still even after she got pregnant, is what she's gonna say. Are you a virgin? Of course she's gonna say she's a virgin. Okay, she doesn't even have to say semi-virgin. Yeah, I'm a virgin. Is it true? Absolutely not. That's not the point over here. Okay, it's culture. What does that go in? I mean, all we have to do is that culture. She's a virgin. Okay, that's all she has to say. That she's required to say because she's a virgin. Okay, and if she wasn't a virgin, this is the scary part: is she was raped. So number one, every girl here is a virgin, and if she wasn't a virgin, she was raped. That was that was it. Is the reason why she wasn't raped. She wasn't a virgin. Okay, and they're not gonna say that. She's not gonna say that she was raped by Ned. So she got married. So, but at the point, let's go back to if it was actually Michelle that trapped him, and we all know why she didn't want to be trapped with him. Maybe she was looking for something also. Maybe she was trying to change him, and the fact that it's like he's not going to change, and he doesn't even want to change. And the scary reason was the reason why he doesn't want to change is he doesn't want to change for her. Okay, because if he really loved her, then he probably would have changed. He would have like because you don't have to be an asshole for the rest of your life. Okay, you could change for the person if you really love somebody. If you really love somebody enough and they won't leave you, that's another angle. Is like because he's such an angry asshole. If he was an asshole, maybe he would have peeked her. But he was like an angry asshole on top of that. That's probably like she wouldn't want to have kids with somebody like that because her kids would probably be angry assholes just like him. I mean, can you imagine? Does Chichay really want her kids to grow up just like Ned? Imagine how scary that is. You're looking at a beautiful, young, innocent person, but when that thing grows up, if it acts anything, I hope to God it doesn't act anything or have any of Ned's personality, the same personality that Boo. And then, of course, Chichay is going to say, oh, it's in the past. Oh, it was a mistake. Oh, it's like it's not my problem anymore. Okay, but the problem is still ongoing. Okay, but as long as it's not her problem, then she is not worried about it, of course. Okay, but she has a bigger problem. We all kind of can look at the brain dead and see him for what he really is from a distance. Okay, this angry, hostile individual, especially to Sissy. I mean, Sissy. I mean, how Sissy is like a sweater. Okay, he's harmless, and to be attacking him, I still don't. I wish I could invite Brain Dead over, or if he would enjoy me on a live stream, I would hash this out. Well, what is it? What was going through your mind? Okay, I can make guesses, I can make assumptions. Okay, but I don't want to do that. I can just ask you, just like everybody else who make these accusations and assumptions on me. You don't have to do that. You can come on the live stream, click on that link right there on the chat, and ask me yourself. I'll answer it. I'll stay here all day, all night, waiting for you to ask the questions. But the point is, you already know all the answers to it. So, but I want to, like I said, what I wanted to wrap up is when people contribute money to me is because I'm actually, what they're doing is I'm saving them time. I'm selling them time. I'm giving my time so they could save time. All right. Because people have more money than they have time. The people that I work with, the successful people, to them, time is money, and they have more money than they have time. So the first thing to come up to me is the reason why they're calling me to make contributions to me is because they don't have time to go through all 15, 20 years of vlogs to get the information, the specific information they're looking for. And I completely understand that. That's why I make myself, because it's unfair for them. Like, here it is. Here's 20 years of information. Go dive through it. Go look through it. Okay. And what about the videos or the channels that got deleted by YouTube? Well, I recreated new channels and I said the same thing. Go watch them. Okay. But I really can't sit through 6 or 8 hours. Well, that's your problem. Okay. It's like you can't sit through 6 or 8 hours. I mean, I sat through those 6 to 8 hours and I'm already married. And you're telling me, and I have my own Filipina and I have my own family, and I have a woman that will trust me and that is loyal to me and that will stand by my side no matter what is thrown at her. And speaking of loyalty, I wanted to take you back that night when my house was raided. My wife didn't want to open the door for the police to come in. You know, she closed the door, she locked it up, and she didn't want the police to come in. And Hero was jumping in the background. He was hopping around. He was like freaking out, like nobody has ever gone through before. What's going on? Why is the police there? The first reaction that the boss thought that she thought something happened to me because there were so many cops. She thought that I was killed in some kind of incident. That was the first reaction that she thought went into her head. Until the colonel or Major John Donato Paras told her that, like, oh, he was in a hotel room with 2 naked girls. They were all naked for the whole CNN and ABS and GMA to all see in their nakedness. He was caught in a hotel with 2 naked girls. So imagine that. Imagine what she's going through, and imagine what Hero was going through when before they entered, it's like, what's going on, mom? What's happening? Why is this happening? What did the police want? Why do they want to come in here? And imagine them going through our house and raiding and going through the shopping carts and going through our personal items. And for what? So they could steal money. That's all it boils down to, was all about stealing money. Okay. Especially the police. The police, like I said, have taken over organized crime over here. Back in the day when they had syndicates, organized mafia type of bosses, all those people are dead now. And who filled up that void now? And especially now with this, the present political atmosphere of these extrajudicial killings, okay, where it's just kind of like, okay, now it's up to you to carry out the law. Let's take a corrupt person that has a lot of wants and needs, and that needs money, and it has like drug addiction and as well as other vices. Let's give them this corrupt person and use this absolute power of corruptness. And then so I fast forward, of course, 3 years from now. I remember when I was in prison, I was telling the boss about this. We're trying to be positive. It's like, this will pass. Several years from now, we're all going to be looking back, and this will just be one big bad memory, and we're just going to be making new memories. And guess what? That time is now. Okay, we're taking walks, we're enjoying family time. I'm enjoying the kids again. They're such a pleasure and joy to be with, and they're never too big to cuddle. I mean, when you spend so much time with them, no matter, even if they're bigger than you, they still love to cuddle with you no matter what. And it's such a joy, it's such a pleasure, something so beautiful. It's such the not only the miracle of life, but watching them go through transition and having him become the man, like like literally what Jeff said, that he's no kid, that's a hero. Hero is literally the hero. And it's the strength that I tried to, in my experience and knowledge, the strength that I tried to pass on to him, but I tried to protect him from. As you can see, he had to go through his own trial and challenges at such a tender age. I mean, he was such a baby back then, and he had to do a lot of growing up, and he had to face the world without me. And he worked out beautifully. He scored all those goals. They won the Southern Tagalog NCAA championship thanks to his goal. You guys saw that. You don't have to believe me, because for yourself, the reaction that people had, it was like exciting. I mean, he reached the championship while I was in prison, and he dedicated to me. It's my strength, as a symbol of my strength and my love for my family and my children. So back to what I was saying. So what happens if it was Michelle that picoted? Let me get to my point here. Brain dead instead of Chichay picoting bolo shotgun wedding, brain dead. Okay, and that's it. The simple explanation was she didn't want to, and you could come to the same conclusion. Would you want to be stuck with a bully and raise a bully just like the bully? So she was the one that was, I would have to say, she was the one better off. And what are you guys gonna do? Is Brain Dead gonna agree with me or disagree that she's in a better place or a worse place now, with or without him? See, I can't answer that question. Okay, Michelle would have to answer that question. I wish she would come on here and make comments about it. So what if, let's go back to that. What if, and she just keeps Chichay on the side as a mistress. So she would just be a mistress because she could you get a mistress pregnant? Yeah, absolutely. But she would still be the little mistress bastard child of Brain Dead. So we'd have two. Now, eventually, probably what probably could possibly, a great possibility happening is you could have another mistress. And that's probably why, I mean, we could probably go into If you look at the comments, it's in the video of what to do, how to survive kidnappings, kidnap for ransom, and illegal detention. She wrote like a bunch of comments in there. But one of the reasons why she came over to listen to the live stream is because she couldn't sleep. Okay. And so this is the reasons why she couldn't sleep. All right. And of course, she's not going to tell you the reasons why she couldn't sleep, but there's only a few. I'll tell you. There's only a few reasons why a Filipina can't sleep. Okay. There's number one. There's probably two. They usually fall into two categories why, or three categories why they can't sleep. Number one, they're angry. Number two, they're worried. Or number three, they're horny. Okay. So the third one, that's an easy solution. All right. I know what it is. I know when I have to deal with it. I take care of it. It's a simple fix. Okay. If she can't sleep for that reason, then the solution is pretty simple. Probably complicated. Why isn't she getting that solution? Okay. So if that's not the real problem, then we got those two other reasons now why she can't sleep. Of course, she'll say, I drank too much Coke. Hell, if you look at Filipinos, they drink coffee all the time. And they actually drink coffee to put themselves to sleep. The boss is the same way. She drinks coffee all the time. And she's been drinking coffee ever since she was little. Even then, when she was little, she would drink coffee to fall asleep. All right. You can't tell me all Filipinos are like this. You can't tell me just because you drank Coke with caffeine in it that all of a sudden she can't sleep. There's three reasons why she can't sleep. Number one is because they're horny. If she's horny, how come she's not being serviced? That's what you do. And why are you talking to me instead of why are you listening to my live stream if you're horny? If that's what you're looking at the wrong solution. The solution is you're supposed to go to your husband. You're supposed to be going to him, not to me, if you're horny, so he could help you sleep. So I'm married. I know exactly what that is. It's like if they're moving around and they're like, oh gosh, hold on, I gotta get myself in the mood here or she's not gonna be able to sleep. They're fidgety. They're just squirming around. They're letting you know that hey, I need to help me sleep here. I got it. All right. Just give me a second. All right. At my age, my get up and go got up and went already, but I'll corral the horses. So I mean, that's your duty as a husband now. Of course, it just takes a little bit longer. It takes a little more concentration as you get older, but it's just something you have to do. That's part of your duty. It's not, they're not going to sit there and wake you up and say, hey, perform your duty here. I can't sleep. So if that's not the case, all right. So she was barking up the wrong tree. All right. So listening to my videos, maybe it was calming for her. Maybe she went to sleep, but she said she couldn't sleep. Okay. Number two, she's angry or she's worried. Maybe she is or both or a combination of both. What those sources are, I could probably give you a big, ugly, old, nasty looking reason why she can't sleep, why she's worried, or why she's. And right now is a sensitive time for them because they're also going to go through postpartum depression. I almost said postmortem depression. Postpartum depression. When their baby leaves them. But I asked the boss about that. Did you go through that? No, we were very happy. She said she only went through it when we moved here to the Philippines. Then she got really depressed, but not because of postpartum depression. She was depressed about coming here initially. But after she got over the depression about coming here, then she was fine. But she never had any reason to. I was really hands-on. I was really gushing over. And that was I really wanted to, just like my priorities have changed. I haven't changed as a person. It's just that I have a new priority now that I just said, you know what? I can't work like this and give this baby that I want. I mean, it's like, how do I prioritize my baby over my work? And that's the biggest problem in America. All right. Work takes priority above everything else, especially including family. People will stake their family and their marriages and their kids growing up without them because their excuses or their reason is, oh, I have to pay the bills, and they just kind of, it's like the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man in the moon. When you gonna run out someday, but we'll get together then. So exactly the spirit of that song, and I didn't want that to happen to me. I grew up without a father, and I grew up without a mother that went psychotic. Okay, grew up poor with nothing, and I didn't want him to do that. And I grew up as a minority in the '80s in Southern California. I didn't want him to go through that. I didn't want to be there, but not be there at the same time. I wanted to be the full time soccer dad, and spend the time with him that I was always looking for. It was my redemption. It was my, I couldn't have the family or the parents that I wanted, but I wanted to give it to my baby that the kids deserved. All of me. It's like I would rather give my time and love and energy to my kids instead of for the man, for the system that would just use me up and spit me out, and kids will grow up without me. So that was when my priorities changed. So back to what I was saying about now, it was Michelle and Brain Dead that are married. Now, what does that mean for Chichay? So she's the mistress. Okay, they can never get married. She can never get married to. They get together. She can get pregnant. She make a little bastard with him, and I could see that happening with another girl because Ned cheated on Michelle, and that's why they broke up. That's what he said, and she didn't want to. And she was probably looking for a reason to break up with him, and that was the reason. So, like I said, people don't break up because of infidelity, just because broke up with him because that same reason, that personality that bullied Sissy off of the Philippines, she got bullied off being in a relationship also. And she's in this relationship longer than Chichay and Brain Dead were before they were engaged, before they get married. So the question that I have to ask now is imagine that, let's say Chichay is just a friend, is not a girlfriend, or even is just a girlfriend. Okay, the point is going to come up where Chichay has to make a decision, right? Because she has to have her own family. It's like she has to choose between, like, do I have, what's a situation where I have a shared husband, and do I have a situation where I have a shared father? Because he's not going to be an effective father one way or another if he does that. If she decides to get pregnant, or she goes off on her own and has her own husband, has her own family. And this is the question that I'm going to ask you now, okay? And I already know the answer. Okay, if you ask if Brain Dead Ned is married to Michelle, and I would ask him the question, okay, now you're gonna have to let go of Chichay because you know what? She's at a time in her life where she has to go be with her own family now. She has to be with her own husband because you can't be. She deserves to have. If you love her, you'll let her go because she deserves to have a real husband that could be a real father to her children. Okay, just like you and Michelle have. Okay, you could be the husband to Michelle. You are the husband to Michelle. You are the father to her child. If you guys were actually the ones, if Michelle was actually the one that peeked him first and got pregnant, the question is, number one, would you let her go? And number two, what would you want her to have? Okay, who would you want her to be married to? Would you want her to be married to a local judgeman? Or would you want her to be married to another foreigner that could give her a better life with more opportunities like that you gave to Chicha right now? So that's kind of like that what if scenario. Obviously, the answer is clearly that the answer is no. He wants her to have a Jejiman local, okay? Because he already said to me that, like, hell no, I don't want them to be with another foreigner. If I can't be the foreigner with them, I am that asshole that if I can't have her, I want her to be destroyed. I want her to destroy her life. I want her to destroy her future by getting together with the local Jejiman addict. Now, I'm not saying that she's gonna say. Of course, obviously, she's not gonna come on and say, "I'm not gonna be with a." It's like I would never get married or I would never get pregnant. The local Jejiman addict, but of course, history repeats itself, or the matter of fact, or the culture is what happens. That's what actually happens. That's what real life happens. That's the reality. If Nev never came here to the Philippines, then she would never be with a foreigner, and she wouldn't have an American baby. She would be with what? Another foreigner? What? Who is that? This is money's not important. What? Who we thought? What's another white American foreigner here in the Philippines? Peter V? Is that what you're saying? He's down there in Dumaguete also. He's been down there also, right? Is he going to say, is it okay to be with Peter V? Because it's not as important. Money is important to her. Obviously, looks is not important to her. Obviously, age is not important to her. Obviously, personality has nothing to do with it. You can't argue to me that PDV is got the same or worse personality than Brain Dead. PDV didn't bully Sissy off and cause his marriage to break up. PDV was just what, minding his own business and enjoying his life and living life in his own terms. Never hurt anybody. But you can't say about that about Brain Dead. Of course, it's not a problem, is what Chichay would say. But what is the problem? Let's pose the question then, right? So he's gonna say no. He's gonna say I'd rather have her with a local than have her have a better life with another foreigner. But since I can't be that foreigner, or I can't be that American that could be with her, since I can't have her the way I have with Michelle, then I would rather destroy her. I would rather have her life destroyed than make her. Now, everybody knows where I fall in that category. Now, people are going to say, oh, what about that fish face guy? Are you going to be setting up with that fish? Are you saying that fish face guy is better looking than ugly mug Brain Dead? I mean, Brain Dead and ugly mug, they look like they're brothers if you put them next to each other. You can't tell me that Brain Dead is better looking than fish face. I mean, they both kind of got that same. I mean, they all look the same to me. But the point is, you're going to tell me that Brain Dead is actually better looking than fish face? Is what people are saying. I mean, no, they look both just as ugly. They're obviously they're not in it for their looks. Is the simple reality. Okay, that's what we do. We deal in simple, obvious truths and realities over here, right? So she doesn't. So obviously, the answer was Brain Dead wouldn't help her have a better life. Okay, it's like if I can't have you, if you can't have a life with me, then I don't want you having a better life with another foreigner. I would rather have you become a local, and I don't know where they met, and keep working at that bar, or keep going to that bar. Keep working there and be with a local Jejeman instead of a foreigner, or somebody that can give her a better life with a better opportunity. Okay, of course, Chichay is gonna say, "I don't need his money. I have my own job right now." Your own job you're in Mindanao, single mom. What are the prospects there? Of course, we can act all high and mighty when we're not in that situation. We're not in a desperate situation. But if we think about it, I mean, that's probably that's the empathy. That's what makes me different is my what makes me have that empathy and that's talent is my experience. I have it's easy for me to have that empathy because I know what it's like. I know I've been there. Okay, versus somebody an overprivileged in a white male like Brain Dead wouldn't know what that means, right? What it's like to be born in a poor third world country and having to move to another country for better opportunities. He wouldn't know exactly. Who would have no idea what that means. Okay, I do. I've been through so many experiences, and I've been, I've worked my way. I've finished. I actually finished my education. I actually worked and I worked for others and I worked for myself, and I did it all, and I had so many jobs. And then I became a father, and then I said, I see what's going on here and the judgment and doing by and sitting here and doing nothing. I can sit here and do nothing like brain dead. If anything, it's what brain dead is doing is worse, is by exploiting and selling a bachelor course. Okay, to what? To what extent? To what purpose? Okay. So the point I'm making here is that obviously for me is I would want her to use whatever assets she has that is temporary because her looks are gonna fade, obviously. Then she should use it so she only has one life, so she could use it to have a better life. Okay. Instead of perpetuating her, is it then she, of course, her response, there's going to be a lot of knee-jerk reactions, is like she's going to say, I don't need him, I don't need his money, I have my own job, I'm working for the I'm working for the what is it she said she's working for. Anyway, the point is she's in that defense mode that she's going to say she doesn't need. Obviously we know the truth. Okay, she's not going to, how is she going to survive on her own as a single mom? We already know what the answers to that. The point is that's what would have happened if she got, if it was a local judgment and drug addict that got her pregnant instead of Ned. Okay, and the point that I'm saying here is if it was Michelle that got pregnant and they got married, what kind of life? And this is like the mother of his daughter, right? He would still say that no, he doesn't want her to have a foreigner boyfriend. He would rather have her become a single mom and be with a local instead. That's how he wants to destroy. If I can't have her, then it's like if I can't have it, then I want to destroy it. Kind of human nature that we have, that we're dealing with when it comes to brain dead. I mean, he came on my channel. Exactly. It's like, then you have all these beautiful girls over here, that how are they supposed to have the opportunity? They were born here. They were unlucky enough to be born here in the third world country. And they were fortunate enough to be born with looks. What do you expect them to do? Oh, I expect them to do what they always do. Become a pregnant single mom, especially the pretty ones, since I can't have them, and turn tricks and become prostitutes so they could support their baby. That's what I want them to do. Of course, that's not politically correct thing to say, but not doing anything about it is exactly doing, is, you might as well say the same thing. Obviously, I'm not saying that. The fact that I did something about it, and I did do something about it. Okay. But like I said, I'm only one person. Okay. And do I still do something about it? I don't know. Like I said, my answer is I'm only one person. And everybody, as you could see already, I'm one person. I had limited resources back then. I definitely have way more limited resources right now. I don't have a bachelor course I'm selling at Patreon, and I don't have Super Chat that I'm making all this money from YouTube. So what the hell do people expect me to do? Anyway, the point is, let's go to the comments. And what we got here, we got finally a comment after 2 hours. Let's see here. Okay, JR said, being male in the marriage environment. Oh, he knows you're okay. So JR is saying I'm a big fail in the parenting department. Okay, what is this based on now? Okay, based on what? All right. On the lies. So you can't accuse me of lies here. If that is what you're accusing me of, JR, right? Then of course I would still be in jail then, because it's against the law, right, JR? And since you can't accuse somebody of a criminal crime without any proof, because that's called libel and slander, okay, which is against the law in any country. Okay, so if you want to accuse somebody of a crime, you better have proof of it. If there's no proof of it, especially if 3 judges says there's no proof of any accusations, if it's just suspicions, then there is no crime. Then you can't be accusing me of something that doesn't exist, that's based on lies. Okay, a crime still has evidence. And what the hell do you need? You already went through my house. You already arrested me. You already got the complainants. What else do you need to do? You got the search warrant. What else? It's like you have everything already to convict me. Okay, but if a person is not those things that you're saying, JR, then then what is the point that you're trying to make? The important thing here when it comes to parenting is number one, how are they doing? Are they doing well in school? Are they doing well in sports? Are they doing well in friends? Are they happy? Then your job as a parent, make sure they're not bully. Of course, Hero is not a bully. Obviously, can't say that about Brain Dead. Then we got a problem over here. So, JR, what's your point? I don't know if I'm coming in loud and clear over here. So, if you want to have a conversation with me, let's have a civil conversation. There's the link. Just click on the link and we'll talk. There's no problem. If you want to come on and attack me, call me names, say criminal things, libel and slander, defamation of character, then let's go at it. I'll let you use this platform. You can tell everybody. Nobody's going to believe you, obviously. 3 judges will tell you that you're wrong. Who are they to tell you're wrong? Judges, actual judges. Who died and made them judge? Well, they're the judge. Judge is. Okay, and you already saw that I was accused of rape. I was accused of human trafficking. I was accused of cybercrime. And I said, go ahead, do the search warrant. The judge allowed it. Judge allowed every evidence that they took from my house. They were, what else do you need from my house? That to prove those crimes that you're accusing me of, JR. What else do you need? You got my laptops. You got my hard drives. You got me set up. Okay. So I must be a criminal, right? But the judge says I'm not. So what's the point of you trying to say here? Because if you're just going to attack for the sake of attacking with no reason or for no cause, then what is the place that you're coming from? Would you like to talk about it? We are more than happy to talk about it. I mean, I'm here. I can talk about other things. So JR is accusing me of failing as a parent. Based on what is my question, right? It's not my fault that I went to jail, right? Because I had money. If you have money, then you could go to jail for that same reason also. Does that make you a bad person? Does that make me a bad person because I have money, then they don't? Is that what you're here for? There's the link. Go ahead and click on it and we'll talk. Let me know and I will let you into the restreamer. Let's stream it up. So where is Hemi? JR is here. His like twin lost brother. But Hemi himself is not here. He never comes here. It's just probably my schedule or my timing. But anyway, so that's the question the question that we have to ask. What's going to happen next? Like I said, statistically, 100% of all marriages that get married because of baby, because they got pregnant, because never ever get married because of pregnancy, because 100% of the time they always fail. Okay. Now, Chichay can come in here and join the live stream and say that, of course, she was a virgin. She is a virgin. Of course, they were already what was it? She said they were already engaged before she got pregnant. Of course, that's a complete utter lie. But for our purposes, we'll accept it as the truth. We'll all pretend that it's the truth. Okay, we'll just save face. Okay, because it's better it's like the conversation would be better. It's like we already know that. Let's not argue about something that we already know that there's really no argument for. Okay, I mean, it's not a lie if you believe it. Okay, if she believes that she's a virgin, she's still a virgin. There's really no point what's the point of us me trying to convince her otherwise, because she's not here to convince that. What we have to do now is okay, what is moving on forward? What do we do from now? Okay, so probably what I want to really dive into is why couldn't she sleep? Okay, like I said, because you can't really use the people over here in the Philippines are immune to caffeine. To them, caffeine is like sleeping pills. It's like that same medicine that Michael Jackson took that he would use to fall asleep, and he just never woke up from. He just took too much of it. That's what caffeine and coffee and caffeine and Coke does to Filipinos over here. If you don't believe me, ask them. They said, "Does coffee keep you awake?" No, I use it to. It's like warm milk. I use it to go to sleep. So that was her. So the point I'm making here is probably the segue into the minds of the Filipinas is that's how they communicate. Okay, they don't tell you directly. They're telling you obviously. Obviously is I can't sleep, all right, because of the three reasons. If you already gave her some, so she's not horny anymore. She's probably not horny, I guess. And number two is she's worried or she's angry. Number now worried kind of is you have to eliminate why she's worried, why she's awake is because she's worried. People here are not worried. Maybe because she has a baby that she's worried. Maybe she's worried about the baby. That's kind of probably one thing we can look into. But the elephant, the big gorilla, the big 800-pound gorilla. I mean, literally and figuratively here is angry. I mean, she's got so many. I could see one big ugly white reason why she would be angry. That's why she's awake. Is of course they're not. I mean, they have to. They're gonna be politically correct. They have to put up a front. They have to put up a facade. Obviously, we all know that. We have to save face over here. You know what? She doesn't want to be airing her dirty laundry out, but she did come out and reach out. Is what I'm saying. You could probably tell me, but only you're kind of looking into it too much. I probably, but since there's nobody here to tell me one way or the other, let's go ahead and explore the possibilities. I mean, we all know those are the three things why it would keep a Filipina awake, right? So the first two are probably eliminated. And then if you can tell me another fourth one or a fifth one, another reason why that she was having trouble sleeping and she couldn't sleep, that she would rather listen to my live stream. I mean, you've got issues then if you're because there's no other girl that's going to be listening to my live stream that can't go to sleep. So angry, yeah. If they're angry, oh yeah, absolutely, you're gonna have trouble sleeping. What they're angry about, I mean, that's it's personal. I mean, there's two things that you should keep private. Okay, I always adhere to these two things that you should keep private. Number one, keep your finances private. Keep your finances, money private. And number two, keep your love life private. Okay, and those are obvious reasons why you should keep those things private. I don't think I have to explain it. Okay, because especially here in the Philippines, where privacy is such a luxury. Okay, over there in America, we take it for granted because it's like a God-given right. It's like every law is always based on privacy. But over here in the Philippines, there is no privacy. And the point I'm making here is that you should keep brain dead should keep those two things private. Okay, yes, you should keep your finances private, and probably I made mistakes probably in that point because it's hard to spend money without looking like you have money. I don't sit there and count my money in front of them, but I'm just saying I do show. It's hard for me to hide that I'm spending money on them. I mean, it's kind of it's a occupational risk or a occupational hazard that yeah, I'm going to run into that situation or that danger of like exposing myself to poor people that I have money that they're going to become interested in, especially the police, because the police would be considered poor over here. So the so back to why she's angry. Why she's angry. I would like to ask in the comments if you guys agree or disagree why she would be angry. And like I said, I wish nothing for. I'm sure Chichay is a sweet girl. I'm sure she's a nice girl. And another time, another place, I would probably be buying her French fries. I had a lovely conversation discussion with her. I would like to invite her and have a discussion with her because obviously talking about her is going to be completely different when I'm actually talking to her, right? Just like when I was talking, and I probably picked up some of that from Aaron Wilson from Video Freedom. And like I said, I can't hate on the guy. I can't be angry at the guy. I mean, the guy indirectly saved the boss's life. Okay, remember when the boss had appendicitis and it was somebody that listened to Video Freedom, somebody that listened to Aaron Wilson. Okay, and Aaron Wilson talked about me. Of course, he talked crap about me. Of course, he talked shit about me. But the internet is just like there is no such thing as bad publicity. Okay, he gave me publicity. He gave me recognition. He gave me exposure in his channel, and somebody from his channel that would listen to him, that would listen to his extreme. I mean, there his point of views. I mean, he worked for the CIA, so of course those people those people are crazy. Those people are insane. I mean, you see what they do to people like in the Born Identity, or they're spooks. That's what they. There's a reason why they're called spooks. They're out of their minds. So obviously he's out of his mind also. So eventually, I'm sure if I worked there long enough, I'd be out of my mind also. But because of Video Freedom, we got a generous contribution from David S. that literally saved the boss's life because she could have died from her appendicitis, and it was like the weirdest thing. For like 2 or 3 weeks, I was vlogging about the boss is having some pain in her pelvic area, and I kept saying the whole time, I go, I hope it's not appendicitis. It's not presenting itself as appendicitis, because if it is appendicitis, she wouldn't be walking around. She wouldn't be teaching yoga. She wouldn't be moving about. She would be like on death's door, like most appendicitis. And when we couldn't eliminate anything, she went to a doctor that didn't diagnose it, and it was just getting to a point. I go, "You went to the doctor? Did he order? He should have ordered a." What is it? There's two tests. You do a test for infection and an ultrasound, and it's not a matter of ruling it out. If you can't rule it out, then that's only it until it present. Then finally, it was presenting the pain that is actually appendicitis, and at the same time confirmed. I mean, fortunately, obviously she survived it, but like I said, after that, I can't hate on Video Freedom. Like I said, I picked up some of his habits, also some of his bad habits, where I'll talk about a person, and maybe it's my way of trying to bully them to come on the live stream also, because I that's what I prefer, a live stream, to do live streams with when I'm talking to somebody instead. So what we're gonna do now is I've been streaming for 2.5 or almost 3 hours now. So 3 hours. So I'm gonna get something to drink, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna leave all the lovely people making comments, which is not much, but it's okay. I understand that it's gonna take a long time. I'll do this on a weekly basis. I hope to be doing it on a weekly basis. Between Restream and StreamYard, I should be able to do this on a Saturday night, but I won't be doing it that long. I will probably limit it to 3 or 4 hours, especially as during the summer, I want to be able to, during summer break, I want to focus on Heroes off-season training in the meantime, and we'll be doing a lot. And then I've got a big to-do list. I'm actually going to do a vlog about my to-do list also, just to kind of give everybody an idea of what the kind of things that are on my to-do list, and I just try to cross it off. I actually have a list. I don't really say that it's on my list. I mean, if I do say it and I don't put it on my list, I really had no intention of doing it. but literally I do have a list. So I'm gonna go, and what's on my list right now is I'm gonna get something to drink. I'm gonna everybody get an intermission. Everybody go to the bathroom. Everybody go outside and smoke. I know you shouldn't smoke because it's bad for your health. It causes cancer. It causes birth defects. But if you're gonna do it anyway. But I don't, like I said, I don't tell people not to smoke. They already know that they shouldn't smoke, and if it's their life, if that's what they want to do, then go ahead and just don't do it around me, or don't do it while I'm eating. Really hate that. The restaurants over here, it's like, oh, I'm trying to eat, and especially European people, they gotta have to smoke inside the restaurant. Do it while they're eating. They'll do it after they're eating. And I said, well, what about me? I'm eating also. And so, is it okay for you to smoke while I'm eating? While you're eating? But is it okay to smoke while I'm eating? I don't mind if I smoke while I'm eating because it's my own smoke. But I definitely mind if it's your smoke, food. It's one thing if it's like outdoor dining space. I mean, have respect that there are people that don't want to have cancer and don't want to have birth defects with their life. So my right to not be exposed to cancer and birth defects overrides your right to your own birth defects and cancer. So anyway, go ahead and smoke if that's what you want to do. Go ahead and get something to go to the bathroom and get something to drink, because that's what I'm going to be doing also. And then that'll finish my warm up, and I'll get to the conversation itself, and I'll give you my thoughts on it, and then we'll talk about the minds of a Filipina, what she says, and what she does, and how to interpret it, so you can get an understanding of what they're actually trying to say. All right. So, for example, one of the examples I just brought up is if they can't sleep, if they're tossing and turning. All right. Obviously, when the boss is tossing and turning, that's usually the number one reason. I'll go through the. There's like a protocol. Okay. Does she want to be serviced? Okay. Is she horny? All right. So if I do that, and if usually she falls asleep right away. All right. It might be embarrassing to say she'll probably fall asleep probably in the middle of it. That's that's how not that it gets to a monotonous kind of situation. When you've been married for so long, right? And once they're done, they'll fall asleep, and they're not going to really wait until you're done. So I mean, they just fall asleep, and you can just finish. If you don't finish, they're just going to fall asleep anyway. It'd be nice for them to stay awake during, but if they fall asleep, it doesn't really matter, because as soon as you're done, you want to fall asleep also. So it's not like you're going to get upset, or, I mean, I guess if I was younger, it would probably upset me. It probably would say, oh, good, she's asleep. Now I can go to sleep now. I mean, finishing up is probably optional now. So, okay, I'll finish up real quick so I can go back to sleep now. So, but after you do that, and if she's still awake, then you have to, what is it that you did wrong this time? It's you just kind of have to. It's the answers are pretty obvious. If you get home late, she's angry for that reason. Okay, and usually it's not worried, because people don't worry over here. I mean, no shoes, no shirt, no service, no electricity, no water, no food, no education, no job, no problem. Okay, so worrying is not something that people do here every day, but I just kind of throw that in there. I don't think there's anything in Ned's in brain dead situation for her to be worried. Like, for example, it's not like he's in prison because of his SUV. If he was in prison because of SUV, then of course, then that would be the number one reason why she can't sleep. But since obviously he's still there, unless he's not there for another reason. Okay, see, I don't know this. So another reason why he's not there. See, for me, I'm not here because I was in prison. So that's why the boss is worried, and she couldn't sleep. And she actually had to result into drinking. She had to do some binge drinking so her own demons would quiet down so she could sleep, because she was so worried to death about me. With me, I can't do that. In prison, the only reason you fall asleep is because you've been up for like 2 or 3 days, and eventually you're gonna fall asleep. Eventually you'll be tired enough that you'll, after 2 or 3 days of being awake, you'll fall asleep. I For her, she couldn't sleep because she was worried I was in prison. So in Chichai's situation, she couldn't sleep because it's not that situation, But there are other reasons why Ned's not there, right? Ned could be saying, okay, like me, I'll say I'll go to a meeting. Hey, I got a meeting to go to. Okay, I'll be gone, but I'm still here. I'm always coming back home, right? Maybe he brain dead is up to his old ways again, where he's off with somebody else cheating and he's not home yet and she's worried, or then when she gets home she's going to be angry. So when he gets home, so right now when he's not home she's worried, but when she gets home she's going to be angry. So that's a combination of both worried and angry. Where is he? He's like, so Chicha, if you're listening, and if Ned says, "Hey, I got to go outside, I got a meeting," and then you just say, "What meeting? You don't even have a job. What are you doing? What are you talking about meeting?" "Oh, I gotta go, go get a haircut." That's what he'll say. And she'll say, "Haircut? What haircut? You don't even have any hair." Speaking of hair, it was funny is like people were making comments about my hair during my arrest. It was so funny. I haven't seen the video yet. I actually downloaded it to watch it earlier. I wanna do an actual reaction to it, but I want to get my stuff back before I do a reaction. Sometimes I'm waiting. It's like a lot of things I could like talk about, but they still have my stuff. They still have my car, so it's kind of like I don't want to. I'm trying to restrain myself, but it's so freaking long that I have to tell you guys something. But the point I wanted to say is that she might be worried that he's going to get his haircut when he doesn't even have any hair. He's going to a meeting when he doesn't even have a job. So, like I said, if he was cheating on her, and so it was so her response. So her response was actually that response to her. When I asked her, "What are you gonna do when you get old like Michelle?" and he leaves her for a younger girl. What are you gonna do? And that's when she said, it was the weirdest thing. I was actually surprised by how honest her answer was, because I was assuming she was gonna say, "I'm not Michelle. I'm not. That's not gonna happen to me. That he's not going to leave me. I'm different from Michelle. Our relationship is different from Michelle." It was like she didn't even say that. That's what it like took me by surprise, that she gave an actual acceptable answer. It's like, yeah, if he does do it. So she actually responded with the fact, or that she wouldn't be surprised, or she would, like, if she already had preparations for it, or she was already preparing herself, or she was uh, already in the mind frame, like if that does happen. Of course, like the boss, that would never happen to me. And the boss knows that I would never leave my family. They mean the world to me. My world would mean absolutely nothing. I would have no world if it wasn't for the kids, especially. She knows that, right? So it's kind of like her you're stuck with me forever. Like you're never. She. I would be completely lost without the kids. It's like that movie with Nicolas Cage. Yeah, Nicolas Cage has made a lot of bad movies, but there was a one Nicolas Cage movie. I forgot the name. It was like one of those Christmas movies that he made before, when he was still good. I think there was that blonde woman that was her actress. I'm sure somebody in the comments knows the name of that movie. Anyway, it was like one of those A Christmas Carol, where he was like in an accident, or he was like with like a big family, and he was like all stressed out because he was driving a station wagon, and they were poor, and they had all these needs and everything, and he couldn't pay the bills, and they were like getting cut off or something like that. And like he was at a point where, like, oh, I wish things were different. I didn't have all these problems. So it was like A Christmas Carol. Snapped the finger. He woke up, and he didn't have any kids. He was like a single executive. He drove a Ferrari, and he was enjoying it. He goes, "Yeah, I don't have any kids anymore. I can date these hot supermodels." And he was like, got all these girls in his up in his penthouse. He was like living the Hugh Hefner life. But like after a week of that, or like after a month of that, he saw his wife in the like a grocery store or something, and she didn't have any money, or she was, or something like that. I don't know if I'm getting it confused with another movie. And he's like, "Here, let me help you pay for that." And she's like, "How are the kids?" Like that. I can see that Nicolas Cage kind of like, "Tell me about the kids. How are they doing?" "Oh, they're doing fine." What about their father?" "Oh, he died." And "Oh, really? That's terrible." And it's like he's like looking for that life, that life that he had before, because he can go back to his job, but all that job, all that money, all that Ferrari, all those easy girls, all those models. Okay, wait a minute. Now that I think about it, I love Ferraris because growing up in Southern California, and those models, I mean, you saw those models that he had. I mean, he could always make another family with us. But anyway, the point I was saying is, it was the point of the movie is he tried to go back to his life before. He goes, like, she goes, "Oh, what are you doing? You're a rich executive. I'm a poor trailer trash single widow with a bunch of kids." He goes, "Oh, I can be we could be a family again." And so eventually it's a Disney movie, I guess. So he woke up, he was like happy to have his family again. Yes, they're poor. It's kind of like that Brian song, that even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with you, honey. Everything will be okay. And in the morning when I rise, bring a tear and joy to my eyes, and tell me everything is gonna be all right. So that was the ending of the movie. He would rather be poor and be with his family than be this single rich executive with a Ferrari and the hot supermodels. So the boss knows that. I mean, the kids, I can't get enough of the kids. Kids mean everything to me. I mean, I wake up, I sleep, I'm all about the kids. So anyway, so these 2.5 years was devastating to me. It's like I'm never going to be away from the kids again, and I promised them that it could be like before and better. I like to think I'm a better husband now, a better father, and a better friend because of what happened. And I would like to think that I'm a better friend to the people of this community. And I have so much experience to share now since I went through it. And I always say that good people go through bad things for a reason, and I'm here. Part of the reasons why I'm here is to explore that. But back to what I was saying about I would never leave the kids. Then I would be no better than my father that left us. So, but I know that he could leave Michelle, somebody that he supposedly was in love with. He's kind of like, that's brain dead. Love him and leave him. He could do the same thing to Chichay. So there's things there that we have to. How do we get into? How do we deconstruct? How do we get to the Filipina mind? How to read their minds? And this is a perfectly good example. Okay, this is her cry for help based on what we know. Okay, and what we know is based on proof, based on evidence, based on facts. Okay, we know that brain dead has anger issues. Okay, and when people are angry, we don't know, and when they're out of control, we don't know what they're capable of, or how dangerous not only they are to themselves but to other people. And it's been pretty public that he's got anger issues, and that's definitely something that could also worry her. He could be, like I said, there's several reasons what's keeping her awake. And that could be out with another woman. Number two, he's got those anger issues and angry issues, and what is it going to be like, raising a child with somebody that's anger, that's out of that, they're kind of out of control anger. Maybe that's something that's keeping her up, that's worrying. It's like this is her way of saying it without saying it. it's the same thing when I'm saying when they say that, like, when you ask them if there's anything wrong, of course they'll always say no, there's nothing wrong. Same thing if you ask them, are they hungry? Of course they're gonna say no, I'm not hungry, I've eaten. Of course it's a complete lie, but they expect you to know that they're hungry. Okay, and then of course they'll say, okay, the proper thing to do is say, well, I'm hungry. And they're like, oh, okay, well, good. Then, well, I'm going to eat then because you're hungry, not because I'm hungry. I need to save face. I don't want to make it sound like or make it look like that I'm using you or that I don't have my own way of feeding myself. So I'm going to say I'm not hungry. Okay, well, I'm hungry. So the proper thing to say, well, I'm hungry, which is probably true. Then I'm going to eat. And she says, oh, good. So step one is like, good. Now, step two is figuring out what the hell she wants to eat. And like I said, Filipinas are so obvious. When they like something, they'll tell you. When there's something, when they're angry, you'll know they're angry. If they're happy, you know they're happy. If they're hungry, you'll know they're happy. They're just not going to communicate like directly like what Americans do. They have to communicate it differently. Okay, there's problems. She just told us that she can't sleep, and like with all everyone, not just her, what is it that what usually are the things that causes us to stay awake and can't sleep? And it's usually problems. If we have problems, we can't sleep. Okay, now there's other reasons why you can't sleep, but usually in her situation, she just had a baby, so she should be able to sleep. She's always tired. I remember when we just had a newborn baby, we were always tired because that baby was always waking us up, and that baby would just wake up, eat, then go back to sleep, and then you're like, oh, I'm so wired because this baby won't let me sleep. Now it's like finally when you fall back to sleep, it wakes up again, and then you can't sleep, so you're always tired. So the fact that she just had a baby, she bad. So something was keeping her awake, and it ain't the Coke, it ain't the caffeine in Coke. Something is not kosher, and we all we have to do is base our answers on what we know about brain dead, because his behavior, we could always translate it or assume or be able to extrapolate that that behavior doesn't just come out on other people. I mean, outside the home. Does it happen inside the home also? And maybe that's keeping her awake. What is it, the problems that's keeping her awake? Anyway, I'm going to go back to my... Quincy says, Family Man is the name of the movie. Exactly. I knew Quincy was going to come through for me. Thank you. It was when Nicolas Cage was still doing decent movies, Family Man. So that would be me. I'm like that Nicolas Cage character. Do I want a Ferrari? Yes. But I can't have everything. So of course, I'm a family man. But, families are not for everybody, okay? There's just some people that shouldn't be having kids. And thank goodness some of them are not. I mean, for example, but there are definitely a lot of people that are having kids that shouldn't be having kids. Then there are people that should have kids, but they don't have kids. There's some really nice people. There was this one couple. I was watching their vlog because I'm fascinated by people who treat their pets like they're human beings, like they're real kids. So there's one couple, and it's like they're always take care of this dog, and they're like the most loving parents to this dog. And I'm thinking, if you have all that love and energy to put towards a dog, you should be able to, you would make a kid very happy if you just put half that attention towards a child, and it would be so much more beautiful than this dog. I always tell Hero, I said, everybody, like when we take our walks, everybody's always walking their dog, and Hero would always say to me, how come we don't have a dog? And the answer always the same: we don't need a dog, we have you. Why would I need a dog? A dog can't say I love you. A dog can't hug you. A dog can't score goals. A dog can't be a uh, what is it, bronze achiever at school. A dog can't tell you stories or do funny things or just cuddle with you and tell you they love you and grow into the and be with you and be your best friend. A dog can't do those things. I mean, there's so many, right? It's so much. Being with the kids, Hero is like I get so much, and with a dog, they just smell, they pee and they poop all over the place, and it's just gotta pick up after it every day. I mean, come on. I don't like my own poop. Why would I pick up a dog's poop on top of that? And then washing them every day, it's just so much time and effort that I would rather put all that time and love and resources this couple, this young couple, married couple was doing to this dog. But anyway, I'm gonna go take my break, go to the bathroom, get something to drink, get charged up, finally finish up my 3-hour warm up, and let's get to the comments. I'll go line by line and give you my reaction to it. Then I'll talk more and talking about the mind of a Filipina. And once you get the basics done, is what's important. Just like when I was playing Mobile Legends, I finally get the basics of the positioning, the mentality, the how people, so I can eke out a win. Now, obviously, with every time you level up, it faces a different challenge. The point I'm saying is now that you know the information, because I'll give you the information. That's the easy part. The hard part next is applying it. Okay, that reminds me of when I was watching Seinfeld when I was in America. He went to the car rental. He was renting a car at the car rental, hence car rental, and they didn't have a car for him, right? And he was complaining. He said, "Okay, we don't have a car for you." And he said, "Well, that's why I made a reservation, so you'll have a car for me when I arrive here." Because Jerry Seinfeld travels a lot for his comedy shows. And then he said, "Okay, because there's two parts to this, okay, which is, okay, so you know how to take a," she goes, "I know that." She goes, "Okay, all right, I know you know how to take a reservation. Okay, but the important part is, do you know how to hold a reservation?" Okay, because taking a reservation is completely, absolutely useless if you don't hold the reservation. And he was saying that's really more the important part of the reservation is not taking the reservation, is holding the reservation, is what he was saying. Okay, and it's the same idea here, same concept. All right, I'm giving you the reservation, all right, but can you hold the reservation, which is the most important part, okay? Because giving you the information, it's one thing, right? Now that you know it, the important part is, can you hold the reservation? What the hell were you going to do with it? Are you going to actually apply it? The problem I run into is I can talk as much as I want and give you as much information I want and give you as much experience as you want. But unless you apply the information so you can actually get results that you want, then the information is completely, absolutely useless. Just like taking the reservation. It's like we know how to. So the lady at the car rental was being stupid. We know how to take the reservation. I don't think you do, because if you knew how to take a reservation, then you would know how to hold the reservation, which is more important than taking the reservation. So now that I'm running into the same problem. Okay, I give you the information. I tell you how Filipino minds work. I tell you the strategy behind it. The problem now is with you. The problem is not with the Filipina. The problem is with you, because you don't know, or you don't know how, or you don't want to, or you lack the discipline, or you lack the priority, or you lack something to apply the information that I gave to you, which is more important than the information itself, because if you don't apply it, it's absolutely useless and you will never achieve the desired results that you want. Okay, we all want the same thing. So it's very simple. All right. Speaking of want, we'll talk about wants also. But let's get to my break. Are you guys okay with that? I'm gonna take a break. Anybody else in the comments? So far, I've been streaming for like over 3 hours now. We've got two people making comments. I mean, you guys will see. We got one person. We got two people, Quincy and Jr. So thank you very much, Quincy. I hope you appreciate. I doubled your views on your by referring your because there's a lot of perverts out there that wanted to see the girl's big boobs with, and she was only there for an instant. She was only for there for, but it's incredible how you were able to collect a lot of these. I mean, they because of the pandemic. I mean, when I was in prison, all of a sudden everybody's like doing TikTok now. Everybody's like vlogging now. So I remember people would come up to me and it's like, why do you have to vlog? Why is it when you're going to a restaurant, you have to take a video of what you're eating or what you're buying? And now everybody's doing it. People would ask me, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And like now everybody's doing it now that it's okay to do it. It's acceptable now. But when I was doing it, I was getting arrested for vlogging in a restaurant. Quincy can confirm this. I got arrested for vlogging. So go figure. Now everybody's doing it. So did anybody get arrested for doing it? No, because everybody's doing it now. But when I was the only one doing it, I actually got arrested for it. But this time there's this there was this one person that was involved, didn't forget it, and they made sure that when they arrested me this time, they kept me in jail longer, but obviously not long enough, because for their criminal activities to stay hidden. I'll talk about that in a separate video. But the important thing is I am going to give the information again and probably use different scenarios. I'll probably use Chichay as an example also. And I want to say before we go on break is thank you again, Chichay, for the conversation we had. Like I said, if you guys are interested, go check it out. There was like about 40 or 50 comments we had going back and forth, but I'll talk about it now after we get back from break. So, but like I said, thank you again, Quincy, for your contributions in the past. Good thing you didn't fall for the majors money requests through my PayPal and my Bitcoin wallet, but there was one person that did send, and of course, I feel bad. It's like the one Korean businessman's wife that sent the money to the police after they died, after her husband was already killed. Same thing with me. It's like I was already in prison, and then he was there. I was already in prison, and then they were still asking money for the. And it was weird too. He was saying for the unlisted videos. He said like for unlisted videos, send money. And like, what unlisted videos are you gonna produce? Unlisted videos also, and it was the strangest thing because I got a theory that people actually thought that one of the reasons why this new guy that after the major died, the new guy that replaced him went to prison to take a picture of me to confirm that I was still actually in prison, because they saw that he came to a bunch of wealth. Like all of a sudden he's got all these new appliances, all of a sudden he's got all this money, all of a sudden he's got all this he came into like this windfall of money. And before he died, so they actually thought that I wasn't in prison anymore. So the new guy, one of the theories that was floating around was to make sure that I was still in prison, that I wasn't out, and that all that money that that the major got was from me. Obviously, I was probably the only one that had that kind of money that he was able to get from. They thought that like, okay, then they must have worked out some kind of deal for him to get all this money. So is he still there? So that was one of the theories, but the major's dead now, so he died. So we will never know the truth from him about him, what actually happened to him. But you could always get the truth from me about what actually happened to me. So that's going to be another video another time. I'm actually going to talk. It's on my list of things to do is to talk about you saw my credit cards. Now let's talk about what happened to my Bitcoin wallet. So there were the addresses that were there. I actually emailed the people saying, I'm sorry that the money request wasn't from me. I got arrested in July. All the money requests were actually in August. So he was sending money requests. So after he got all the money in July, he needed more money. So he used my account and posing as Bewitz only, asking for money and said for unlisted videos through the Bitcoin wallet app. And lo and behold, when I downloaded the information, he sent it to 2 different people. And it was the strangest thing, looking at the people that got the money. So it's like catching the people that robbed you, or looking at their Facebook accounts, the people that robbed you of your money. It's like a surreal experience. It's just like a surreal. I'm looking at their Facebooks and I'm looking at their pictures and thinking about what happened to the money. And then here are the people who got the money and what they did with the money, and looking at their lives. And there's like a part of me that like want to message. It's like, what happened to the person that sent you this money, that you got this stolen money from, this illegally stolen money from. And one of them is a young kid, and one of them is like an old, I assume maybe his mistress, because police, not just brain dead, have extra girlfriends on the side. I'm not hating one way or another. I'm the last person to talk, but I am not going to be hypocritical about it like these people are. So we'll go through that. So I'll share with you what was my reaction. So just to kind of give another layer to it. And of course, I'm going to go through all the courts and the testimonies, and like I went through with the first resolution. We still have many, many more rounds to go with the police before this thing is done. And who knows what's going to happen, right? But the important thing is, number 1, stay alive, and number 2, don't be a dick. All right. So don't be an asshole is probably the 2 things we should be mindful of. So number 1 is we stayed alive, and number 2, don't be an asshole. So let's go to, and of course we got a comment here. We got a bunch of comments. Quincy says most of the Bewitz have a TikTok now. I see some that are not posted. Well, that's pretty good. And Harriet says TikTok are for degenerates. Okay, you're entitled to that. I'm sure there's some good and bad in any platform, especially TikTok. TikTok blew up when I was in prison, so I haven't really dove into that, but there's enough TikTok that's being shared on YouTube that I'm getting enough TikTok already through YouTube that I don't really need to go into more TikTok. So thank you very much for the comments. And Quincy says TikTok is a great exercise. Great excuse. I'm sorry, my eyes are one of the things that happened while I was in prison. Number 1, I didn't get any exercise, and I still can't. It's hard to exercise now because of this lockdown. The gym is not open anymore. No gyms, no salons, no restaurants, no hotels, no nothing. It's hard with the schedule. So it's great exercise during the lockdown. So I agree. And JDC says if the Philippines is so corrupt, then why live there? Okay, that's I answered that before, but I can answer that again. And probably in light of what happened is probably your next answer. It's like, if in light of what happened, why are you still there? Because of course the knee-jerk reaction would be just take our our blue passports and just leave and just go anywhere except here. Okay, and I probably I could probably go into that process. How we came to that process. So Walking Onion says, did you lose everything in Bitcoin? Yes, I did lose everything. It wasn't that much that was in there, but what was in there, it was gone also. So I made the mistake because a lot of my email was backed up. My email to reset my passwords to all my accounts, everything was in there, was in my webs only at yahoo.com account. Okay. So it's like, that's my username for a lot of these online transactions, which was my first mistake. Okay, so mistake number one. And so those are the kind of mistakes. Okay, brain dead Ned bullying Sissy off of YouTube, saying that's a mistake. It's hard to accept, versus me using my public email as the username for my Bitcoin. Probably a big mistake. And number two, I used my phone, the SIM card in there, as also the phone number, so they could act. So for my email, so they go to my website at yahoo.com and they type in a password. They say invalid password. Would you like to reset your password? And they'll say yes. Okay, is this the number that we'll send you? Well, where are we going to send your password reset to? Your phone, which they have also, right? So they got the reset password verification. Then they go back to my email, and then from there you could see all my bank accounts transactions. Right now they can go, oh, he has a bank account over here. Oh, he has a PayPal over here, because I just use the same one. I've been using it for so many years that I never thought I have it. I have the phone. I'm the only one that has access to it. That it never occurred to me that one day that the police was going to use cybercrime to actually break into my Bitcoin and my PayPal and my bank accounts and my credit cards. Like I said, is there a big paper trail for it? Yeah, absolutely. Is it wrong? Yes, absolutely. Is that going to stop them from doing it? Like I said, the guy's dead, and I'm alive. Okay, so that's probably one of the reasons why I'm alive. One of the reasons why I'm still here is I'm trying to figure out. One of the processes of trying to figure out is I'm doing this live stream. All right, maybe if I don't have a good answer, maybe it's time to leave. So if you guys have, it's like maybe you guys are part of the answer, because if I'm not here, then who's left here, right? That's a scary question. Then who's here if I'm not here anymore, right? Your bachelor course. So if I'm not here, then your only option is the bachelor course. Brain Dead Ned and his bachelor course, and how to womanize and get knocked up, and then leave them and get another one knocked up bachelor course. Is that what's going to be here in the Philippines? Is if I leave, is that the answer? It's going to be a dark place. It was a cold. The prison became a darker place when I left. Everybody was pretty quiet when I left. There was a corner of light and hope and sunshine when I was there, and then when I left, it was a very sad place. I got a call from one of the people in prison. It's like, when you left, it was just night and day. There was just when you left, it was there was a big void that was left because I wasn't there anymore. Well, I had my time there, and the time that I was there, I tried to be as constructive as much as possible. I made it possible for a bunch of people to graduate from both elementary school and high school. There was people that had to take the equivalency test, just the equivalency test for elementary school, which was all in English, and the equivalency test, which was all in English also, to get in high school. For me, it was really easy. A lot of it was like a lot of logic. Read something, and then what is the answer to it. A lot of it you could eliminate. A lot of it was kind of vague, but there's always ones you're always left with two questions. And I'm an expert at taking these kind of standardized tests. I've been taking them all my life. So they were easily able to pass with all flying colors. So they all got their equivalency, high school and elementary school equivalency. So that's the kind of things I was doing to try to be productive while I was there. Like I said, read a lot of books. But like I said, the prison became a darker place after I left, because there's just some birds, their wings are too colorful to stay caged. And I wasn't meant to be there forever. I wasn't meant to be there for a long time. I was there and I learned as much as I could and experienced as much as I could while I was there and survive and stay alive. But my time there ended and I'm back here. And this journey is not something that I am taking by myself, because everyone who's listening to it is a part of it. It could become a part of it. I don't think it's fair for me to just leave you guys out. I mean, I could just stop blogging. I could just leave the country and just kind of live peacefully on my own and just leave this all behind. But I didn't want to just focus on the bad memories when just before the last 2.5 years, I had nothing but so many good memories. I mean, Quincy can tell you, I mean, when he visited over here, he had such a great time. He can't wait for this pandemic to be over. Imagine that, like, on your vacation over here. That's what it was like for me before this happened. Me going out, when I go out to a meeting, I like have like the best time. I mean, they're not, some of them are frustrating, but still I enjoyed them. If I didn't enjoy it, then I wouldn't be doing it. There must be a reason why I'm doing it, because I enjoy it. I definitely enjoy the feeling, not only for the short term, but for the long term also. I mean, teaching them how to fish. There's certainly, you get to a certain point where you reach a level of humanity that you want to share with other, not like successful, maybe financial wise, but success. So you reach such a level of success in your personal life that you want to share that success and you want other people to have the same success. All it takes is the hold the reservation. Okay, you know how to take the reservation, but can you hold the reservation? So that's what we have to explain over here. Okay, why is it that car rental company in Seinfeld can take his reservation, and when he gets there, he has no car? Because they can't hold the reservation. Okay, and you have to ask yourself the same question. Okay, you can take in all this information. I can go 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours. Hell, I can go all week, go nonstop talking. If somebody gave me the resources to do it, hell, I would do it. But all that information is completely, absolutely useless, and you're not going to have this relationship, or you're not going to have this special soulmate if you don't know how to hold the reservation. Like in that Seinfeld episode, it's just like art imitating life. Okay, why can't you hold the reservation? Now, ask yourself the question: have you ever been to a car rental and you get there and you gave the information, you reserved it, and that's the point of the reservation. But when you get there, they have no car for you because you didn't hold. We know how to hold the reservation. I don't think you do, is what he said. No, you don't. He says, we know how to hold a reservation, but you know how to take a reservation, but you don't know how to hold the reservation. And she was like, oh, Snoot, we know how to hold a reservation. He says, no, you don't. So now that's where, because you don't have a car, you don't have a soulmate, because you don't know how to hold the reservation. So we'll talk about that also. So we'll kind of glance on that, but let's talk about figuring out first the Filipina mind. And I know Jeff said what they want, figure out what they want. I mean, you don't have to ask that. I mean, over here in the Philippines, there's just 3 things they want to be happy: shelter, something to keep the rain and sun out off their heads, and food for the day. If they have those 2 things, they're perfectly happy. Everything is gravy. Okay, so those are the 2 things they want. They don't want anything else from you. All they want, They're already happy. All they need is food for the day and something to keep a banana leaf, something to keep the rain or the sun off their heads. And they could just use a banana leaf for that, and they're perfectly happy. Now, what the hell? Where do you play into that? What the hell do you do with that, right? So where do you come into play? Where do you come into play? When they get pregnant, and now that banana leaf, and now that food for the day, that little baby needs more than a banana leaf, and that little baby needs more than food for the day to be happy because it's going to be crying. And when it's crying, that's where you come in. That's when Jim Bob says you take over the payments. That's where they need you to take care of somebody else's baby, somebody else's problem. That's where you come in. And see, if you don't have a problem with that, then you need to stop listening to me, all right? But if you do have a problem with it like I do, then you should continue listening to me. That's where we're going. Maybe that's kind of like a roundabout way to answering your question. Yeah, Bitcoin all gone. Quincy has every country has a level of corruption. Yeah, but it's different. You don't see police in other countries, probably in Western countries or first world countries, accusing you of rape, accusing you of making up lies about you so they can have a credit card, or so they can have a car, or so they can have a camera, or so they can have a phone. So that's what makes it different. That yes, you are correct, the level of corruption, but the level of corruption is different because how it affects you, right? The corruption over there doesn't affect the regular person versus the corruption over here. It's a double-edged sword. Okay, it's two sides of a coin. You can't experience the pleasure without the pain over here. And there was only so much. It was just a matter of time before. It's like you can't just be experiencing all that pleasure in the Philippines. Eventually, you have to experience the other side of the coin. When you're tossing that coin every day, the pain is eventually going to come. And after you're talking about 10 years of vlogging and enjoying Bebels only, the experience, the journey, I had to experience the pain that comes with it, the risks that come with it. And now that I know about it, now that you know that the police, what they're involved in, we could work something out. If I can work out something with a lot of these girls that are more complicated, I can work something out with the police instead. Okay, now that I know exactly what their methods are, I know exactly what their motives are, and I know exactly what they're here. I know exactly what they're looking for. I know exactly how they move. I know exactly how they breathe. And I lived it. So now that I know exactly what they need and how they go about getting it, then we can work something out so it doesn't ever happen again. Okay, I don't think I could really live in a bubble or live in an island where I can't be thinking them, or they're always going to be a factor, and I have to always have to make adjustments, or like I said, it's the game has changed, and provide provisions or protocols, new protocols to. Before I didn't have any provisions or protocols for the police. Now I do, in case shit happens again, just in case shit happens with the police. Now that I know, then knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. So the next statement or the next comment is Walking Onion says, "You taught me a valuable lesson about using the same number for verification. Never would have thought." Thanks. Exactly. See, that's why I'm here, to save your life, Walking Onion. Because if you thought about that, if they have your phone and they have your verification, and if they have your email, if your email and you give out your email to everybody, it's kind of almost public knowledge. Now they have your email, they can just type in your email and ask for the password. And if you don't have the password, then you could just say, okay, just reset it and send to your phone. And what happens if somebody else has your phone? Then you're in trouble. Once they have your phone, they get your password, then they go to reset your email, and then all your emails, all your bank statements, all your PayPal, all your notifications. Oh, you have a PayPal account and you use the same email. I'll use that also. And then it's like, oh, I don't know the password. All right, well, then I'll reset. Where did they send it? To the email or to the phone number? Well, they have access to both your email and your phone also at the same time. They can just take the SIM card out. Okay, well, my phone is locked. Your SIM card is not locked. So yeah, Walking Onion, I just saved your life. So you should donate or contribute to our next restaurant. There's this this all you can eat Korean barbecue restaurant that we want to try. It's like the boss wants to try, but this place has shrimp, so it's like 600 pesos per person, so $12. So include gas and parking. Let's say me and the kids. So 12 times $50 plus parking and gas. So another $5. So yeah, $50 to cover our next vlog for a restaurant. So we'd like to do a restaurant vlog. So Walking Onion, if that saved your life, if you ever get caught and somebody steals your phone and somebody steals your password and somebody hacks into your, okay. Now what I do is I have a hidden password, and I have a secret bat phone now that if they ask for a number, I have another phone, a secret phone that you're not gonna catch on me if you ever. And if they ever raid my house, it's easy to hide those SIM cards or those phones so they can't find that SIM card. So that way they don't have to. So if they wanna, they can't access your email and you have to be vigilant. And it's like they'll beat you up, but they can't kill you until they get the money. Once they get the money out of your head, so you can't be thinking. You have to understand these people are murderers. These people kill on a daily basis for money. That's what I said about. That's what I said to Jim Bob. I told him that here in the Philippines, like I said, in America, everything is cheaper except labor. Labor is so expensive in America. That's why they have to offshore all the labor. So everything else is cheaper there. Electricity is cheaper, food is cheaper, phones are cheaper, cars are cheaper. Everything there is cheaper except labor, which is opposite over here in the Philippines. Everything is more expensive. Food is more expensive. Electricity is more expensive. Milk is more expensive. Eggs, gasoline, everything. Real estate, rent is more expensive over here. And the only thing cheap here is your life. That's cheap over here. Over there, everything is cheap, but over here, the cheapest thing here, onion. Another thing you have to think about, the most important information when you come over here, is everything here is so expensive, and the only cheap thing here is your life. And the police over here, especially the murders, the organized crime police over here, would not bat an eye, would not blink. Just like they strangled that Korean businessman, they probably beat him, also tortured him to death to give up his bank information. With me, they didn't have to, because it's like we know your email, we have your phone. We don't need to beat it out of you to get the information. But for that Korean businessman, they probably beat it out of him to a pulp, and then they had to kill him afterwards. And the body, they had to burn it. And after they burned it into ashes, they flushed it down, his ashes down the toilet. Didn't even give it a proper burial. Didn't give him a respectful death after that. And that's the Philippine National Police. That's the police here in general, is what you have to keep in mind as a reality. So as you can see, it's not only happening to me, it's happening to other people also. If it's happening to me, it's happening to other people. It can happen. It can happen to you also. I'm not saying it will happen to you, but the possibility it can happen to you. It's a risk versus a reward situation. And if it can happen to you and you know it, then you can take steps to avoiding it to save your life. So make sure you don't give them any money. You don't give them your password, even though they're beating the crap out of you, because the name of the game is you have to survive to stay in the game. Okay, if you stay in the game long enough, you'll eventually win. Every dog has his day. I'm living testimony of it. I never thought I was going to see the light of day, but just hold on, for one more day. I hate to sound like a Wilson Phillips song, but just keep going. Eventually, the day will come that you'll be the dog that will have his day, and that day for me is every day, and especially in light of the major, because he's dead. How do you guys think about that? The person who masterminded or he spearheaded this thing is dead, and I'm alive. I mean, let's process that. Let's think about that. Okay, I'm alive and he's dead. So Walking Onion, you owe me, you owe Hero a Burger King at least, or a Whopper. A Whopper here, what does it cost? 12 bucks for a Whopper over here. So you owe me 12 bucks for Hero's Whopper walking onion. You don't have to give it to me now, but someday in the future, if you find my information useful and you stayed alive because of it, or you didn't get ripped off, or you didn't lose your savings, or you didn't get scammed because of it, then the least you could do is buy Hero Whopper. So let's go to Quincy's next comment. Here is falling for a scam or two is part of the Philippines experience. Yes. Okay, you just got to make sure it's something that you could survive from. All right, that you could live. So I was one big part of one big police scam. So even Quincy says you're guaranteed to be scammed. It's just make sure you avoid make sure you avoid the biggest scam over here, which is the police, which could result in prison or death or both. Okay, me, I got the prison, and I avoided the death because, like I said, I kept my wits about me. They're in prison. The first thing they're gonna tell you is marunong ka magkasama, which means you better learn how to get along because you've got you got 300 people and something. You got 300 people in a room that should only hold 30 people. So you better learn how to get along with other people. You better give up or whatever things that or phobias you have about being so close to a bunch of other people. I need to do this one video. Speaking of prison, there's a secret jail. I kid you not. The police here in the Philippines have the secret jail. There's a regular public jail, which I went to, and then there's a secret jail where they keep people where they don't secretly, hence the name secret jail, where they don't put people, where they don't document their arrest or anything like that. And what they do is this is where they kidnap for ransom or legal detention, where they keep them there and they say, okay, what is it? Gas, grass, or ass. Nobody gets out of jail for free, is what they say. So you give us gas, you give us grass or shabu or ass, but you're not. Nobody gets out for free in prison. So, and this room is like only a foot apart, and there's like 12 people there. And the funniest thing is what they said was when they got out is it's so cramped in there that only out of 12 people, only 4 people could sleep at a time. There's no space to sleep. So what they do is the other 8 people are like sitting up or standing, and the other 4 take turns sleeping. So learning how to get along is taking rotations in that small prison hidden space. It's like a closet hallway for 12 people, and only 4 could sleep at a time. So they were taking probably like 4-hour shifts where people were taking turns sleeping in that little secret hidden space behind the wall. It's not even a secret jail. It's like a secret space behind the wall. And then after, it's so funny. It makes you laugh. So they raided it, and it's no secret. It's like everybody knows about it. For some reason, they decide what those reasons are. Probably political reasons. So they raided it. It was behind. I'll do a video of it eventually. I'll show it to you. I'll do a reaction video, and it was behind a cabinet. It was like that movie Narnia, where you go the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. You go behind the cabinet, and there's like this whole wall full of people in there, and they're all explaining, oh, this is just a staging area. So we're gonna process these people, but since we don't have any space in the regular jail, we just put them in there as a staging area. So the next day when they interviewed the chief of the police over there again, they put a big sign on the space behind the cabinet that's hidden behind the cabinet. It was like, and it said staging area, right? A sign on top of it. It cracks me up. But it's like saying the same thing that we got married, that we were already engaged before we found out we were pregnant. Same thing, staging area. It's all about appearances and saving face. So let's go to the comments over here. So the last comment here is Quincy saying that the scam is good. It's guaranteed you're going to be scammed here. So So Walking Onion, you can't stop being scammed here in the Philippines, but you can't. What you can do, you can't stop it, but what you can do is you can manage it and manage your losses, and especially if you don't know what you're doing, and if you're dealing with the police, and since they are the organized crime here in the Philippines, they have the law on their side, so minimizing that loss of that scam. So they're actual scammers. So everybody here is a scammer. All the Filipinos here are the scammer because automatically, how can you say that? Well, when it comes to money, automatically Quincy will confirm that automatically you're a target for their scam. When there's no money, they're not scammers. But once money shows up in the form of you, Onion Walker, then you are guaranteed, and you don't have to listen to me. You can talk to Quincy. That you got two people telling you that you're guaranteed to be scammed here in the Philippines. Now, what you can do, so you can't do anything about that, but what you can do is manage it to make sure that number one, you don't die, and number two, you don't end up in prison as long as I have, and number three, that you don't lose hundreds and thousands of dollars and time and anxiety on top of that. So that's if what you should do is watch, if you haven't seen my How to Survive uh, Kidnap for Ransom and Illegal Detention by Police to Stay Alive. And I could probably recap it, but I went into more detail from that 6 hour video. So I'm going to take a break. If there's no objections, I'm going to go get my drink. So if you guys stick around, I'll continue our stream. And if you don't, well, then we'll go ahead and end it, and I will talk to you guys. But if anybody's interested in joining the stream, I will put up the link. Here it is. And I know it's an exercise in fertility, futility. But I'm giving it, at least I'm doing my part and giving it the people the option. But when I get back, let me answer some more of the question. It's like, why am I still over here? So let me go through my mind and what the process of still being here. I think part of the reason is probably the kids. It's hard to just move them to another country, especially if they're at school. What happened already, and the kids still want to stay here because of their school. Yeah, I know, but they don't want to leave their friends and their school and their way of life over here. I'll tell you a story. When you leaving your home is not as easy as it seems. When I left America after it was my home for 25 years, it wasn't an easy thing. It wasn't just kind of get up and go. It took like years and years of planning for me. It took me like almost a decade to plan leaving America. And now it's like leaving the Philippines, planning it. Okay, it would take me years to plan it, to do it properly. I can't just get up and go. I have a certain exit that I should do. There's a way of doing it. So you can't just snap your fingers. Yeah, I know you're not saying snap your fingers, but all of a sudden leave. It doesn't work that way. If I was single, it was just by myself, like a bachelor course, then I probably could. A lot of people who are single, who are not attached to anything, if you can't, there's a certain lifestyle that if you can't leave in 30 seconds flat when you feel the heat going around the corner, then you shouldn't be in this lifestyle. So there was a point where I was like that when I was young and I was single, and I was just living off the trunk of my car when I was a student. But I'm not like that anymore. I have family to think about, and I have soccer. We have soccer. We have the kids. The kids are doing well in school. Heroes just became an achiever again after my 2.5 year absence. For 2.5 years, For all his life, he was always an achiever. He was always had a high GPA of like 3.75. He had an A GPA. He was every quarter, every semester, every year, he was always receiving a medal for his, because I was there to tutor him and to teach him and give him the confidence that he needs to do well in school. And then I was gone for 2.5 years. He just was lost. He'll look at an exam and look at something and like wouldn't even know where to begin. He just went into shock. Kind of like me when I was when I looked at an inorganic chemistry final exam. It's such the most horrible thing for me anyway. I don't know. There's some people that do well in it, but for me, like I said, it was my kryptonite. I could do any subject, physics, psychobiology, any subject, calculus, give me the hardest subject. But when it comes to inorganic chemistry, I was like, my mind shut down. I can't take any of this. I just look at some kind of benzene ring, double O bond action, and I just completely freak out. But anyway, I was able to get back and get Hero back into what I know his learning style. I mean, I always said that Hero has special needs and he has autism, and it's true, but not like a serious one. He doesn't have the talent or the gift of picking things up easy. You can't he just can't he doesn't have the logic already in place. You have to put that logic set up and put it in motion and put it in practice and do it repetitively for it to finally sink in. He doesn't have for kind of like that sink or swim mentality, because I guess maybe it's my fault because I've always been there as a safety net for him, that he could always have me to fall back on in case he didn't understand something. Versus with me, I had nobody, so I just had, it was like a sink or swim. So when you only have two choices, well, I'm not going to sink, so I just swam. And so that's what I did. And usually if you force people to choose, and all of a sudden it's like, for example, I guess in my situation, if somebody's not paying rent and they're saying, oh, I don't have any money, I don't have a job, all I have is excuses, then all of a sudden you pull a gun to their head and they go, oh, here's the money, I'm sorry about that, and I was just holding it for you. So it's kind of like that situation when it's kind of like a life and death situation and there's no safety nets, then you will do it and you will learn it and you will understand it if that's the only thing you have. And if there's no safety net, but since I'm there as a safety net, that I could always teach it in a way that he would understand for him individually, then he'll do well. But if he doesn't, if he's not being taught like in a method, in a system that he'd understand, and being patient with him, so and then to repeat it over and over again and over and afterwards over and over again, then he's not going to learn and he's not going to do well. Fortunately, I'm here, and because I am the best father and the best parent ever, regardless of what JR says. Why he's saying that? Like I said, people come from, it's a nasty world and there's nasty people in it, and it's not going to get better and it's going to make people worse. And it's going to be obvious who those people are, and they make themselves known. For example, so let's go into the break. I've been saying let's go on a break for an hour. Finally, usually that's what I do. I'll say a break an hour and ahead, so when I finally get to it, we'll talk. So let's take the intermission, and I'll be right back with more information. Walking Onion, you got any other comments or questions? Let me know while I'm on break, and I'll be more than happy to answer my questions. Your comments or questions, please let me know if I answered them properly. If not, I'd be more than elaborate. Please be specific on your questions so I can be specific with your answers also. And if I start asking you a question, answering your questions with another question, that means you already know the answer, and I'm going to help you realize it, because I'm teaching you to fish instead of giving you for a fish for a day. Because there's going to be a time where I'm going to be not here for you. And who knows? Maybe I finally will bite the bullet and be gone forever, but not this time. But who knows? And I want to be able to. I want to be able to know before I finally meet my maker that I taught all of you guys how to fit and answer your own questions, so you don't have to keep asking questions that you already know the answers to. Because if you keep asking questions that you already know the answers to, then that means you're in denial, and there's nothing that's going to happen in your life. You're never going to get that soulmate that you're looking for if you're in denial. So, and you're asking, what about you, Bebatone? Have you met your soulmate? Absolutely. I meet my soulmate every day, and I meet new soulmates every day because I'm a free spirit. I'm a people pleaser. It's like I like to please people. Okay, there's something about pleasing people and making them and giving them what they want, and that makes me happy. And usually, what they want is something that I want also. If it's something we both want, then we're both happy. So, that's the trick now. Getting them, first of all, they don't know what they want. And next of all, is telling them what they want. It's kind of like a child, okay? So if you got a child, you don't ask them what they want. You tell them what they want. You don't ask them how to feel. You tell them how they feel. So when they grow up as adults, they have their guidance. That's what the guidance is for. They need guidance, because if you don't give them guidance, left in their own devices, Quincy, can you please help me out here so I'm not, it doesn't feel like I'm talking out of my ass? The last 2.5 years, you know what happens left to their own devices. You even wrote in one of the comments, you talked about their future. A lot of futures would be lost if I never came back. And I'm happy to see that you actually came to that same realization. Correct me if I'm wrong. If that's how I remember interpreting when you messaged me or when you left that comment about the girls' futures, because obviously not only you heard it from me, but you saw it with your own eyes from visiting the girls that I used to visit in Cavite, what it was like and what happened to them when you don't give them guidance. Just like when a child, if you don't give them enough guidance, they might end up like a bully, like you know who, like brain dead. Back to my drink. Anybody out there? Good. Okay, well, I can see the number of people watching, so you guys are still there. So when I come back, hopefully you guys, it's still the same number. But don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. JDC says, excluding your time, how much did the police take from you? Excluding my time, how much did the police take from me? Oh. You also have to take into account that those 2.5 years, I lost a lot of earning potential, and a lot of money was wasted from me being gone also. So you have to take into that, and I also have to pay for my imprisonment also. So you can't be just thinking about just like literally the money that they took. You have also to factor in the money that I lost and the money I had to spend, not only on one lawyer, but 2 lawyers, 2 of the most corrupt lawyers you'll ever run into. Because that's part of being a lawyer in a third world country, is that you gotta make money by screwing you as much as possible. To you, it's being screwed as much as possible, which you won't like, but to them, that's how they make their living. I would probably beg to differ when it comes to lawyers in America, because lawyers in America, you could get a public defender and get investigators, and they could give you a pretty decent defense. But over here, if you don't get a lawyer, a private lawyer, you get the public attorney's office, you get the public defender. You saw in one of my transcripts when my attorney had to attend another hearing, and the judge wouldn't reschedule it to a hearing where he would be available. He actually relieved me or stripped me of my rights to the counsel of my own choosing, and forced me to take the public defender. And the public defender says, this is the public defender's comment. It was like in black and white. He said, I'm going to have to postpone this case because I know nothing about it. And the judge says, Yes, you do. I told you about it two times before when it was rescheduled, and the public attorney the public defender goes, "Okay, judge, if you say so." Okay, I'll defend. I'll cross. He wasn't even there during the testimony of the witness. He doesn't even have the transcript. He has no idea what he was going to cross about. So what's the point of of having an attorney, a public defender? The calculations show that you lost 2.7 million pesos. So that's, what do you say? That's about $60,000. Is according to his calculations. Is that including my? But I haven't told you how much the attorneys cost or how much prison cost me, and how much was, because you never want to let a woman be in charge of your money, because a person without any discipline, especially when they're scared, they're not going to be they're not going to be wise when it comes to holding on to money. Is another thing you have to talk about. I mean, I couldn't do anything about it because money wasn't the first thing in my mind right now. My money, number one, was surviving, and number two is getting the hell out, and I'll worry about the money later. I mean, because it's like, yes, it's like money, yes, especially now, it's hard, but at least you have options, versus if you're dead or if you're in prison forever, then you have no options and you might as well be dead. So that was my bigger concern over the money. Afterwards, I said, you know what, don't worry about. I told my wife, it's like, okay, if there's any expenses, if Hero needs anything, go take care of it. I'll just worry about it later. I'll just worry about the money when I get out. And it wasn't easy. Before, I was very frugal, and I was very calculative in how, but once all hell broke loose, there was nothing to hold the floodgates back. But but we're still here, and we're working on something. Like I said, maybe OnlyFans is an option. I mean, I think there's other options now when it comes to monetizing my content, so I can get back Hero's college fund and his football money and our car back, and maybe get our townhouse money back. So you're right, it's up there based on your calculations, but that's still a lot of money. Imagine how much work you would have to do to get that after taxes. I don't know. It's kind of hard. It's kind of easy with inflation right now, with the government printing money like it's going out of fashion. I mean, people are making like thousands and thousands of dollars here for just staying at home and doing nothing. So so it's kind of not. It's kind of a. I don't know if it's an unfair or an inappropriate question now, how much it would take. But I mean, I've been in similar situations before where money was desperate, and just as long as you're alive, you can just keep working, just keep plugging away, and maybe something will happen. I mean, Quincy was able to take care of a week's worth of football training, and Jim Bob was able to take care of one day's worth of Coach Sam training and a Whopper. So it's a start. So we'll just keep, as long as we don't give up, there's always hope, is probably my saying. So important thing is, yes, DC, money is important, but like some things, money can be, you can work on it and you can fight your way back with money. But once your life is gone, like with the police major, then all the money that he stole from me is pretty much useless right now. It doesn't, of course, it doesn't benefit him anymore, but it ran out a long time ago. That's why he had to continue doing what he did. And if you live by the sword, and if you make your money by the sword, that's how you stay alive by the sword, eventually you'll die by the sword. And that's what happened to him. Did I have anything to do with it? I don't know. You could probably say directly, indirectly, he needed to, once I fed his addiction, once I fed his vices, he had to go look for another one. I mean, he couldn't milk me anymore, and he couldn't milk the boss anymore. There was no money to milk anymore. He already emptied out the accounts. So what was he going to do? It's like, what are you going to do? I'm already in prison. What are you gonna do to me? You already emptied. You have all my accounts already in your hand. What else are you gonna do? Well, I still need more money, so I can't live after I experienced all that money. So I gotta go. So the first thing he did was ask for more money, which Quincy got a letter from the major himself. So that's probably so consider yourself lucky, Quincy, that you got a letter from the major right before he died. So it was kind of like his last will and testament to you. Can you send me more money because I'm gonna. I mean, when he wrote it, he didn't know he was gonna die so soon. But I'm sure when he wrote it, he knew he was going to die because he's probably killed a lot of people. And eventually, when you kill a lot of people, it's gonna come back to you. As you can see, I haven't killed anybody, not directly anyway. And like I said, I've always treated people very kind and fair with their time and saved them from a lot of heartache. And I would like to think that I went through this experience so none of you guys could ever happen to you. Like what happened with my, especially something so simple as that. I mean, I should have, but like I said, I'm just human. I make mistakes. You guys are making the same mistakes also. And like I said, I've had that email for so long and I was just making it publicly. And little did I know, but now that I know, not only that they can't do it to me again, but they can't do it to the people that are listening to this live stream. Just like you, Walking Onion. So, yes, Quincy, it's a lot of money, but I'm still alive. So, I fought my way back before. I lost a lot of money before. And I think maybe, just maybe, with the help of our friends, I could do it again. And I'd like to think I still have friends out there. I know what's his name, John Doe said, I would like to think that I'm not alone in this fight. And John Doe says, you're thinking wrong. You are very alone in this fight. So hopefully he's wrong. But there's only one way to find out. Only time will tell. Speaking of time, I will. I'm sorry that you guys don't have a lot of other people to talk to and make comments. I know in my old one, but it's just gonna take time to build up. But that's okay. I'm still here. As long as I'm still here talking, I will always have something to talk about, and I will always have something for you guys to comment on, whether you guys say anything or not. But I will be right back and give you something more to think about. Ouch. Oh, my back. So Quincy, you're talking about the money that I lost that we can talk about. What about the money that I lost that we can't talk about? I told you already an example of my lawyer in the discussion I had with him. He says, "Oh, I'm going to go fight the human trafficking charges and the rape charges. Okay, there's no evidence of it. So once we get that removed, then you can the other charges, you can go out on bail, and then that you're not in prison anymore, that you're out on bail, because that's probably the hardest part about here in the Philippines, that you could be an innocent person, you could be accused, and you could spend several years in your even decades in jail because the process is so long. And for capital crimes, like capital punishment crimes like life in prison or death, like rape and human trafficking, there's no bail for it. So that's kind of the hard part, is since you could spend, like I said, maybe 3, 4, 5, 10 years waiting for your hearings, waiting for your trial to end, and you could be acquitted and you could be dismissed like me, but you had to wait in prison as an innocent person while you're waiting for your hearings to finish. So you are getting the punishment, you are doing the time without doing any crime, is going to be your biggest problem over here. So imagine that. You are guaranteed, whether you're you're convicted or not, that you're accused of a crime over here, like drug trafficking or rape, that you're going to guaranteed you're going to do the crime. You're going to do the time even if you didn't do the crime. Is the hardest part that you're going to get into, and you definitely need to know the reasons why, so you could avoid those reasons. And the number one reason why is, if you have money, then you definitely are a target for doing the time, because you're not in prison because of a crime, since your only crime is you have money. Quincy says, yeah, there was other expenses also, like the lawyer related expenses. Remember that Korean businessman's wife? They had a lawyer, and because she thought that her husband was in jail because of the police matter. This was with the police. The police arrested. It was She knew that the police arrested her husband, and for some reason, that for several weeks or several months she couldn't see them, but they decided to pay the payola, or the ransom, or they call kotong, to the police to bribe them, so she to release her husband from his illegal detention. And lo and behold, he was already dead, but the lawyer arranged it anyway, even though there was no proof of life, and no, because he needed to make his money from it. So those are the things you're gonna also experience from. I mean, you're gonna the police, the uniform police are going to get their scam, and what you should be really worried about most is the scam from your lawyer. So of course the lawyer is gonna scam you. Everybody's going to take their turn scamming you now, especially your lawyer. And who do you think is going to scam you more out of money? The lawyer or the police, is the question. And everybody already knows the answer to that, but that's the question that you're going to be at, that you should be able to answer. What the police got was peanuts compared to what the lawyers got, since the lawyers, as it's legal for them to to steal money from you, is the hard part, because you don't have a choice. Because if you go to the public attorney goes, "I know nothing about this case, Your Honor," and Your Honor says, "Yeah, you do," and you go, and they'll go, "Okay, let's continue then." And here I'm going, "No, I decline. I do not decline my. I do not. I do not decline my right to my. I do not accept this public attorney. I continue my right. What did I say? It's like, I exercise my right to the lawyer of my own choosing. I do not accept a public attorney. It is not. It's like, I'm not accepting him, and you can't assign him to him. That's the law. And here's the judge saying that it's like, well, you gave up your right to your attorney of your choosing because you couldn't bring a lawyer, you couldn't get a lawyer. He said to me, it's like you either get your attorney or you get another lawyer that will show up to this day, but I am not going to move this hearing. So I told my attorney, I said, attorney, can we just get another lawyer just to show up and do the cross examination, so that way I don't have the risk that at least we put up some kind of cross. And he said no, because I already presented to him. I sent to the court. I said, these are the dates that I'm available. These are the dates that I'm going to be, and they're perfectly legal reasons to postpone the hearing to another day. He has no reason not to allow it to be rescheduled to another day. And the gamble was that we were going to exclude him or be able to win the appeal based on that kind of complication that he didn't give us my right to cross-examine the witness. We were going to go, so if we lose this, if we lose this case right here now, we were going to appeal based on that we never had the chance, that we were going to win on technicality, because the witness testimony should have been thrown out and not valid, because there was never a cross, that I never gave up my right to cross, and the judge is the one that didn't allow it. And lo and behold, the whole time that he already knew, or based on the testimony and the evidence, that his decision was, this is absolutely not a case of human trafficking. He even said in his rules, it's a case of something else, but it's absolutely not human trafficking. The judge should have said, I don't know what the prosecution was thinking by trying this as a human trafficking with absolutely no evidence and no testimony and no witnesses for human trafficking. There's no customer, there's no transaction, there's no boodle money or anything like that. And the prosecution still continued it as a human trafficking case, just because they can keep me in prison for longer and be able, but eventually they can't keep me in prison forever. So do you understand now? So yeah, that's one part, but that's just peanuts compared to the other part, Quincy. So, but you know what? It's spilled milk. I mean, I can cry over it, keep crying over it, or move on and try to do something productive and constructive, so we can get back in the game here and help some people, help some girls again. So, like I said, people making the comments, he says he's helping girls. I have helped girls. I am the only one helping girls over here. Okay, I do spaghetti dinners also. So I guess, of course, I'm always going to get criticism wherever you go. So I just have to accept that. But please, can you at least be more interesting than stating the obvious, that I've already helped plenty of people without having to explain what I have done. Like I said, what about all these other vloggers? Talk about, for example, Brain Dead Ned. Who does he help? The only person that he's helped is himself. That's all. It's not like Michelle is better off afterward. Did he put her through school? Did he even fix her teeth? No, absolutely not. She's actually worse off than she was before. Everybody that I have had the experience with has been better off, except for this last part, of course, when I was gone. So while I was gone, left to their own devices. Sure, Quincy can confirm that, right? Well, Quincy, can you please tell everybody, confirm what I said, what's going to happen, since you saw it for yourself with your own eyes, what's going to happen left to their own devices. So yeah, it was not too many comments about what happened to Attorney Mark from my last stream. I talked about it pretty good in detail, but there was really not much reaction from other people about what happened to Attorney Mark, how he died of a broken heart. Go figure. So unless he comes up back from the dead, I wish he would come on my stream and say that my the news about my deaths have been overly exaggerated. I mean, that would be nice to hear, but as far as we know, his he ceases to exist. But I went through that. There was a point where I made a vlog and people were still doubting that I wasn't alive or I wasn't back or I wasn't free. Even Quincy was doubting whether the video that I put out was real. He goes, I still can't believe it's you. Yeah, I guess after all those years, it must have been weird. I Of course for me it wasn't weird. It was worse than weird. But what was it like? I mean, for like 10 years, I was vlogging every day, and then all of a sudden, it disappeared, and a lot of people disappeared. Like a lot has changed since. I mean, a lot of it's the same crap from a lot of same crappy people, but like people that disappeared, Donna, Sissy, Video Freedom. I Like some of the commenters are gone now. I mean, Mike M used to make a lot of comments, and a lot of the people that used to be active or making active on YouTube is not here anymore. It's not fair to say. I mean, Quincy's always here. He's never left, but how a lot of people left when I left, and I don't want to say that I had a big hand in it or a big part of it, but it just seemed to coincidentally happen the same time that I went to prison that a lot of people disappeared from the YouTube platform. I mean, it is a means to an end. YouTube, it's got its pros and cons. I can understand why people would want to leave it, but I think it's all its practical purposes. For what we're trying to do is, where I'm just trying to create relationships with people, and like I said, I can't do it alone. I'm just one person, and I can't do it alone. Though, if together we can work and we can make beautiful things happen again, like before. I'm just sipping my beverage here, so if I pause, that's what I'm doing. So you can talk amongst yourselves while I do that. Speaking of, let's go line by line with Chichai's conversation. And if you asked me while I was in prison if that I was going to be talking to Ned's baby's mama when I get out, I'd be telling you you're crazy. But here I am having a conversation with her. So it wasn't it wasn't that long, but it was long enough to provoke more conversation. So it seems like she's welcome to it, like welcoming. So let's deconstruct Chichai's comments is our next what we'll do for the next hour, and then probably we'll go into how to read Filipina minds, which I went through it before, and when they communicate. So let's go to the comments. So I'm going to now. If you want, you can go to the video says how to survive kidnap for ransom illegal detention, and you're gonna see a part. Oh, where is it? There's 78 comments. Sometimes I can't see it, and I have to put like newest first. Two replies, two replies, two replies, two replies. Wait a minute. It's not here anymore. Disappeared. I didn't delete it. Where did it go? I mean, if the person who originally posted the thread deleted it, and I guess all of it will be deleted. But right now I can't see it. It was there earlier. If you look at the comments, it says 78 comments, but it's not here. That's strange. So she deleted it, or she deleted it, or somebody made her delete it. That's strange. I'm looking for it. I can't find it. Can't find it anymore. I mean, I see Hemi's comments. I see Jim Bob's comments. By the way, thank you, Jim Bob and Quincy. I can't thank you guys enough for this. Is the reason why the boss lets me do live streams again, because she was having doubts. It's like, well, why you waste all your time? That's a long time. You stay up all night. Doing like, she was doing it for my concern that like you should be sleeping instead. And I said it's only once a week, so it's no big deal. But thanks to Quincy and Jim Bob, she allows me to, because of their contribution. I said, oh, look, there might be somebody else out there that might enjoy it and they might make a contribution. And I said, we won't know unless I try it. So at least we have to try. And she goes, okay, you're at home anyway, so it's no problem. But you know what? I can't find it. You guys help me out over here. Can you guys find it? Quincy says it did not add up to me because I am True Believers, and I never saw Babot's Blockbusters. Which Blockbusters is that? So yeah, it's pretty much the same blogs that I was doing as before, but like I said, I just didn't want to make it public. And I guess that's what it's the unknown that makes people's minds kind of wander around. So Quincy, can you help me out over here? Can you check if you could see Chichai's comments on how to? It says here I got 78 comments, and the whole 50 comment discussion disappeared. So this was where she was explaining that she has her own channel, she has her own money, she has her own password, she has her own life, so she makes her own content, so she can do whatever she wants. And so she could make a comment, and she did make a bunch of comments, and I was enjoying it, and other people were enjoying it, and they chimed in. And now that whole conversation is gone. So I probably have to do it from memory and kind of do some of the highlights. I already did it, but I'll try to do it again. But it would have been a lot better if the thread was still there. And I don't know why it's not there anymore. I don't think YouTube deleted it because it's not in their system to allow something to post and then come back and delete it like days afterwards, after people have chimed in. So I don't get it. What would make I was going to make a reaction discussion about it. So can somebody in the comments please confirm that they can't see it also? Hey, Digital Underground Gaming, what's up? Thanks for joining the live stream. Can you do me a favor? It has been hidden by the original commenter. What? I mean, I can't even. Does that mean I can't even see it? How can you hide it from me? I'm the owner of the channel. How come I can't see it? Where does it say hidden? How can you hide it? It's usually you just delete it. I don't see the option. Hide user from. I have the option of hiding the user from this channel, but I just announced that I was going to make a video about it. Why would I hide it? So I don't get it. So that's another. Oh, team True Believers. So I don't get it. So that's another twist to the tale over here. So let's put our facts together. All right. Number one, she couldn't sleep. Number two, she said that she can say whatever she wants. Ned doesn't control her. And number three, now after posting all those comments going back and forth, she hides the They hides the discussion, hides her comments, or deletes her comments, and even I can't see it. So you know how I am when it comes to comments. I usually just allow it. I pretty much allow, just as long as they're not uh, they're not violating any privacy issues, and I was fine with it. I usually, if you're gonna be in this game, you gotta have thick skin in this game. But I grew up as a poor minority single mom in the 80s, so there's really not much you can do to me that you can bully me. I mean, the 80s bullies are way much more harsher and better than brain dead bullying Ned now these days. I mean, it's still online bullying. I mean, online bullying is still bullying, so it's just a different platform. So bullying is still bullying, but after a while, it's just to you, it's just you just get used to it. Like Hero was talking about when he was playing League of Legends in the beginning, the people were very toxic with their comments, but then after a while, you just kind of hear the same thing over and over again every day. You just kind of get used to it. At first, it kind of affected him, but then after a while, it was just kind of funny. Now it's just kind of he was kind of sensitive about it. It's like, why would somebody say that? And he would kind of get down about it. But then after a while, you hear the same thing every day, then you don't, it doesn't, you get numb to it. So I'm pretty much numb to any bullying anybody would be doing. But Quincy says screenshot everything. I mean, it wasn't really that important. I mean, people read it and saw that it was actually, it happened. It was actually there. So there's really not much. It was probably not a, if I was brain dead, I wouldn't be letting her come to our channel and be part of our discussion, because eh, we're definitely going to be talking about her and keeping her quiet. And he should be, probably it's to his best interest to shut her up and keep her quiet and keep her out of our channel. But that's just burying the problem. The problem is still there, and it's just gonna fester. And Chichai, if you're listening to this, I have nothing but I have a lot of respect for you for coming and talking and giving us your opinions and sharing your thoughts. Of course, I wish you good luck and health and happiness always. If you don't comment again, I mean, if you made a comment and you erased it, then you're probably not going to be making any more comments again. So if that's the case and I don't hear from you again, of course, I want you to live a good, happy life full of joy and prosperity and peace, without a lot of anger or bullying or abuse. Is hopefully, I mean, no marriage is perfect. I mean, Lord knows I'm not perfect, but but I'm not violent. Of course, I'm not violent. If anything, the boss is violent, especially when you wake her up. So yesterday we were supposed to we usually take our walks around when it starts getting cooler, uh, when it starts, when it's not as hot but it's still daylight, and we like taking walks together. And yesterday we did a lot of errands, and she was so tired she fell asleep. And during the time we usually take walks, me and Hero are looking at each other, and it's like, this is the time we usually take a walk. And Hero looks at me and goes, yeah, but the dragon is sleeping. What are we going to do? And I don't know. Why don't you go wake her up? And Hero goes, are you crazy? Why don't you go wake her up? I go, if I wake her up, you know what happens when you wake up the dragon? They'll like spit fire at you when you wake up the dragon. That's why I don't want to wake her up. You wake her up then. And Hero says, it's better when I wake you up, Dad. He goes, when you wake up, you're like kind of like, oh, okay, what is it? I can wake up for? Okay, yeah, I'll do it. But when the boss wakes up, oh man, it's like waking up. I don't know. It's hard to describe. It's a combination of like anger and violence at the same time. It's like you wanna wake her up and then like run away into like a behind a safety radiation shield, kind of a thick glass that's kind of bulletproof glass and tempered, kind of like a leaded metal. So Quincy says only 18 comments showing. Yeah, but it says that there was 78 comments total. Now it's only a fraction of that. So Digital Underground Gaming is asking what video. It's like the last live stream last Saturday. It's called How to Survive Kidnap for Ransom and Illegal Detention by the Police. And I said that like just don't give, number one, don't pay for proof of life, and number two, don't give them any money don't show any money, don't give them any money, don't give them your ATM pin code, don't give them anything that will give them access to money, because once they have the money, there's no reason to keep you alive anymore. So that video I streamed about, and she made some comments, and several people have read it. I don't know if you read it, Quincy, but I was going to make a video reacting to her discussion. Because it's hard to discuss everything that I wanted to react to. I wanted to give it a proper reaction during the live stream, and my plan was to read every comment and give it the proper reaction that you can't that could be ghosted by YouTube's algorithm. One of them was that, what is she going to do? Because when Ned cheats on her like he cheated on Michelle. Remember, he was saying, he came on our YouTube channel and said and testified that Michelle was the best thing that ever happened to him. And he can make the argument, okay, so if he did that to the best thing that ever happened to him, what is he going to do to Chichay, who, let's say for argument's sake, the second best thing that ever happened to him? Is he going to cheat on her like he did to Michelle? I don't know. The possibility is there. Just because he's married or he's in a they were living together, they were in a relationship. Just because he was in a relationship and he was in a commitment, it didn't stop him from cheating on her. So what's stopping him? Because I kind of addressed that, because on the live stream you can listen. So what has changed? Brain dead now. I mean, the girls are still here. Just because that you got married and your wife is pregnant, it doesn't mean that you're not going to be still tempted by the same situation that tempted you before. And we kind of left it as kind of this politically correct statement that he was just going to look but don't touch. He goes, "Oh, don't get me wrong, I still see them." Whether he was talking about how they got their eyes and their face mask, you can't tell that they're ugly underneath the face mask, so everybody looks good. Everybody looks good because everybody's thin over here because food is so expensive, especially relative to the income of what people make. So if food costs $5 and you only make $2 and half of it goes to their commute alone, then you're going to only be eating not only once a day but less than once a day. So everybody's going to look good and thin versus everybody looks fat and disgusting in America. And so for him, he said that he was going to still look. So the temptation is there. Well, it doesn't change. The temptation is there. Eventually, one day is going to come that she's gonna be too old, just like Michelle is, or for whatever reason, or it could be a combination of like, you know what, you're a bully a-hole anyway. I don't care if you're the dad. I mean, I don't care if you're the dad of my baby. I made a mistake. I don't want to make a second mistake by staying with you. Making a baby with you was the first mistake. I don't want to continue making I don't want to continue making that second mistake by staying with you. And that's a possibility that could happen, because like I said, statistically 100% of people that get married because of pregnancy always break up. Getting married because of pregnancy is never a reason to get married. So she didn't kind of deny the fact that possibility might happen. So that was probably the most interesting part of the conversation to me, and I really wanted to discuss it more, but I couldn't do it as much because she said, "Oh, I have to go now," and YouTube algorithm is like kicking out some of the questions that I was asking. There was one that I was asking about that. It's like, especially when she said that money's not important. It's like people always say money's not important when they have money. It only becomes very important when you don't have money. So to me, money is always important because there's always, oh, I always have more expenses. One of the definitions of being rich is that your passive income is more than your expenses. So, for example, your passive, the income has to be passive. And so, for example, if your passive income is like $1,000 a month, but you're only spending $900 a month, especially if you're single, you're only spending $100 on rent, $100 on transportation, $100 on food, $100, and you're spending less than that. So you're only spending $800 a month, and your passive income is 1,000. Then each month you're getting richer by $200. Well, of course, if you're single, that's easy to do. But when you're married with kids, when you're married with children, that's definitely impossible to do because they have a lot of needs. Versus you can adjust, but for them it's impossible. So I apologize to everybody for the title that I changed to Deconstructing Chichai's. It's me, Chichai's comments, and then all of a sudden it disappeared. So, and I'm doing my best from memory, but she had other interesting comments, and she started talking to the other people, and I thought I was just going to I didn't bother memorizing any of them because I was just going to refer to it and just give a normal reaction at the time. I, but now that I think about it, those are the two major bullet points I wanted to talk about. Number two, she wanted to talk to me because she couldn't sleep, and I told her the next time you can't sleep, come and talk to me at any time. I normally uh, stay away from babies' mamas because that's that's there's that's that's trying to be politically correct over here. I want to be fair to Chichai at the same time because this is not all her fault. I mean, I don't want to make it sound like a fault, but I uh, I just want to say that. So I guess we'll just move on to the next topic then. If there's nothing much I could say, but Quincy confirmed that he can't see the comments, that it's been probably hidden by the original commenter, and I probably wouldn't blame her. I mean, or I probably wouldn't. Somebody probably told her to remove her comments. I can imagine Brain Dead's reaction to the all her comments, especially the one where she doesn't the money, when we're talking about the money. So it's hard to say because the diapers are expensive. Formula is expensive. I remember when I was buying formula, they were like $20 a can, and then after Hero graduated from it, he wasn't drinking formula anymore. It became like $50 a can. And how is a person going to come up with $50 to feed their baby from their job here in the Philippines? The answer is no, there isn't. So, I mean, we that puts her in a difficult situation that's it's going to be challenging for her to get out of. I Maybe Michelle was the wiser or the better that she was able to get out of that situation. Maybe it was her that wanted to get out versus him, and she was looking for a reason to get out. Who knows? But he definitely has personality anger issues. And second, he has bullying issues. And third, he's got cheating issues, which I can relate to that. But if anything here in the Philippines that you should learn, when I remember when I was in prison, and people were always, they know my case or they ask about their case and they talk about how I was caught with other girls in a hotel room, and to them, it's it's like what's the problem, because everybody over there has been there in that situation, been been tempted or been in extracurricular activities, and we all came to the same understanding that it's one thing, there's your head and your heart is for your family, but for your other parts, that's always going to be for your man. But for other parts, it'll do its own thing, whatever it wants to do, which is kind of an acceptable thing. We have over here in the Philippines, whether you're involved in extramarital affairs, that's kind of the standard over here, where a lot of men are involved. But what makes different, what separates uh, other men from is then you come to this situation where a lot of families break up because of that. I mean, which one are you? Is this something that's going to break up your family, or is something that's going to keep your family? Now, in Brain Dead's situation, he was in a relationship. Is this something that you're going to maintain your relationship and your family? In Brain Dead's situation, he already had a family. He already had a relationship. I mean, he was discussing in his videos also. I know Chichay is going to say, "Oh, that's all in the past." Well, the the problem with that statement is you could easily be just in the past also, as Michelle what became in the past, because just like you, she before they moved in together, they had a discussion with his parents about I go did you have the discussion? So the discussion was, okay, I'm remembering it now. So she said, before we got married, before I got pregnant, he talked to my parents, and he said that he talked about his plans for my parents, and he asked for my permission for my parents to. He asked permission for my parents to marry me before I got pregnant, is probably what she'll say. And my response was, uh, Michelle also got the same talk to her parents, because she had parents also, and they were living together, and they had the same discussion. And as long as why were her parents okay with it also? What was Ned's talk to her parents? Because he had the same talk to her parents as he had with Chichai's parents. You can't tell me that he didn't have a conversation with Michelle's parents as he did with Chichai's parents, because I can pretty much assure you that they had the same conversation with. And you have to ask yourself the question: what were the results of his conversation? Was the conversation like this? Okay, I'm gonna have your daughter move in with me. I'm not gonna marry her. I'm not gonna fix her teeth. I'm not gonna give her any education, and I'm not gonna be. She has to work. I think she had to work. If she did, so either but she's gonna send money to you, and she had to work, something like that. And then when she gets old, I'm gonna dump her, or I'm gonna make it hostile, be so hostile to her that I'm gonna force her to leave. But anyway, I'm gonna also cheat on her. So did you have the conversation that he came to my channel and admitted that he was cheating on her. So I did not make that up. He told me that. He confessed me that when I said that Paul, was it Paul? What is it? No, what's his name? Asked, I keep calling him Paul, but I know his name is not Paul. He kept asking, when he kept asking, anyway, back to the comments. Somebody made some comments here. I can't see the comments, but it showed 78 comments made for the video. Yeah. Did you check the video on the Chrome YouTube Studio? They have published section and held for review section for the comments. Yeah, I checked. There's nothing there also. I get nothing in my YouTube held for section review section. And besides, her comments weren't held. Wasn't held. It was actually displayed. It was actually made public. So it wasn't a held comment. So yeah, so my channel doesn't have a lot of comments held for review. No, I checked that on on a regular basis, not on a daily basis, but I'll check the regular, and I don't have any inappropriate comments held for review. Usually YouTube will automatically ghost it. But yeah, something is up, and my I could assume without having anything else to go on that Brain Dead told her to erase the comments, and because it might be something that they might regret saying. So, like I said, when she was trying to explain, she was trying to defend, she was trying to explain their situation, especially the whole. I think she was saving the whole. She lost a lot of face because, like a lot of Muslims, they have to be a virgin before they get married. Period. It's there's no ifs, ands, or buts. That's one of the biggest social, cultural yeah, dogmas in a lot of cultures. But it's kind of loosened up over the years. But when it comes to Muslims, they're strict when it comes to girls when they get married, that they have to be virgins. And the fact that she's pregnant before she got married, so only several months, that's why you got to keep your love life personal. But if the problem with Brain Dead is his, if he doesn't show his love life, then nobody's going to buy any books, because what are you talking about? How are you going to support your statements or your arguments in your book when about living in the Philippines and what makes it worth living here because of your love life? But if you don't share it, so it's kind of a catch-22 situation for him. So he's not going to be selling any books. I mean, how could you sell a bachelor course if you don't have any bachelor material? So he needed to show them that, look, this is the living. He needed to be a living testimonial, and he had to share his love life and show that here we are getting married. It's like, you know what, you should not, if you're gonna get married privately. If you're gonna have a baby, like he said, if he's selling a book, then how he's doing it because he sold out, because he has to sell books. So he has to give up his baby's privacy, and he has to give up his family's privacy and his love life's privacy, because he has to sell it for money in exchange for money. I don't know. Is it worth it? I guess it depends on the money. I guess it depends on the family. It's not really for me to say, but I wouldn't want to. I mean, there's really not much love life for me. I mean, it is what it is. But probably my extracurricular activities outside, making that public. But that's kind of that's just business. It's not personal. For me, anyways, if it were just like me, it's like me and a friend. We're just going shopping. We're going to eat. Anything else other than that, it would be private, is probably my statement. So you could be with friends, you could hang out, you could eat. But any extra beyond that, I mean, it should be kept private. I mean, his love life, when he's getting married, when he's there, but he has to show that. Why? Because he has to sell out. It's just because money. Comes down to money. People are motivated here by money, but we just have to be. But you can't have it both ways. You can't be asking for your privacy and make money out of your. You can't be asking for people not to make any comments about your love life and making it public at the same time. If you don't want people making any comments about the pregnancy, don't share the pregnancy. If not, you don't want anybody making comments about getting married after getting pregnant before they get married, and violating the Muslim code of virginity. Then don't be showing when you're getting married. If anything, they should have just kind of created a timeline where it's like several months. So the only sad part, it's like when it comes to young girls, he got himself a young wife. Well, she's not a young wife anymore. She's like a young mother now. So it's kind of like it changes. Your priorities change. I'm not saying it ruins your sex life, but it definitely takes the spontaneity out of it. And eventually, He'll get to a point, especially where he's at, especially with his money, that he's gonna want some of that spontaneity back. Not with a baby's mama, but he probably wants to get. He's been used to having a girl with no baby, and I could definitely relate to that. I don't see anything wrong with wanting what a certain relationship, or maybe Quincy would put it, a certain dance with a girl that's not had a baby anymore. It's quite different. But I normally what you want to do is you kind of want to enjoy your marriage together before. So this is what normally I would recommend is if you're going to have a young wife, the best thing to do is wait a few years, maybe 2 or 3 years, up to, I'm not saying wait 10 years, but 2 or 3 years where it's just you and, as husband and wife without baby. So that way when you're ready to have a baby, you finished your privacy, all the things that you want to, some of the stuff that you want to do, you're adventuresome, so you can get out of your system. The problem with that is once you have a baby right away, after you get married, all that kind of adventureness kind of disappears because it's all about the baby now. It's like all those spontaneous trips or anything like that. It's all about taking the baby, and nothing ruins your spontaneous sex life than like having a baby sleeping in between you. And the fact that for me, my personally is we waited 5 years for two reasons: to save up so we could retire properly in the Philippines, and number two, so we can have like a lot of privacy and alone time as husband and wife, so we can enjoy each other. I mean, we didn't take a lot of lavish trips, but we would have alone time, personal time. But once the kids arrive, once you become married with children, it's all about them now. You're always tired, and when that's when you kind of like the your wife is always tired. She's not as spontaneous as it is anymore, and as a man, you definitely have your needs, and that's where a third party comes in. And when you're down with OPP, and Ned is one of the biggest members he's a card carrying OPP member. OPP, how do we explain it? The first and the second, so first two letters are O stands for other, and the P stands for peoples. So the other last is, well, that's not the simple busted, but you could say it's other people's property. So are you down with OPP? Yeah, you know me. Who's down with OPP? Even Queen Latifah is down with OPP. And, Ned is the biggest card carrying member of OPP. But usually I'm at that part of OPP, what am I with OPP? Well, usually when I'm with OPP, and if another person wants to get involved with me and they're down with OPP also, if I'm down with OPP and you're down with OPP, but we have to know that we have to have guidelines, we have to have parameters, we have to set limits, okay? Because usually when it comes down to OPP, there's a right way to do this and there's a wrong way to do this. I'm not saying I'm doing it, but let's say, for example, like I say, I'm not admitting one way or another, but if I was down with OPP, which I'm not, would I ever admit it to it? No, you don't want to ever admit it publicly. But if I was in that song and if I was down with OPP, I would be at that part where I would say that you knew that I was OPP from the very start. So that's where you kind of set your limits, your parameters. I was watching this TV series, what's that, with Kevin Spacey? That one that he got kicked out of. Anyway, he was this, I'm similar to Kevin Spacey's age. And like I said, I'm in my 40s now. When I started Bible's only 10 years ago, I was in my 30s. I was young. It was easier to keep up with them. But anyway, I'm in my 40s. And Kevin Spacey has his relationship with this young reporter in her 20s. And he's probably in 40s. But I know the age gap is large with Brain Dead, and it's Chichay. And it's so funny. Their age gap, it seems to be like a fish story. Have you ever heard a fish story? because every time you tell the fish story, the age gap gets. I mean, the fish gets larger and larger and larger when every time the fish story gets retold and and gets passed on to somebody else. It's the same thing with it's Chichay and Ned's age gap. The more they tell it, the more it shrinks. It's like first it was like 50-year age gap, and then the next time they tell it, oh, it's not so bad. It's like it's like I'm older now, so instead of a 50 age gap, it's like 45. It's like he's staying the same age while she's like catching up to his age. So it's like making it okay. I guess when he's 100 and she's 40, it's like all of a sudden that 60-year age gap doesn't sound so bad. So that's what they plan on doing. So that's their plan. It's like before, it's like, yeah, in the beginning it used to be like a 50-year age gap, but as she gets older, all of a sudden she's like 19, 20, and then after they get married, oh, she's 25 now. So and he's staying the same age. So instead of like a 40-year or a 50-year age difference, age gap, there's only like 45 now instead of 50 because they got married now. So every time they tell the story, their age gaps keep shrinking, which I find it impossible because hey, even though if you're getting older, he's still getting older also. So the age gap still stays the same. But when people have a face to save, then that's what they'll do and that's what they'll say. And for me, the age gap was not that bad when I was in my 30s. Now, of course, it is. But when I was 30 something, we only had like a 10-year age gap with me and the girls that I was talking to. So I was like 35. They were like 20, 25, 18. So the age gap isn't like double or triple like with Brain Dead. But the point I'm making is that, of course, they have to save face, and these are the age thing is definitely an issue. And his age gap, I don't want to sound like a hypocrite. I have my age gap when it comes to the girls, but his age gap is way bigger. And of course, if you're a bully and you're a bully hypocrite, then of course that's not going to matter. It's like it's like pot calling the way darker pot, the way bigger age gap, calling the kettle black. But like I said, when you're a bully, hypocrisy is part of it. So let's get to the comments here. I can't see the comments. So Digital Underground says naughty by nature, not because I hate you. Yeah, I mean, it's those rapper guys, especially in the 80s and 90s, man. They came up with the funniest or the most. I mean, the reason why they're so funny is because they're true. Okay, and he was down with OPP. So it's like I said, it's one thing to do it, but let's not hypocritical about it. And there's a right way to do it and there's a wrong way to do it. And if you just say that you're OPP from the very start, no feelings will get hurt, then they won't get knocked up by you or be pregnant. I think if he was just honest with Chichay and says, hey, I was OPP with Michelle and I was OPP with you and I'm OPP from the very start. If he would have just said that, maybe this wouldn't have been complicated by the pregnancy, and they would have just been both of them would have been OPP, and nobody would get hurt. And now they complicate it by bringing in a child in the situation, an innocent child. Would you? I mean, all of us are not asked to be born, but given a choice, is that really a situation that you want to get into? That you were born as a kind of a semi-bastard, that your parents weren't married when you got pregnant. You only got married because you were forced to do it. If anything, she was forced. It's like, it's hard. Is it safe to say that she would have never married Brain Dead if she never got pregnant? But since she got pregnant, that she was forced to marry him, given a choice, because now that she's pregnant, she has no choice but to marry him now. But it would have been much better. It would have been much clearer, or it would have been more politically correct if they got married before getting pregnant. That way, we can say that they married each other because they love each other, They married each other because that's who they want to spend the rest of their life with. They married each other because that's how much commitment they have to each other. And this marriage is us publicly acknowledging and letting everybody know that this is my soulmate and we're going to spend the rest of our lives with each other. Now that she got pregnant before that happened, before they got married, there's no way they can say that, because literally they pretty much, she was forced to marry him and he was forced because there was a bolo knife to his head or his neck, that you marry my daughter because you got her pregnant and this is a shotgun wedding. That's literally what happened. You can doll it up, you can cover it up, you can dress it up, but you put lipstick on it, on the pig, it's still a pig. So getting married and shot, I mean, I'm not making anything up that has already been done before. Bolo weddings, shotgun weddings, they happen every day on a daily basis. Just make sure it doesn't happen to you. I think it's more important, not only for the guys, but for the girls, that you only have one life. And the most important thing for a girl is to pick the proper father for their baby. And they shouldn't pick a bully. They shouldn't pick a womanizer. Okay. They shouldn't be picking a cheater that's just going to love them and leave them. Okay. And they're like, Bebel's only, what about you? What about me? Right? I'm still together. I have my family together. We're very happy together. I'm taking care of the kids just fine. I'm doing all my duties as a husband. My wife is not awake messaging strangers in the middle of the night saying that I can't go to sleep. She's asleep right now and the kids are asleep right now. And once a week, I take the time and she gives me permission so I can talk to our community and share our experience and tell what actually really happens here in the Philippines. So one of the things that really happens here in the Philippines is these situations. Remember, I always said people get pregnant. The girls get pregnant. It happened to Ned. It happened to all the girls that I used to see before I went to prison. And then I went to prison. I was gone for 2.5 years. It only takes a split second to get pregnant. Ned gets somebody pregnant. All the girls gets pregnant. Quincy says, are all the girls pregnant? Yeah, especially the pretty ones. What about the ugly ones? Yeah, the ugly ones got pregnant also. I try to avoid the ugly ones. Not like I don't care about them. It's just like I don't really think about what happens to them. I don't really spend much thought about what happens to ugly girls because I have so many other things to think about. Not that I don't want to think about them. I just only have so much brain power to think about. When it comes to, I gotta prioritize Heroes football and his school first, and then after that I gotta there's not much left for my own, for what's left, and then there's already too much when it comes to dealing with the pretty girls that I have no time at all when it comes to the ugly girls getting pregnant. And that was the first question that the police was asking me, and like I said, they already know the answer, but the real question they're asking is what's your secret, and I always say my secret, it's in the sauce. That's my secret. How do I get not only pretty girls but a lot of pretty girls, and kind of like over and over again? It's not really easy. It's kind of like it takes, how do you get to Carnegie Hall? It's just practice. It's just working through the proper channels and just holding the reservation. Okay, I can take the reservation and I can hold the reservation so I can get results. I get cars. I mean, when I tell, I don't have cars, but I have friends and relationships. And I mean, if you can see in the video, I have a very friendly relationship with them. I sometimes, and what is that relationship? I guess let's go into the reading of the minds. I think I pretty much kick this. I pretty much discuss whatever it is that the main points I wanted to talk about her comments. If you guys have anything else that you remember from the comments that you want me to react to or address, please let me know. And if I remember any more, I'll go back to it. But right now, let's get to the how to read minds. Now, I'll give you an example of how to read minds. So before the new enhanced community quarantine, there's still regular general quarantine. So they have the stupidest laws on over here. I mean, I've already went through it. I already know how the disease works. I already got it. I was in prison when I got COVID. And it was pretty much a joke. I got it. I got the fever. I treated it like a regular flu. I took some Tylenol. I took some antibiotics, even though it's for antibiotics, not a virus. I just took it anyway for complications of the virus because you could develop infection. So I said, you know what? Prevention is the worth a pound of an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I think is that's how the word goes. So I just take it as a preventative. It doesn't hurt. After 3 or 4 days, it was gone. That's it. I didn't have to spend millions and millions of dollars in hospital bills. I pretty much did it in prison on my own. I don't need no doctor doing diagnosis or all these fancy tests or all these fancy polymerase chain reaction tests that tell me that I got COVID and this is how I cure it. And if I can survive it in prison with medicine and other people in prison can survive it with no medicine and no medical care whatsoever. And like I said, nobody died. You're talking about over 600 people and also the personnel that were in there. We all came down with COVID. It was just a natural circle of life. That's just the life cycle of viruses. It's just when a flu goes around, the flu goes around. So we're going to go back to the how to read minds. So we go back to, so now they have this gym policy over here where only a certain amount of people so it's just the funniest things. If you go to a mall, they only allow like 3 or 4 customers at a time. So you got a bunch of people waiting outside for like, there's like 3 or 4 people inside because of social distancing, which is the stupidest joke ever. That's completely useless. If you're going to get it by doing that kind of stupid social distancing, isn't going to help. But anyway, let's just take it for what it is. Let's just accept it. So in the gym, there's only allowed like 4 people at a time in the gym. So what you do is you call ahead of time, and usually the 3 of us will go to the gym together. And what happened was that during the day that we wanted to go, only 2 spaces were available. And I said, okay, I'll just take me and Hero for that certain day. It was already taken up by 2 other people. So the day comes and the boss completely forgets. So she gets dressed up. She's like going, okay, let's go to the gym. And I said, yeah, we're going to the gym, but you're not going because I go, what? She said, I go, you told me that there's only 2 reservations. So you're the one who told me that. So I don't understand why you're getting ready to go also. She goes, really? I don't remember that. And I go, you better confirm, because if I'm correct, and she should have came anyway. She should have came with us because the people reserved it didn't even show up. Because that's what I really hate about this. Because if you reserve and you don't show up, you should lose your privileges like for a week, because that's not right to be locking up the gym for other people to use. Now that person can't use it, and the boss couldn't use it together because we went and I was gonna message her and tell her, look, it's available, but I had to go back and then waste another time, and I couldn't go back and pick her up because we only have 1 car. So I go it's like leave the gym, then go back and like waste half an hour, and we only have like an hour and a half. So I didn't want to do that. So she was so she confirmed. She called and said, we reserved this week. Is today we only got 2 reservations? And she goes, and the secretary goes, yeah, there was another reservation also. So you only have 2. So she gets upset. She goes, how is that? Why is that? Like, she starts going back and forth with her and starts getting mad at the person on the other. Oh, that you should have told me. I didn't know. And so she starts arguing with the person. When she gets like that, me and Hero usually hide. We think really small and just kind of go somewhere until her dragon violence eventually goes away. It'll always go away. Okay, they're the angriest people, but as fast as they get angry, it's just as fast as they don't get it. It rushes up really fast and it rushes out pretty much just as fast also. But you just gotta hide when they're angry, because it's not safe to be around them, because you can really get hurt when they're angry. You can say something. So when we're there, we're working out, we're going through our regular routine. We start getting messages because he has online training at a certain time, and she's telling us to to attend it, to come home. And I said, we're just gonna skip it. We're gonna do our own training because the online training is sucks. You just don't do anything. You're just It's just basically basic calisthenics, and you just kind of watch something and try to. It's just they're just showing a video anyway of regular online training. And Hero's just kind of tired of it, so we just said, "Oh, we're just gonna skip it." And there's really no penalty for skipping it. And what are they going to do? Bench you? There's going to be another year before there's any games. So, and it's better for us to go ahead and training on our own. So our own weight training, our own strengthening training is in the real gym is better. But I start getting angry messages. It's like, if you don't, it's like, why do we? So she starts saying these angry messages to the tone of like, it's like he should just quit varsity football if he's not going to attend these online trainings. And so, of course, Hero starts getting upset because we're getting these messages every 10 minutes that he's going to get kicked out of the team. And he starts getting upset because his football is very important. What do we do? Do we finish our gym early and go back and go online training? Because mommy's getting, I go, hold on. Because he couldn't focus. He couldn't concentrate on our weight training. So, because we were getting these constant messages saying, come home this, come home that. And I said, so I had to message her, and I said, the problem is not with the online training. The problem is with the boss. She's upset that she doesn't get to work out with us because the reservation got all screwed up and the person didn't even show up. And she's taking it out on his football, something that's going to affect us the most. All right. She wants us to feel that she's upset, and she wants us to be upset also. That's how Filipino women are. If they're upset, they want you to be upset also. So they can commiserate. So I told Hero, don't worry, hold on. I'll fix it right now. So I drew up this message and I go, let's just make sure this doesn't happen again. And I said, we're going to finish we usually work out for an hour and a half, but instead of an hour and a half, we'll finish an hour and we'll just walk together. And we'll just do a walk together as a family. Because usually if we do at the gym, we won't walk. But since she didn't get a chance to exercise, we did the gym and walk afterwards. So I told her that we're still okay. We can't do the gym, but we'll make sure it doesn't happen again. We'll set a schedule and we'll reserve early. So I took care of that, so this doesn't happen again. And I told her we're going to take a walk again and we'll exercise as a family. At first she said, no, I don't want to walk. And I said, baby, we always exercise together as a family and it's not complete with that. And she goes, fine, if you want to walk, then I'll walk because that's what you want. So we stopped getting the angry messages. She went back to normal. Like I said, they blow up and the anger dissipates just as fast. You just have to know what caused it in the first place, address it, and what you're going to do about it. You can't just talk about it. You have to do something about it. So Hero was happy that she's not talking about him having to quit his varsity football anymore because that was stressing him out. And the mommy's happy because we walked her. The boss is happy because we walked her because her doctor, because of what happened because of the stress-related situation when I was in prison, she developed borderline high blood pressure because of the stress that she was going through. And it was important to exercise and walk her every day or exercise something. And she would always exercise with us with the gym, and we would always exercise together. That was kind of our family time, but this time it got screwed up. So I wanted to say, okay, we could still exercise together as a family. We'll stop early. So when we got home, she's all ready. She's all happy and giggly again. She went back to normal, and Hero was so surprised. Goes, Dad, how are you so good when it comes to using the sealing technique on mommy, when she gets angry? Because before, when I was gone, she would just get angry and blow up, and all hell would break loose, and there was nothing you could do about it. And now, when something happens, she's fine now, but and I'm sure her blood pressure is fine now. But like I said, it's still good to continue exercising. But the point was that when they get angry, it's very obvious what they're angry about, and they want you to do something about it. And these are the things you have to do to address it. And I told Hero, because Hero, I told him, we've been married for a long time. We're talking about, oh gosh, over 20 years now. And we were in our 20s when we got married, when we met and got married. So I said, I told him I've had a lot of experience with her. I know what makes her happy, and I have a lot of experience with a lot of women in general. That's what I told him. It's just experience. A lot of wisdom comes from experience, but also once you get that wisdom, you also need to learn how to apply it also. So that's what she needed. She just needed to be walked. It wasn't anything about his school or anything about his varsity. It was just about exercising together as a family. And she didn't want, and we were happy that we were still exercising. We were still doing our father and son bonding, but she didn't like how she was left out because of how the reservation was screwed up. There wasn't space for a third person. So once that was fixed, then you're back to a happy marriage again, to a happy mommy. And a happy mommy means a happy baby. And as long as the baby's happy, then I'm happy also. So what I could do is, like I said, I could talk about examples, but what are you going to do about it is the next question. So Jeff made a comment about, I should read his comments. He said something, it's kind of pretty hard to find. It's kind of all over. From what I remember, Jeff asked the comment about, can we do a video about Filipino girls and trying to figure out what they want? And the hardest part is there's two parts of that question. Number one is I responded with kind of a preview saying they don't know what they want, okay? And a perfect example or a perfect evidence of that is they'll say something and then their actions are completely opposite. Whenever you have a person, it doesn't have to be a Filipina, that's acting the opposite of what they're saying, okay, then that means they have no idea what they want. Another perfect example is when people would sign up for a website, and I would ask them what they want, and they would say, they want a wife. Okay, you want a wife, then what are you doing about it? What have you done for it in terms of finding a wife? And they usually say, and they said, what do you mean? What have you done? Have you come here to the Philippines and visited? No, I've never been to the Philippines. Do you even have your passport? No, I don't even have my passport. Have you watched any of my videos? I said, no. The only thing I've done is talk to you. So this is the only thing you've done. It's like talking to me, signing up for the website. I told them clearly, signing up for the website, and then me reaching out and talking to you and talking to me. Signing up for the website is the same thing as buying a lottery ticket. You buy one of these quick pick lottery tickets. I explained it to them. All right. It's like saying I want to be rich and then buying a lottery ticket. Are you going to get rich? No. But you bought a lottery ticket because you want to be rich. But there's no way in hell, shape, or form that you're ever going to get rich by buying a lottery ticket. Same thing with my website. You want to have a soulmate. You want to get married to the right Filipino wife. But all you did was sign up for my website. And just because you signed up for a website, you have this feeling that all of a sudden there's a chance that you're going to have a Filipino wife now. Just like the same feeling you get that there's a chance now that you're going to win because you bought a lottery ticket. Because you're not going to win if you don't play, is what they always say, the lottery ads. How can you win if you don't play? Well, you can play until you're blue in the face, until you die every day and play. You're never going to win the lottery. That's just simple odds. Same thing when I say when you can sign up for my website, you can sign up for Date in Asia, you can Filipina Cupid, Filipina Heart, Tinder, all those things. You're never going to find a wife because it's just like you're never going to be rich by buying a lottery ticket. Okay, it takes a lot of it takes a more than just. And then so I ask, what are your actions? Like I said, have you, because once you make a contact with the girl, I always say once you make contact with the girl, you start talking to her. You're supposed to meet in person uh, within 3 to 6 months. I'll be liberal. Okay, once you start talking to a girl, the clock is ticking. You got 3 months to go see her. Okay, if you're not ready to go see her, don't talk to her. Okay, but if you talk to a girl, I mean, this was before the pandemic. If you start talking to a girl and if you don't come and visit her in 3 months, you're just trolling, is what I said. Okay, if you're just trolling, then you don't know what you want. Okay, because what you're saying is you want a wife, but your actions are just trolling. Then what the hell is that supposed to mean? It's supposed to mean that you don't know what the hell you want. And I usually say, here's what you do. You're lonely, get a dog. You want sex, go get a prostitute. There's plenty of them in America. You don't have to come all the way here for the prostitutes over here. And it's like, oh, but the prostitutes there are different. And I said, okay, yes, the prostitutes are here are different, but it's still a prostitute. A prostitute from a third world country, just like a prostitute from a first world country, is still a prostitute, no matter how you dress it up. Of course, the prostitute over here will give you a girlfriend experience, but it's fake. Then go get the girlfriend experience. Pay more. You can get girlfriend experiences. You just have to pay more. Oh, over there, it's cheaper over there to get a girlfriend experience. Oh yeah, like $2,000 in airfare is cheaper. In addition, you're only thinking of the cost of the bar fine, but you have to get hotel. You have to get the airfare, and you're missing like weeks off of work because of it. So just don't think about the $20 that you're going to be spending on your bar fine. Think about, in addition to your $20 for your bar fine for sex, think about the 2,000. That's speaking of $20. That's kind of like the question I asked for, not Paul, but I forgot his name. Let's just say Paul, the other guest, when I was asking him which one's more expensive, the hookers or the bars for foreigners, or the hookers or bars or the clubs or bars for the locals here. And the locals over here, they don't call them bar girls. And for the foreigners, those bars for the foreigners, they call the girls working there bar girls. But for the locals, they don't call them bar girls because that's so low class. That's so only for foreigners. The term they call them for is hostesses, or that's where the GRO came in, guest relationship officers. It's for the higher class kind of escorts. But it's right now the state of affairs over there now. Oh, it's ridiculous. It's all messed up now. Before it was like before it's like it never was so complicated. I go, man, when did it become so complicated to pay for sex here in the Philippines? I mean, you were thinking that it's like prostitution over here has like changed so much. Before it was simple. It's like pretty hot girls from the outlying provinces come to the city and work there. You can really get some good ones before. And you can even get marriage material if you get them when they first arrive. Really beautiful. But now it's changed. It's all tattooed up old single moms. And the really decent ones have kind of gravitated into the drinking bars where it's more complicated. So if you want to have a higher class prostitute, you go to these drinking bars where they sit there and drink with you, and then you get their information, or they'll say, oh, we don't give those out. You got to come here every week. So you come again and you come again, and you're trying to get this girl to come out and see you outside of work. Maybe you'll come like maybe 4 or 5 times, but then again, you have to ask the question: how many of other guys come here and ask to see her outside of work? Is what kind of complicates things. And most of the people that go there are married and just looking for some side action or something. But the point is, it's become so complicated now. Before it was really simple back in the early 2000s and in the 90s when I first came. I legitimately, that's was my plan after I finished school and before I met my wife. Was just, I'm just gonna come here, but and because all the you could still get hot, really hot girls in the higher end clubs, not the foreigner ones for $20. It's like yeah, the foreigner places are are cheap, are more expensive. Well, how much do they pay? Usually $20. Does that sound like it's a very expensive to you? So does that sound like a lot of money? Absolutely not. It's like you already know these answers. It's the same thing in Mexico. If you go to Mexico, they go for the place where all the gringos go. It's $20. So the so the point I'm making here is with the with the communication, or where was I going with this story? So back to communication. Let me look at the comments really quick. So nothing going on in the comments. So back to communication, communicating with girls. What's on their minds? I completely lost my train of thought now. I need to go back. So what's on their minds? How to read their minds. So same thing with girls over here. They don't know what the hell they want. Okay, so you ask them what do they want? Do they want to get out of poverty? Of course, everybody's gonna say, "I want to get out of poverty. I don't want to be poor anymore. I want to go to school." How are they supposed to go to school? I don't know. So I want to have a good job. How are you supposed to get this good job? I don't know. And I want to travel. How are you supposed to travel? And I don't know. So okay, that's what they want. So that's what they want. They don't want to be poor anymore. They want to get out of poverty. Okay, then what do they do? So they do the complete opposite, right? They're getting pregnant by a local addict with no job and no future that doesn't know how to, and she's a single mom. So explain to me, how can somebody tell you that they want to be out of poverty, but at the same time get pregnant before getting married like Chichay? Because that's risky. It's you never, for a woman, the dumbest thing you could ever do is get pregnant. It's usually the responsibility. Of course, it's the responsibility of the man also, that not to get her pregnant. Because if I'm ever, I'm not saying I am, but if I ever get in a relationship with a girl, I make sure that nothing like that happens. So it's my responsibility because I can't trust anybody over here with that kind of responsibility. So it's my responsibility to make sure that there's nothing extra that comes out of this that's going to linger on after the relationships. Oh, I wanted to say that Kevin Spacey series where he was the president of, I forgot what the name of the series is. I Was it House of, not House of Cards, but is it House of Cards? Yeah, I think it was House of Cards. So so he gets in a relationship. Kevin Spacey gets in a relationship with this young reporter, and they have this quid pro quo relationship. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. And before they get into a physical relationship, Kevin Spacey had to tell her that, I'm down with OPP right from the very start. And one of the things I remember he's going to say is, if you ever get together, if a young girl like you gets in a relationship with an old man like me, that you're going to have to understand that you're going to get hurt. Okay. So that's kind of the foreshadowing also with Chichai and with her old man, literally old man now, is that anytime a young girl gets in a relationship with an old man, that they're going to get hurt. I'm not saying it. Kevin Spacey said it in the TV series House of Cards right before they get a relationship. And the girl says, I don't care. She's doing it for her career. She wants to advance her career, and she did advance to her career. She became from a junior part-time reporter to her own full-time reporter job, and the editor got fired for trying to sandbag her or slow down her rise because of they had this relationship, and that was the interesting exchange that they had. Was okay, so let's set some limits over here, let's set some expectations. Okay, so if we're going to do this, it has to be private. We have to, we can't be public about it. And you have to understand that I'm down with OPP from the very start, and that you're going to get hurt eventually. That it's not, it's whenever you get in this situation, because somebody's going to get hurt, and somebody's going to be more into the relationship, turned it into something more than it's not. I'm not saying that's happened to me or it happens to me, but it's fair. It should be fair, but it doesn't matter anyway, because the girls are always going to develop more feelings. They're going to want more of a commitment no matter what. But it's always a courtesy to let them know, and it's easier to let them go, to end the relationship so they can move on with their own relationship. And in my situation, for me, as an example, for me is, for example, I needed to break up because there was nobody going to come for them. I was just a temporary. And what I'm doing is I'm increasing their standards of what they should be looking for in a man. They should, if they're comparing them to people like me, if she's comparing the person that she's looking for like me, then she wouldn't be settling for a jejeman, is what is probably the purpose, or the that it's like, okay, look, you can use your looks, you can use your youth, you can use all your beautiful assets to get what you want, which is the things that you really want, which is go to school, which is to be able to take care or to provide for yourself. And you could do that with an education. And that was what I was, but of course that's always, I've done that before. I've actually provided education for some of the girls, not more than one girl, not that many, because it's very hard to find. But there are girls that I helped finish with school that we actually pay for. Not me, of course, but I was able to get their funding for their school. Okay. And she finished and she didn't get pregnant, and she's in America now, and she is a happy ending. But I kept it private, and I was going to make it public, maybe make it unlisted, to kind of wrap up what happened with her. And so back to so back to what I was saying about how they didn't know. The first thing is, the biggest problem is they don't know what they want. Okay. And why is it that they don't know what they want? Because the simple explanation to that is they only know what they know. And that is absolutely nothing. Okay, what do they know about, especially at that age when they probably figured everything out, and they already know what already it is that they have to know to survive. And actually, when you're young and you're at that age, that's when you're going to be making a lot of mistakes. That's why I always go back to Ned, when Chichay was saying he made a mistake. At his age, he shouldn't be making those kind of mistakes. At your age, I can understand that you made that mistake of getting pregnant and getting married before you get married, because now you got married because you got pregnant, which is putting a stress, because marriages are already stressful institutions enough as it is, that you don't want to make it, that you don't want to complicate it. What you want to do is season your relationship and your marriage first before you throw a baby on that, because sometimes the relationship, if you don't have that much invested together and you throw a baby on top of it already, it's just adding to the stress that the relationship is not needed. So that's why a lot of relationships break up usually after a year, because they become resentful of their situation, because they were kind of forced into it. It's like, I didn't choose to be pregnant before. I didn't, this pregnancy wasn't planned, so it was an accident. So all of a sudden, this accident starts becoming this big old huge beast of burden. that if you're not ready for at the right time, which is happens in accidents, then this beast of burden is just going to keep growing, and it'll be drive a wedge between your relationships, because men and women, of course, are built differently. They have their, and the the way to the way to bring them together is through shared experiences, through time. It's like I me you could use me for an example. Am I always tempted with younger girls? Yeah, absolutely. I'm not gonna lie to you. The temptations are always there, but I've always known that the boundaries are very clear, no matter how much I get tempted. And you've seen me interact with a lot of these girls. You've seen me my feelings develop with them over time, especially over the years. And there's really not, you can't really stop it. You just I kind of just live in the moment as, okay, I'm in this moment with you and nothing else matters. I don't when I'm in this, but I know it's only that frame of mind, so I just kind of live in that moment. And in that moment I'm single, but I know that after the meeting is done and the date is done, that I'm back to my normal role as, and because I've spent so many years and so much history and so much past with the boss, that there's no way I could just pick up and move on. And then it's it's because there's so many years I've invested in my relationship, and their situation and even putting a baby on it at the right time will make your relationship better. But if you add a baby on it at the wrong time, it's going to break up your relationship. And I mean, I could be wrong. I'm sure there's outliers out there. There's red herrings out there. There's exceptions to the rule, and I hope Chichai is it. Like I said, as I wouldn't wish any harm on them for anything, which we can't say the same thing for Brain Dead. Brain Dead, he if he could, he'll wish cancer in prison upon everyone, including Sissy and me. But I would never do that to him. I would, of course, I would wish him, but of course, I also have this. We also have to face the reality and the face of the statistics of their situation. Okay, and covering it up. Okay, it's after it's already been the horses are out of the barnyard already. It's kind of confirming our speculation that you should never get married because of pregnancy, because of an accident, because marriage is a sacred institution, that it's already hard enough, especially in America, where it's against the odds. You're like a 50, Vegas has better odds than marriages when there's like a 55% failure, and Vegas has what, 52%. It's like 55. So you have a 45% chance of success in marriage, while Vegas has a 48% chance of winning. So you have 40, so you have better odds gambling in Vegas than in an American marriage. So the point saying with that statistic is that marriage is a difficult process. You always have to work on it constantly, but it gets easier over time. And that's why I always say spend 2 or 3 years as a couple, as a married couple first, and enjoy each other. And we enjoyed that time very much, even though I worked hard. I worked a lot of hours and worked a lot of jobs, but at least we spent a lot of time that together without a baby. So when we were ready, and we could discover at that point, it's like, do we want to take this relationship to the next level with a baby or not? Okay, so I assessed the situation and I said, okay, the last 2 or 3 years have been, or last 5 years, I'm sorry. Would I want to do it again with this person for another 5 years with a baby? And if the answer is yes, then you can have a baby. But if you don't, if you already have a baby, then that's kind of, the choice has been taken away, and you kind of grow resentment and resentful, and then you kind of eventually you start taking it out on the baby, and you don't want to be born in that kind of situation. And I remember a lot of anger and frustration and anxiety that happened during the 2.5 years that I was gone was poured into Hero. As much as I told the boss when she would visit me, please be patient with Hero, please love him, please give him all the kindness, because he's still our son. And just remember that this is just temporary, but it can't be stopped. I knew that a lot of it was going to be unloaded on Hero and the rest of the kids, and especially Hero because he's the firstborn, and he's the most important, and he's supposed to be the man of the house while I'm gone. And I told him, I said, Hero, you're gonna have to be the man of the house while I'm gone, and take care of mommy and take care of our family. And there was a lot of responsibility on him, and he was good, and he still stayed sweet even though he took on the onslaught. And I explained to him I that at least you get to get a taste of what that's like for me, for your mom to be single only for a few years. Imagine if it was like that for permanently. And that's what I had to go through. Is you really don't want to be born in that kind of situation. So you have to be, for women, my advice to them when I talk to the girls is I want them to avoid this kind of situation, because especially if the baby is like a girl or a boy, and the boy is going to end up just like a deadbeat dad, and then the girl is going to end up like a prostitute also, like their mom. And who's going to stop that? Obviously, brain dead is not going to lift a finger. He actually wants that to happen. He already explained in my live stream that he wouldn't lift a finger to help these pretty girls, to make sure to do something to let that not happen. Look, I'm not here to change the world. It's going to always keep happening, but you could make a difference. I always say it's like you could always, if you're one person, then just help one person at a time. Okay, so the first thing you gotta do is help yourself. Okay, help myself. Okay, I have a beautiful family. I love my special needs child with autism. They're just something about them. What they lack in sharpness in their mind, they make up for in their loving kind of affectionate quality. Is what's so great about kids with autism and special needs. So so how do the question I was saying, when did you realize that Hero had special needs? Oh, very early, when he didn't want to be on his stroller. His first month, usually like all babies love strollers, but him, no way would ever want a stroller. If I he would like be automatically, when I'm trying to lower him in his stroller, he's like squirming around trying to move his feet, like, hey, don't put me in there, I don't want that stroller. And then he'll cry, and then he'll only stop crying as if I pick him up. He likes to be held close the whole time. It's like between the stroller and being held close, he just wanted to be held close by mommy or daddy. But the problem was it gets so heavy and so dense after a month. It's so hard for the boss to carry him. So most of the legwork was left up to me, and that's how I knew he was special. Was just he was just very, even at an early age, he was very particular on what he wants, and it just grew, and for just became so obsessive, compulsive over some of the smallest little things. I So one of the stories was, so I'll tell you, when he's just like a little, like 2 years old. You know those little moth worms that I would see, that's very popular over here. I hated them because I would always go around the house on a daily basis collecting them, and because I hated how they would eat through clothes, and I've got holes in my clothes because of it, because of those moths. And there's just so many of them, and I didn't want to use mothballs because I just hated the way they smelled. So what I would just go around and collecting them, and it felt so futile because it's so there's so many of them. But I did it diligently, and I created this big huge collection. And he kind of observed me watching that, and So one time we went to go visit somebody's house, or one of our neighbors' house, and they had so many of those moths in the ceilings, and they just kind of ignored it. And he was in and he was asking me, Dad, look at all those moths. And I said, yeah, but this is not our house, so I'm not gonna do anything about it. Yeah, but they have so many here. I watch you almost every day collecting those little moths, and before they turn into grown adult flying moths. So you always collect them, and while they're still little worms. So aren't you gonna collect them? And I said, no, I'm not gonna collect them because this is not our house. I had to explain to them. But Dad, they're out there. They're there. You got to get them. And I go, I only get them at our house. Yeah, but they're here also at the same time. So this wasn't going to work. I wasn't going to get it. I wasn't going to embarrass the people. This is not our house, and say, oh, you know what? I got to go around and collect your moths because you have a lot of them. Because I wasn't going to do that. I just said, no, this is not our house. I'm not going to collect these moths like we do at our house. He said, but you have to collect them. So he didn't get what he wants, or he didn't get what he's upset. So he starts crying. So I started. But before that, the boss says, "Oh, Hero is obsessed with those worm moths because his dad goes around collecting them every day. He's even got a collection, and he wants to add to the collection." And he goes, "Yeah, that's why I want Dad to collect it. So it's just like he did at our house." And so, of course, it's embarrassing we were going to collect it. So the only option, he started crying. So we had to, okay, you know what? He's crying now, and it's not going to stop, and he can't have his way. I can't just collect moths at other people's houses just because he's gonna cry. He's not gonna stop crying until I do. So I have to teach him that we're gonna go home if he's gonna cry about this. So I said, driving home, he's crying, he's upset. I didn't get the moths, and I told the boss, I go, please never bring up the moths again when we're at somebody else's house, because look what happened. Our special needs child cried and wouldn't stop crying, and until either we went home or I collected the moths around the ceilings. Can't believe it. So that's how I knew he was a special needs child. Growing up with a special needs child, it's a lot of hard work, especially with school, but it's rewarding at the same time. But anyway, back to the girls. I don't want them, if I could do something about it, it's like I think the girls should be given an opportunity. But here's what complicates it is they don't want the opportunity because they don't know anything about it. All they know is Jejeman. So I always, in their defense, in defense of the girls, is how do you expect them to know something they don't know about? It's kind of like me in organic chemistry. How do you expect me to know organic chemistry since I don't know anything about organic chemistry? Same thing with the girls is that how do you expect them to want you when they don't know anything about you? All they know is Jejeman. You can't expect somebody, let me explain this very clearly. You can't expect somebody to want something they have no idea or clue. Like 1,000 years ago or 20 years ago, before the internet was invented, nobody needed the internet because they didn't have it. Now, given a choice, you can't. It's like the internet is like air. It's like all that access to all that information and communication. You can't live without it now, okay? Because now you know better. So can you go back to those days when there's no internet? Hell no, absolutely not. But if you're someone living there and you don't know, and you're stuck there and you don't know anything about the internet, and you say, hey, what would you rather have, Jejeman or internet? And they're going to say, what the hell is internet? I know Jejeman, whether I like it or not, that's what I know. What if you go to back in the early 90s and you ask them, you go to Tribe Travel Machine and you ask them, do you want internet? What the hell is internet? Just like, what the hell is a good life when they've never experienced it? What is it having opportunity when they don't know anything about it? Well, who's going to show them the internet? Who's going to show them what they want? Who's going to show them what they like? Who's going to show them a better life? Because this is all they know as far as they're concerned. Obviously, you know better because you were born in a first world country, so you know what it's like to have a better life, not embedded or growing up in poverty and not knowing any better. And this is how you get it. And how are they supposed to? So I changed the format. It's like, okay, nobody's ever going to come. So let's just take care of them and educate them. So that way they won't, number one, it'll give them focused on something better. It will shift the focus on themselves. Okay. Because without their education, then all their focus, all their efforts on, because when they go online, they're looking for money. And what are they looking for money for? They're looking for money for their jejeman. Once they get their money, they're gonna spend it on their jejeman. It's pretty much simple, basic, natural events. So send money, spend it on the jejeman. So that's absolutely not what you want to do, because that's what Attorney Mark did, that got his special friend pregnant. So what you want to do is, and show them to focus their attention and be greedy on themselves. Okay. They're at that age in their teens and 20s that they definitely have to focus on themselves and be greedy. But what happens is they spend all this time with jejemans, and it activates their maternal instincts of taking care of this jejeman, because the jejemans are poor also, and they said, he's hungry, and that's what they want to buy food for. And you have to teach them, you have to show them what they don't know, what's a better way, a better life. And it's up to you to show them what they want that they don't know. Sometimes I get into arguments with, like, is what we're showing them actually better? Is it what we're offering them? Is that actually going to make them happy? The answer is probably yes or no. Did you make the argument like with Joy? Is she actually happier? It's hard to say, because life in America, it's not easy, but it's better quality of life. Okay. And since she has children now, she definitely wants the children to grow up in America with definitely more opportunities. So yes, she has a better life now because of it. Whether she's happy or not, I think like with me, the important thing is, are the kids are happy. So, and I wish I could still talk to Joy. I don't really want to get into it too much, but since we don't talk anymore, she probably doesn't think that I'm alive. But I would like to say that we have an open relationship, that we could always talk to each other and pick off wherever we left off. And that's always I like that, because it was always a testimonial to that my relationships with her and the other girls have always been real. If we can continue and pick up where we left off before they moved on with their relationships, it just means that what we had was the relationship we had was actually something real. I've had girls where, of course, there was nothing, and you can't win them all. But I had several, more than one, where it's, even though it's been a long time, that I could see them again as if no time has passed by. And it's pretty easy, not pretty easy to do, but it's simple to do. And somebody actually asked, and to confirm what I'm saying, somebody actually asked a question in the comments I don't know who it was. Was it you, Quincy? Was it somebody else? What would I? And my answer was, I don't know. Was the girl complainants? They're still poor. They still need education. They still have looks. What am I going to do about it? And I go. The answer was, I don't know. I mean, if they came up to me and picked up to where said sorry and picked up where we were last time, I wouldn't know what I would do in that situation, since I'm just the biggest pushover ever. I pretty much can't say no to a pretty face. I'll admit it, and of course that could get me in a lot of trouble. But what you want to, but the point that we want to take home here is the real relationships that I've established with a lot of the Filipinas over here, and it's not. I'm not saying a lot of it is similar with the ugly girls versus the pretty girls. They're still they're still people. They're still women. And let me explain to you more in details about how a woman's mind works. So I kind of explained one story about how people here communicate differently. So I'm gonna tell more stories about that. But before, let's get to the comments, which is Digi Underground said, "Who are the top three you wish you could see again?" That's a good question. Like I said, the top three I want to see is I want to see again. That's hard. That's hard to say. It's pretty obvious. I definitely want to see Joy and Gail again. Those two sisters. I could see them individually, but I kind of am at the point where I like to see them together. But I'm not gonna be beggars can't be choosy. If they come and visit during the holidays, I definitely would come and see them again, especially that I have the time. I know last Christmas I didn't have the time. They always come home during Christmas, and I had to give them a rain check, and they gave me the tampo, and I felt really bad. And that was like 4 Christmases ago because everybody was here. I had 3 people showing up. I had Tom, Michael B, and Marcus all coming within like overlapping weeks of each other. And how am I supposed to get the hell out of Laguna and drive all the way up to Pampanga to spend some? When I go up there, I just don't spend an afternoon there and come back. I usually spend several days while I'm out there, and I visit other people, other friends, not just one, and I just maximize the. So I definitely want to see those two sisters, and I really want to see Anne again. I don't know her situation though. Last time we talked, she was we were supposed to meet up. I told her, well, usually when I go to Pampanga, I usually tell her, hey, I'm in town, and we usually get together. But the last time we got together, last time I was there, I say, hey, I'm gonna be here. I do you wanna spend some time with each other? I told Anne, and she said, yeah, but I'm busy today. Could we do it tomorrow? And I said, well, I was planning on leaving tonight so I could spend the day with you today. And after spending the day with you today, I usually want to leave at night when there's no traffic. I don't really like driving during the day, but there's certain times during the day that there's traffic. There's not that much traffic, but still Manila, when I was driving through Manila, it doesn't matter what time of day it is. It's always traffic in there. So I usually like to drive at night, like around 10:30 when the traffic is done. I usually like to get in and out of Manila before the truck ban, because no trucks can enter Manila before midnight. So I like to enter Manila probably like around 11 and be out of Manila before the trucks start entering. So that's usually my time. And I said I'm gonna be. I could spend the day with you, and we could hang out. We could eat. We could do a little shopping. So just what's up? And it's always a wonderful time. We always have a wonderful time. I don't even turn on the camera anymore when I vlog with her. We're just like old friends. And because even after nobody started coming to the mixer parties anymore, even though there was nobody coming anymore, I still continued seeing her, and I still did a lot of freelance work with individuals that were still had some finishing up some loose ends to do. So I was still doing work for them, still going there and going there on their behalf. So while I'm there, I was going there on my behalf, which was seeing Anne. And it was always, so I would call her up. She was always, we would, but the last time we were supposed to see her, I came. So what happened was, so this was kind of like the beginning of the beginning of the end of our relationship. This is how it was kind of before I would show up. Is she was getting more serious with her boyfriend. She had a boyfriend, so we were both kind of OPP from the very start. We were seeing each other. She continued seeing me secretly behind her boyfriend's back because our relationship, and we kind of got a pass, or we were kind of grandfathered because I knew her way before she met with this boyfriend that was getting serious with her. But Anne was probably the secret girl that I probably had the most feelings with, that I never showed or expressed. And there was some other girls that I was probably publicly sharing my feelings with. But Anne was the one that I most, and you could probably tell because when we started doing the lunch dates, she was the first one that I picked. People, the first person that sponsored the first ever lunch date, I said, well, you can't send the money. And I said, okay, well, here's what I'll do. I'll go on your behalf. You send me the money, whatever it is that you want to do with them, I'll do it for you. Usually, well, what is it that they want to do? Well, they want to go eating, they want to go shopping, they want to hang out. And I pretty much fine-tuned it to the point where, because at the end of the day is what I want is time. Okay. Because time is the most important thing. Time is, you can make that synonymous with, I guess is that the metaphor for sex? You could say that, you can make that argument, but it's the most important thing for me is time. Because if you spend time together, you develop, that's the only way you could develop a relationship is through time. Without time, there is no relationship. Like I said, when it comes to horses, they've got blinders on, so they can't be distracted because they can only see what's in front. So if you're always in front of them, they're by default, they're going to develop feelings for you, especially if you're giving them experiences. And I pretty much, when I first meet with the girls, I'm kind of like my exchange, my currency that they pay me with is time. Okay. I'm paying for time. I'll buy you food. I'll buy you shopping. And in exchange, I want your time. And so I'm usually like a drug dealer. Look, I'll take you, give you food. I'll take you shopping. The first one's free. You don't have to pay me any time. You don't have to give me back any time. I know Quincy knows my process, that I'm always asking for time. And if you want to run away, that's fine. I'm not going to give you any more shopping. I'm not giving you any. I'm like a drug dealer. Shopping is like drugs, or food is like drugs for them. Shopping and shoes, it's like drugs. I'm not going to buy you any more shoes, or not going to support you anymore with school if you don't give me time. Okay. And what do they usually would do with this time, right? Does that include sex? You can make that argument. I'm not going to admit it one way or another. Okay. Like I said, time is what they pay me back with. Oh, because without time, because that's how you create, that's how you develop, that's how you maintain, that's how you develop a relationship with time. So we were supposed to see each other again, and I wanted to, in exchange for what she needs, what she wants, she's giving me time. What we do with that time, it's private, it's personal. Obviously, it's something that we both like to do, we both enjoy doing, we both, what that is, that's personal, that's private, and that's what we want to do. And we developed it over time. It's not instant. It took our relationship years. You're talking about a 1 year of seeing each other and developing their trust. They're not going to give you their trust. They want to know that you're always going to be there for them. And when you start this relationship, they're like with any relationships that you have, they're always, you need to understand, you need to expect, just like getting scammed in the Philippines, you're going to expect the call or the text or the talk that yeah, I'm late, and what are you gonna do about it, right? Of course, I learned over the year. I learned that this is a sticky situation. Wait a second. You don't say, "How do you know it's mine?" That first of all, that's the last thing you should ever say. How do you know it's mine? Okay, you man up, you own it. That's what they want to see. They want to say, is this person a man, or is this person a deadbeat loser? Okay, so the first thing that people, boys, that's what they, if you're a boy, that's the first thing you say when they're like, I'm late, even though they're not even pregnant. Okay, but they're gonna say that it's like, I'm late, and they want to see if you're a man or a boy. If you're a boy, you're gonna say, how do you know it's mine? Then the relationship ends right there and then. Okay, they're testing you. So I learned the test. At first, I was of course, I'm kind of like looking, I'm thinking about it, right? I'm go, "Phew, this is a messy situation," right? I I played my part, and I said, I didn't say that. That was the last thing. I know enough. I know how to hold the reservation. I said, I kept it calm, I kept it cool, and I said, I know that's my baby, and I'm gonna be a good father, and we're gonna be together. We're gonna get a place together, and that and we're gonna live happy. I'm gonna everything. Of course, that's impossible to do. I could never do that. I don't have the money to find a place. I don't have the money. I can't move there. I can't leave my family. All those are. But in that moment, I believed in it. See, being in that moment, when I'm actually there, in the moment, right? Because this could either go really good or really bad, depending on what you're saying, right? And once they find out that you're a real man, that's what they're looking for, a man to prove to them that, like, okay, I'll take your seed on, I'll carry your baby. So, because I know that you're a real man, that you're responsible. All of it is not lies at that moment, but when I leave and I go back to my family, of course, it's a different situation. I believed in it. That's what I would do if I was a single person. That's how our relationship has developed, but it was just a test. And I've gone through this test several times, and it's so easy for me to pass now that it's sometimes a joke. I'm not saying that that obviously that it never happened, because nobody's ever been pregnant with my baby, at least now that I know of. But the point is, if you're ever in that situation, the proper thing to do is to man up and say, I'll take care of our baby, and I'll take care of you. You're my baby also, so I'll take care of both my babies. And those are the things they love to hear. It's just like candy for their ears. It's just dripping. They're just so dripping in so many different places after that you're going to enjoy your time with them from now on. You just have to pass that test. So from then on, I knew it was coming. Every time I get in a relationship, they always have this conversation. It's like, it's weird. It's always different with every girl. It's like, so this relationship we have, I remember I'm talking this relationship. She's like, this one girl's like, yeah, what about it? How do you describe it? It's real. She's, because I'm asking, it's real. I mean, do you really have feelings for me? Yeah, of course I have feelings for you, right? Yeah, because it becomes, over time it becomes exclusive too. It started becoming, it's like she wasn't interested. She started not what it was becoming not dangerously liaison-y close, but like I said, I always kind of set parameters where it's like, keep our distance. And I've had this relationship with so many, and when you look at the videos, I'm sure you could tell if you look in their eyes, which ones. So what happened with the beginning and the end with me? Number one, she was getting more serious with their relationship. Number two, I was spending less. Number two, it was at the end of generation one. I was spending less time in Pampanga, and so what happens was I was spending, before I was there actively, I was almost there almost every weekend. So the first year and the second year, and then probably by the time nobody was coming, there was no mixer parties anymore. There was no reason for me to come there anymore on a regular basis, and I saw her less and less. When we did see each other, it was wonderful, but it was the beginning of the end, because one time I wanted to see her just one more time, just one. I can tell that this was probably our last hurrah, and she knew it was our last hurrah also. So she said, "Come get together tomorrow." And I said, "I was planning on leaving tonight, but if that, I'll stay here one more day for you. I'll get another hotel and stay the night and hang out with you whole day, and we'll just do our usual hangout." And all of a sudden, so the next day, I got ready. I was gonna pick her up after her classes. She was in college. She was an AUF at the time, and I was ready to pick her up, and it was like just minutes away that because she was going to be done early. I'm going to be done early, or I'm going to skip class, and all of a sudden I was going to pick her up, and I was on my way, and all of a sudden I got a message. She goes, she says, "Cancel, call it off," because her boyfriend showed up and went to go pick her up. So as I was about to pick her up, her boyfriend shows up at her school and hangs out with her instead. And I said, I can't be doing this. I can't. I'm too old for this. As much as I have these feelings for her, I love her very much. She needs to move on with her relationship with her boyfriend, and we stopped making arrangements after that of seeing each other after that. It was too much. She was moving on with her relationship, and I didn't see her anymore after that. And she was educated. I helped her with school, and that's why I was seeing her, because she needed help with school, and she finished school just fine after several years. And then, hold on. So she was one of the girls that I probably wish I would like to see again, if it's possible. And a lot of the girls that are and then there's a lot of girls that are a lot of fun. They're just so much fun to be with. I get, what's it, Jennifer, I forget their names. I know Shanna is always fun. Gosh, she's always fun to be with. She's always fun to hang out with. She's got no hang-ups. She's just always living in the moment. I mean, they're all living in the moment. But I mean, asking which girl I want to spend time with, I mean, the answer is all of them. It's like asking me which kids I to choose from as my favorite. I have to, by default or by duty, you have to say all of them are your favorite. But it's a good question, though. But but all I can do is probably tell stories. And like I said, I started going less and less. She started spending more time with her boyfriend more and more, and she needed to move on with her boyfriend and their relationship, because I really had nothing to offer her long term that her single boyfriend could. The kind of commitment of time and relationship that she needed to, especially now that she was finished with school and there was really no reason to see me anymore. Does that make me a bad person because I wanted time in exchange for her school, or she was spending time with me just so she could finish school? She's a better person for it. She's educated for it. So judge me for my actions, but the results speak for themselves. She's a better off person because of her relationship with me, is that she was able to get an education. I mean, what else would she be seeing me? So let's be realistic now. But she wanted to more out of the relationship than I can give her. And the problem was with Anne, like I said, she's a beautiful girl and you need to spend a lot of time with her. But the ugly ones, you don't need to spend any time with. you can pretty much throw them a bone every once in a while. But for a beautiful girl like Anne, she really needs a full-time relationship, and I didn't have anything to offer her anymore than I could. That was the best that I could give her at that time that I had, and it obviously she wasn't enough. So she moved on, and we stopped making arrangements, and she just said, but that was a disappointing. I thought that we were at least going to have see each other one more time before, but it's different. It's different when meeting somebody when you know you're going to see them again versus the one last time, and that's probably like something that kind of unfinished business. I have some unfinished business with this person because I stayed that one more day just to see her, only to have it foiled. So yeah, that's the story. Is that which three were the worst? I've talked about the first generation of this. The first generation, which one's the worst? There isn't really. Come to think about it, I don't say there's any worse. They're all wonderful. Obviously, the three worst in the new generation, but the next generation. But like I said, they're just victims of their environment. I couldn't even if they're really sorry now and they're all over age now. They're probably even too old for even brain dead Ned now. That I don't know. I don't know what to be politically correct right now and just say it's not my problem anymore. Like I said, there's other girls out there that are just as beautiful or more beautiful than them that need opportunities that deserve or that are more deserving than them. Then I would rather do that. But right now I can't do anything. I can't even. I got a crappy phone and I've got a laptop that's about to die. So I can't even. If they ask me for load, I couldn't even see them to give them load. Is probably where I'm at right now. Which three are the worst? Oh, which three are the worst? No, I can't, because usually when they're living in the moment, they're just living in the moment. Besides, you can't get mad at them. I can't stay mad at them. So that's the story. If I have another question, well, I can answer. But let's go back to, since I did dedicate this to all the girls that I loved before, who traveled in and out my door, and Hemi could probably tell you he stalks all of them, how they all moved on, especially Chai. He was so obsessed with Chai, and he was so angry with me. He's like, he made some of the most nastiest comments because of Chai. And would I like to see Chai again? Yeah, absolutely. She's a lot of fun. I just and I was supposed to do another hotel experience with her again, but like I said, after I did it twice, and the third time I just didn't have the money for it. I just told her, look, I just don't have the money to it, or maybe because I just wasn't as into her as she was just very businesslike. I'm not saying businesslike as in the connection I made with her wasn't as close. I mean, one thing to just, okay, let's just go to a hotel and make some and hang out, but and to be mechanical about it. I mean, it's fun, but it's still, I mean, most guys would probably go, yeah, go for it. But when you've got other options and you have very limited time and you're only one person, you have to pick and choose. And Chai didn't make the cut. She was she was like second string or third string versus first string. But Anne, Joy, and Gail were always in the first string. But back to what I was. So let's talk about their minds. Okay, so since I have a lot of experience with them, so what makes me an expert on the subject is because I'm an expert on my own experiences and based on the results. I don't really want to say success one way or the other, because I didn't get married to any of them. So I really wouldn't want to say success, but based on the results that I have met with them after they've moved on, and after even if they have their boyfriend, and even if they are married, even if they have kids, I still met with them. I still and I think the funniest thing is I think people actually believe me when I say that, or people actually, I'm just so accused of so many different things that it's easy for people to believe. And somebody could say, "Oh, he's just lying. He's just like," but it's also believable at the same time. I think I have a lot of videos probably saying that, so I don't really have to. I have to prove it one way or another. I don't think I have anything to prove anymore when it comes to. I mean, if you look at the picture that I used for that mixer party with all those girls, I can pretty much hang out and spend a lot of time with the girls. It's just that I didn't have the time. I didn't have the time, and I didn't have the money, and I didn't have the capabilities of. I could be friends with them, and I could have a certain relationship with them to a certain point. But when you have these relationship with the girls, is that eventually you're the only one that they're gonna. Once you spend more time with them, you're gonna be the only one that they're seeing, and you're the only one that they're gonna want to see. And if that happens, then you better be Johnny on the spot and spend time with them, especially with pretty girls. When it comes to pretty girls, yeah, they want time like it's like all the time. And because if you don't, there's others that will take their time. They get so much attention. So back to the way their minds work. Okay. So the important thing is number one is that that you can't assume that they know what they want. So the first thing you have to show them is you have to teach them to know a better way. You have to like explain to them or show them the internet. So once they experience the internet, they can't live without the internet anymore. So you have to expose them to a different life, a different way. You have to expose them to opportunities. You have to expose them to education. You have to expose them to what it's like to having a car. You have to expose them to, because before they met me, they never had a car before. They were very perfectly happy commuting. You have to expose them to what it's like to go to a restaurant and not worry about how to pay for it, or you have to expose them to being able to travel somewhere without having to pull 1 2 3. And if you don't know 1 2 3 means, is if you don't have money and you just get on the Jeep. It's hard. They say you don't do it on the tricycle, but on the Jeepney, what you do is you count to 1 2 3, and then you just run out the Jeep without paying. That's what they call 1 2 3. And 1 2 3 you go, then everybody just leaves. And sometimes the Jeepney driver, they usually just yell, but they never usually chase after you, is what they usually say. So you have to get used to, and they're perfectly happy doing that. And once you show them, look, you don't have to go 1 2 3. We could use a car. You don't have to be hungry, because we could eat at any restaurant we want. We could eat, unfortunately, it's Jollibee all the time, but we could eat Jollibee all the time. And you don't have to worry about just buying from the super saver meal side, because if they ever go to Jollibee, it's usually they can only order one thing. And you have to know what it's like for them to like, not only you can order as many as you want. Usually I'll say, okay, I know what you want. When you order for them, how do I know? Because they always order the same exact thing where we go. So I just count them. I go 1 2 3. Okay, so there's 4 of them. I'll need 4 spaghetti, chicken joy spaghetti, 4 French fries, 4 Jollibee burgers, 4 Coke floats. Done. And if you could order that for them and get what they want, because how a woman's mind works is she measures the worth of a man if he knows how to get what a woman wants without her asking for it, without her saying it. And if you can figure that out without giving any effort at all whatsoever, then you're exactly in. You can give, because these jejemans can't give them what they want. They work exactly the opposite. They work the Florence Nightingale effect. It was like, woe is me, I'm a drug addict, I can't live without drugs, I have no food, I have no clothes, I have no shelter. They feel sorry for them, so they develop this kind of like Florence Nightingale syndrome with them. So they act like the maternal protector kind of provider situation, which is completely wrong. That's not what they should be doing. They should be enjoying their life. They should be enjoying being young and free and enjoying everything life has to offer, like shoes and bags and school supplies and food and shopping. And once they experience that, it's like experiencing the internet, then it's hard for them, then it's impossible for them to go back to living without the internet. So now that you have to show them to discover a better way, a better life. And they won't know that that's what they want unless you show it to them. They're going to want nothing to do with you unless they experience it first. And who's going to give them that experience? Whose responsibility it is? It's always the responsibility of the person that knows better versus the person who doesn't know any better. Okay? Because we all know what happens to the people who don't know any better, what's going to happen to them. We already know that. What we want to know is what's going to happen. But it's still a choice for them. But given the choice, of course, everybody wants to live with internet versus without internet. Okay, there's measures or there's studies that show that there are people were actually happier before the internet, but now it's like it's like the internet is like Pandora's box opening. You can't. Yes, we were happier without the internet before. The misery factor has increased because of the invention of the internet and how it's proliferated, but we can't close that box anymore. We can't live without it anymore. We can't say, okay, we're gonna live without the internet. We're gonna live without social. We're gonna shut that out anymore. You can quit cold turkey for a few months, but you can't do it permanently. Eventually, you're gonna go back. You're gonna relapse. And yeah, for me, I don't. For me, it's a means to an end. So the Quincy says the keto maniacs. I'm not sure what the kleptomaniacs. Okay, I got it. The kleptomaniacs. Those are the three words. Yeah, there you go. Got it. I got it. What you mean exactly? So of course those are obviously the three words. But like I said, I wouldn't know. They're online asking for load like everybody else. They need school, they need education. So here's what they're probably doing. They're probably getting together with the police right now, trying to look. They're going online looking up another person to scam. So that's what they're doing. So nobody's going to help them. So they're going to have to go look for another target or another rich person, somebody with money, so they can scam them and they can target them. So that's what they're doing right now. Because I'm no longer an option for them to, not scam, but we can't go back to the way we were before. That we were taking care of their school and we were ready to set up with them with their braces. Now, if they want anything now, they have to get together with the police. It's probably their only option, and look for another person to scam and accuse of crime so they can steal money from them again. So they could so that's what they're looking now. Those three kleptomaniacs that you're talking about, Quincy, is they're online, they're catfishing, or they're fishing for a new target, a new mark for them, and literally, figuratively, looking for a new victim to pull because it worked so well the first time against me. Obviously, they can't do it again with me the second time, so they have to look for a new, fresh victim to do it to, and that's probably what they're doing online there. So that's the life that they're that's the life they chose. I mean, is it? I mean, is it? Is it really a choice? They could have. There was plenty of opportunity where they could have said that, like, we're gonna choose the long term. We're not gonna choose the short term. This is the short term. Yeah, we can get some money now, but what about afterwards? Once it's spent, where are we gonna go back for more money? Well, you're gonna have to look for another victim. That's what you're gonna have to do, and it's not gonna be. Of course, it's tragic, and I'm sure they could probably find another victim out there. But what's important to me is not it doesn't happen to me and our friends. So that's probably it's sad because, like I said, it's no longer a choice. It's what they chose, and they have no more choice anymore. There's really no going back for them. So they have to, now that they chose to become scammers, and the only way they can survive now is to become scammers and to look for new victims for them to scam. So does that make sense what I'm talking about? All right, so it's gonna be wrapping this up. It's almost 5 o'clock. I really wanted to finish this around 3 o'clock so I could finish early because I can get some sleep because we have a long day tomorrow or today now, and around 5 o'clock it starts getting light. Some dawn is showing up. So number one, you have to show them what you want. To show them this is what they want. Okay. And like I said, the perfect example of this is like the internet. Life is happier before the internet, but they can't go back. All right. So I guess the same, you could use the same, apply the same with Joy. That, like, was she much happier before I met her? Yeah, but she can't go back to it now because she's gotten used to the internet. She's gotten used to having internet, literally and figuratively. She's gotten used to having the benefits of not having to worry about where her electricity is or where her if they have water. Because when I met her, I was in a situation where I was helping her pay her bills. So Joy became like the breadwinner, and she was paying the electrical bill and the water bill, and I was helping her with that. And when she got married, I continued helping with their electric bill and their water bills with the help of our community, of course. And and with their education. So there were several. So, and I continued. So we went with the new generation. I continued that with a new set of girls, and we were helping them with education. The ones, and we were already set to have them go to college. If I never went to prison, the normal So think about this. Okay, if I never went to prison, they would have gotten their braces. They would have continued on to college. They would have graduated. They would have had good jobs, and they would have had better opportunities. They wouldn't be stuck at home pregnant as a single mom taking care of a Jejemon baby. Okay. But now, since I went to prison, now what are they gonna do? They don't now they're online looking for a new victim to scam. So the best thing for them to do is probably a lot of people online are looking for a show. So if they get your personal information, like credit card or something like that, in exchange, they'll give you a show. And then they could use that as to blackmail you, as to extort you. It's like, oh, this person gave me money for if I would give them a live show or a private show. And they'll say anything and promise you anything and show you whatever it is to get you to come here to the Philippines, and they'll be waiting at the airport with the social services and the cybercrime national police. And if they don't know about my videos and they don't know about what happened to me, then their credit cards and their bank accounts are going to be emptied also. and he's gonna be in a situation where like the police, he's gonna give him, he doesn't know anything, so he's gonna say that, so he's gonna give him whatever money. He has no choice. If the cops say that, okay, give me money or you're not gonna go, then you have no choice, because the other choice is, oh, I'm not gonna give you money. Well, then you're gonna rot in jail. Then you're gonna gamble. You're gonna take your chances and then like give them access to your accounts, and so they can empty out your accounts because you're thinking my life is more important than money. Well, you need to listen to my live streams that your life is the cheapest thing here. Everything is, as you can see, is very expensive. Everybody saw in my credit card statement that the major spent 3,000 pesos at a restaurant. I mean, 3,000, not 3,000 pesos, $3,000. Dollars. I showed it to you guys in black and white. $3,000 at a restaurant. Okay, but if you don't listen to my video or anything like that, then you're gonna end up, your credit cards and your bank accounts are going to be emptied, and you're probably innocent, but depending on if you have records of them, if you sending money in exchange for sexual pictures or any pictures at all, or they can even fake it, and all they have to do is accuse you and they show up and pick you up, then you're in trouble. I mean, imagine you're supposed to go back in 2 weeks after your vacation, after meeting these girls that gave you a live show, and they're supposed to give you a personal show now. So now your live show, what you see on the live show, we can give it to you in a personal show. So of course you're like thinking, ah, damn, I'm gonna come over right away and experience that personal show in person. But instead, they'll have the cops are gonna be waiting for you when you do show up at the airport. Is their only option, is their only plan. So what you want to do is avoid that as much as possible. What can you do to avoid those? I mean, those situations. Of course, there's protocols that you could do. I'm kind of thinking about them also. If I ever get back in the game, whether that happens or not, it's up to the people who are listening to this. Because if there's no support, if there's no community, then it's just gonna die out, and I'm just gonna make car videos and football videos like before. So to get into a side of a Filipina mind, like I said, they're always testing you. And there was another example. I got another example how Filipina minds work. I was at a birthday party. It was some kind of gathering at a neighbor's house, and I remember the host of the house had a sister. She had a younger sister that was at the party. And this was a party. Okay, and I'll show you how the minds of men work and how the minds of women work. I was at this party and she introduced me to her sister. I never met her before. So she was, oh, I didn't know you have a younger sister. And I said, ooh, she's kind of her sister is pretty, is attractive. But this one missed the attractive genes, and she was just all wrong. Her body was all wrong. Her body reminded me of like a special ed school bus driver in America, like Large Marge from Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Tell her Large Marge. So that's what she reminded me of. So she had a cute face, but her body was all wrong. And like I said, she just wasn't a very attractive person at all. But when I met her and I looked at her, so the first thing I noticed, this is the second time I ever saw a big thick beard on a girl on her neck. So she was like probably in her early 20s, but her body was all wrong. Her face was just kind of just plain looking. I'm trying to think of, she kind of, if you cut off all her hair, she probably looked like a boy, like a feminine boy if you cut her hair short. But anyway, all of a sudden when I first met her, I started staring at her neck, which had a thick beard on it. And this was the second time I met a girl. There was a one of the Bebots I interviewed. I wish I had her video still, and but you can't see it on video. But the hair is so fine. But in person, you can tell that she had a beard on her neck, and I was fixated on it. And I wanted to say apology, but I didn't want to embarrass her. It's almost like sometimes you don't want to embarrass a person by pointing out something embarrassing, like their zipper is open or they have something on their face. And this one, literally, she had this beard on her neck. She had this beard on her neck, and I couldn't stop staring at it, but I didn't want to mention it because I didn't want her to be embarrassed. And I just said, you know what, I'm just going to ignore it as the best I could without ignore. But I couldn't. I was obsessed with the beard on her neck. I go, why didn't you just shave it, or pluck it, or hide it, or put a scarf around it so you can't see? But literally, she's just walking around at the party and mingling with this thick beard on her neck. So I was distracted by it. I just couldn't figure out what is the reason why this one young woman is got a beard, would grow out her beard on her neck. She has a thicker beard than me. That's how if I grew out my beard. So eventually the party ended, time to go home. And I was driving home and I said, man, I couldn't believe that beard on so-and-so's sister. Why didn't she shave it? Why didn't she just pluck it? Because I couldn't focus. I was distracted the whole night by that. I just kept, all it was missing was eyes, and it would like look at me and like give me the stink eye. That's what it felt like when I was fixated on it. I just kept staring at it because why is it there? It should never be there. The first one was fine. You could barely see it, but I could still see it. But when it comes to hair on women's faces, it's fine if you have some fine hair, but when it becomes a beard, we got a problem. So I was driving home. I told the boss about it. I go, man, why didn't she just shave it? And the boss goes, what are you talking about? I didn't see it. And I go, well, it was there. It's too bad. How can you miss it? I was like, how can you miss it? It was so thick. So she was kind of like thinking I was joking. I was lying. So she calls up her friends, so the other people, the other neighbors that were in there in that party. She called them up, all women. Okay, it was mostly women, I think. But anyway, all the women she called up all the other friends that were women and asked, did you see the beard on so-and-so's sister? They said, no, I didn't see it. What do you mean? I'm talking about, it's like, he keeps saying that he had this beard. And I go, no, that's it. So, see, you're wrong. And I go, nope, I'm right. Ask another person. She asks another person. She calls a lady, right? And I go, you know what? They said didn't see also. And I said, you know what? Don't ask another lady person. Ask a guy who was there. But he didn't, or he left. The other person or other husband was there because he didn't see her. He didn't get a chance because he just kind of showed up, and then went back out again and did something else, because it's just kind of one of these, you just eat and then kind of, okay, mingle and then take off after that. So I would say, okay, I know everybody's saying that she doesn't have a beard, but I pretty much, there's no way you guys could peer pressure me into unseeing what I saw. Once I see something, I can't unsee it. So it's there. So that was where it left off. I'm not gonna, they're not gonna convince me that it wasn't there when it was absolutely there. So several months go by, and she's gonna have another get together. And I said, is so-and-so your sister gonna be there? It's like, I don't know. Can you make sure she's there? I go, yeah, sure. Why? I go, I just want to see her again. So I just want to have my day, because it kind of went on and on that people were thinking that I'm crazy. It's like he's seeing things. How would, like, that's out of the ordinary. That's never been seen before. Why would that happen? So people were just kind of whispering around me, kind of, why was he saying that? I didn't see that. No, why? What are you looking at? What? How can you say that? Why? Not, it's not normal for. I said, whatever's. Just so finally the day comes. She was there. I didn't have to look. I already know. Based on the reactions, I didn't even look. I didn't have to look at the beard. I knew it was going to be there. Okay, it was there the last time. It was going to be there again, and everybody was staring at it, and they kind of kept looking at it, and they just had to eat their words and just kind of go, "I was right. She did have a thick beard." And I was like going on, like on our way home, and everybody was talking about it. Like, how did we miss the beard? How did we miss the beard? How did we miss it? I explained it this way, okay, because sight is all just electrical impulses that your mind processes to make a picture. Okay, if you don't have a brain, then your eyes are completely useless because your eyes just collect electrical impulses, and those impulses get sent to your brain, and you get an image of what the person looks like. Okay, in this way, it's all the way it's being processed. And a woman's mind process information differently from a man's mind. Because when we look at a girl, we look at her, the first thing we ask ourselves is the process is, are we gonna have sex with this girl? How much yes, I want to have sex with her, but how much badly do I want to have sex with her? Okay. And the answer with this girl is absolutely not. I don't want anything to do with her, right? So why? Because she's got this beard in her body, and then we just start looking at all her physical features, especially what makes her. We look at features of what makes how a man's mind works is we look at her features, what makes her beautiful or what makes her ugly. In this situation, her beard was what made her so ugly to me. So whatsoever. So I don't want to see her again whatsoever. I only wanted to see her to confirm the beard. So on the other hand, it's completely opposite for a girl when she looks at another girl. Is what they do is what's called in their mind what's called a threat assessment. Okay, do they see this girl as a threat? What do you mean by threat? Is this somebody that I could lose, like not exactly their man, but their attention? Like okay, as a woman, I crave a certain attention, and now am I going to lose the attention from this person? Because if she's obviously pretty, then she's going to get a lot of attention, and I'm going to lose my attention to this girl. And more, if she's getting attention, then there's a possibility that I could lose more to this girl. The fact that she didn't register as a threat at all, she didn't register, period. It didn't matter what she wore. It didn't matter what she looked like. She was just like a blur that they're processing in their minds, that because she did no longer pose as a threat. But if she did, a woman would be looking at what kind of color shoes are wearing. Are these Jimmy Choo shoes? What kind of jeans? How she did her hair? Is there something in her face? Then if that was the case, if she was a threat, then she would have clearly seen the beard. And it's like, oh my gosh, that girl, you see her beard? Because, look at her, because girls dress for other girls. And the beard was confirmation that once she was a non-threat, she was not threatening, they didn't see her, and she was invisible after that, including her beard. And that's another part of how a woman's mind works. I'm just saying it's just completely opposite. So when it comes to girls, it's not really up to you once you discover that they're the internet. So with girls over here, it's very simple. The strategy is very simple. So what makes them angry? What is it that they want? They all want the same thing, but showing them that how different you are, that there's a better way or a better life. You have to show that to them, and you have to spend time with them. So they will respond, as from my experiences, they will respond to all those experiences that you give them. But if you wanted to have a successful relationship that they want, you have to really invest a lot of time. You have to be every day. You have to be You can't be just there on a weekly basis like I was. Even though I was able to maintain a lot of relationships, what I made up for lost time during the week, I made up for in the quality of time that we spent together. We tried to just pack as much action as we could in the one day that we're together. The point is that for a woman to be interested in you, you have to become interesting. You have to experience something. She has to experience, you have to give her experiences that she has never experienced before. She's never known what it's like to go to a Jollibee and order the super value family deluxe edition value meal. Okay. And not only if you could do that once, she's never done it more than once. And then you do it again. I mean, hot dog. Why would I ever go back to the Jejiman after that? So it's up to you to upgrade her to a higher level of self-worth. Because right now in the Philippines, like I said, there's nothing more cheaper than people's lives over here, including yours. Your money is more valuable than your life as far as everybody is here is concerned, especially the police. So if you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna suffer death or a fate worse than death. And that's what these three kleptomaniacs that Quincy was talking about are looking for now. They're not going to be able to have a better life with an education, and this is the only thing they know is how to scam people. And they have the police connections that they have the look that it's very easy for them to go fishing online looking for victims so they could scam them again. I was before this happened, I was changing them. I was preventing them from becoming scammers. They didn't. And the sad part is, not only the Cavite girls got became collateral damage, but a lot of Laguna girls that are in this area. I mean, like Janine, and I don't know how to contact any of them. I don't know where they are now. And some of the other girls, I forgot their names. I don't know where they're at now. The three sisters, I know Jera, uh, Jamiqua, Jasmine, or something like that. I know one of them was pregnant, but the other two, they were so pretty that I didn't get to spend more time with them. And I don't know where they're at now. So they're not only the three girls, actually four girls. I was part of it, but I don't know. Like I said, their lives now have gone a different path, and this is the life they chose. Could they do something to correct it? Yeah, but I don't think it's safe to involve me in any of it. But they can involve some other people, and that's their life, and that's the risk that they'll have to take. But I cannot take those unnecessary. These are unnecessary risks, and for we could do this. We don't need them because there's other girls that deserve a better chance. That deserve a chance at a better life after they're already ruined their chances. So I am getting tired. I actually, because I've been playing Mobile Legends for the past few nights, so I only got like a few hours sleep last night. So I'm gonna be sleeping soon. So I've got a big to-do list tomorrow. I think I have a question how women's minds work. And I could think of another. I'm trying to think of some more examples. And obviously, once they have and they spend time with you, the less and less the age becomes an issue. Less and less as you could see, Ned is a perfect example. He was having sex with this girl before they even got married because he spent a lot of time with her. And we all know that Ned's got money. He's got more money than the locals anyway. So if he can do it, you just have to spend time with them, and you just have to also be able to interpret when they're mad, what you do. I'll tell you this funny story. Okay, how their minds work. And a lot of it has to do with a lot of the culture also. So there's one girl I was gonna. So there's this one person, this one guy, and I told him, okay, so he got. So I told him, if you want to make this girl your girlfriend, okay, this is what we got to do. I got to spend time with her and everything, and I'll spend with time with her on your behalf. Don't ask me the details what we did with our time. It's just that I'm doing it step by step, every step of the way. That this I'm doing this for our American friend. So he came over here. So he gave me all the resources I need to spend time with her, and I was able to convince her. I was able to develop a relationship with her that I could transfer to him. Okay, I broke her up with all her other boyfriends. She didn't want to spend time with any other boys except me, and he gave me the resources. So when he came and visited her, because she came to me and she wanted help with school and she also wanted help with her braces. So I talked to this American friend and I said, look, here's an opportunity for you to. So she's coming to me, and for you to develop a relationship. I'll develop a relationship with her first because you're not here. But once you get here, when you get your vacation time, you save for your vacation time. I'm going to transfer her over to you, and you create your relationship together. How I've developed that relationship, that's my business, but she's going to be transferred over to you once you get here. So they developed their relationship. That's fine. They actually became boyfriend and girlfriend over time. Okay. Over the Because he saved up a lot. So at the end of their trip, he saved up a lot. So at the end of the trip, they spent every day together. They spent a lot of time together over the holiday weekend. So she wasn't in school, so they were able to spend every day together. So, and I was there chauffeuring them every day, meeting with the family, meeting with her mom. Her mom is a single mom, so she was really happy that he was a because we were taking her family shopping. We were always taking them eating, so we were developing this relationship with their family also. So by the end of their trip, they became officially boyfriend and girlfriend. And and I told him before he came on this trip, I had this conversation with him, and I said, if you can become boyfriend and girlfriend on this trip, it would be a good idea for you to consummate this relationship. Okay, so that way that you have some kind of you have that you guys have a remembrance. So when you come back, you can pick up where you left off, right? So he said, okay, that's fine. So I said, are you going to be prepared? Okay, so this is the first thing you do. You got to be prepared because uh, for anything, like a Boy Scout, you got to be prepared because luck favors those that are prepared. So one of the things is if you're going to develop this relationship, you don't want to pull a brain dead Ned and get a girl pregnant on your first trip over here. Okay, so brain dead Ned, this is what his second relationship in the Philippines and gets her pregnant. For me, if you want to, you should be able to experience a lot of different girls. Well, the first thing you should do is don't get any girls pregnant until you're ready to settle down. You don't even know her yet. You gotta spend time together, more time than your vacation time. You gotta spend at least several years together before you get married, and then several years together, definitely several years together before you get pregnant, because you might not want to continue. Of course, brain dead Ned didn't do that, but I cautioned him, don't, and make sure that, okay, if you are going to consummate this relationship, that you're well protected, right? And he goes, are you sure I need that? I mean, I go, here's my policy when it comes to these things. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, because the quality of the local stuff over here, I told him, for in terms of protection wise, it's not as good as American quality for the American market. So he said, okay, no problem, just bring it, and if you don't use it, you can always give it to me, and I'll you can just give it to me, is what I told him. So just bring it. So he brought a box of condoms, okay, from Costco. They only sell them in the box. So he goes to Costco, buys a box of condoms, puts it in his bag. So he tells me, so it's just there in case he needs it, just to be prepared. So finally, so then the end of the relationship, the family gives this blessing because they've been going out every weekend, they've been going on trips, they've been going together as a family. And for his last few days, the family gave them permission to finally gave them their alone time, to give them privacy. So finally, they get their privacy, their alone time. And here we go. I go, I hope, I mean, I've been holding your hand the whole time, what to do, what to say. I hope that you can't screw this up anymore. Before, because before he screwed it up, and I would always fix it. One of the things he would screw up was that he didn't know what to eat. She wouldn't tell him what she wanted to eat, and she would get mad. She would say, "Oh," and he would get mad because he wouldn't tell her. What do you want? Because she would say what she doesn't want, but she wouldn't say what she wanted to eat. And he started getting angry because he didn't know, and she was getting angry, so they were both getting upset. She goes, you know what? Let's break up. I don't want to see you anymore. And then so they were like, so that I come and pick him up, and like, what the hell happened? And in these kind of situations, what I usually do is like I'll separate them, find out what happened. I'll talk to one, find out what happened, and I talk to the other one. And I go, oh man, it's just you couldn't figure out what to eat. You know what? I know what she eats because I've taken her out to eat several times. Okay, she loves steak, so we're gonna go to a good steak place, this Swiss Chalet, which they have the best steak. Supposedly, they have the best steak over there, and that's where I had the argument with the French the French tourists over there. Were like, can you not smoke while we're because we can't be moved because it's all the table's already full. So I had to ask, I had to ask nicely, can you smoke? Can you not smoke? And they continued. Oh no, I asked the waitress, can you tell them not to smoke while we're eating? So eventually they finished their cigarette, and that was the end of that. So we ended that conversation. They didn't light up another one, so we could enjoy the rest of our meal. But I said, oh, you know what? I know this girl. Here's what we'll do. You guys broke up because you argued over what to eat, and that will happen. You guys will have your arguments. So here's what we'll do. We'll get some flowers. We'll get some chocolates. We'll say sorry. It won't happen again, and we'll go have some steak, and you guys can make up. So they made up, got back together again. They became boyfriend and girlfriend again. So that's one story. All right. So I fixed it. I told them there's really nothing except for pregnancy. There's really nothing that you can mess up, and you can always fix it. But pregnancy is one of the things that it's like you can't fix it by making it worse by getting married. So the point is that the next mistake he makes, or this is just a funny story. So there's really no mistake that he made over here. So it's time for them to. So the next day, or he tells me the story. I don't know how he tells me the story. I asked him, okay, it's your first night together. How was it? Like he gave me this kind of look of he's lost. He goes, I go, what happened? He goes, nothing happened. I don't even mean nothing happened. You're already there. It's already set up. I put the food in your table. All you have to do is stick a fork in it and just put it in your mouth and eat it and done. And finish off and consummate your relationship and your boyfriend and girlfriend. Done, and done. Why? What went wrong this time? Right? Is what I say. I hate micromanaging. Why did I have to micromanage you? What? I gave you everything that you need already. I set it up. Their family loves you and everything. So what could go wrong this time? Why did nothing happen? And he said, well, we were supposed to, get ready. We were getting, we were doing the usual thing, or okay, yeah, okay. You don't have to tell me the details. And then what? And then I told her, should we use something, right? And she goes, yeah, that's a good idea. We should use something. We should be safe. Yeah, I said, of course. That's why you brought it. You should be safe.
So you could do it and not be worried. It's like, just be responsible. It's okay to have fun, just know you're responsible. Of course you did that, right? Yeah. Then what? Well, it's in my luggage. I went to go get the box, and I started opening it in front of her, and then that's when she freaked out. What do you mean she freaked out? Well, she saw the box and she kind of looked at it and said, "Is that the kind of girl that you think I am, that you need a whole box of condoms that that you already have, that you think I was that?" She was kind of not embarrassed or insulted by it, that's the kind of girl that you think. It's just kind of like, well, yeah, what, you think I'm that easy, that you're that the box? And I said, you brought a whole box, like, because, and you see, the cultural difference over here is like, she doesn't know that they sell them in boxes, because here in the Philippines they always sell them in single use only. Like, they sell them individually, they don't sell them by the box. So when she saw the box, she was completely insulted by the idea that's how you think I'm easy, that you're going to get that much action from me, that you need a whole box. So what did she do? She locked herself in the bathroom. I go like in a movie. Yeah, afterwards she locks herself in the bathroom. And then what happened? Well, then I had to tell her I had to use the bathroom. Okay. And then she opened the door. And then I used the bathroom. And then where'd she go afterwards? She locked herself in the closet. And the night pretty much went like that. She stayed in the couch. She slept on the couch, and I slept on the bed. And I go, you let her sleep on the couch? Well, yeah. I couldn't sleep on the couch. It's like, you let her sleep on the couch. I go, what are I supposed to do? I go, you're supposed to, when she's asleep on the couch, she's just pretending to be there. She's pretending to be there. You're supposed to pick her up and throw her in the bed like you own her, and then just have your way, and just like, this is what you're gonna do. This is how it's done. This is how we're gonna do it. Right? You're the one in charge. You're the man. They want you to take charge. So if they start acting up, you just pick them up, throw them back on the bed, and says, here, no, this is the bed. You don't sleep in the couch. We're a couple now. And then tear open the box of condoms and use it and go. Okay. So this person lacks experience, obviously. He doesn't have my same experience. So obviously I don't have that problem. So no, you just pick them up. They're not that heavy. They're tiny. I mean, they're not like overweight or anything like that. They're usually they're skinny, so they're like 120 pounds. So just lift them up off the couch, throw them in the bed. They're gonna kick and they're gonna fight, and they're gonna play hard to get. But that's what they do. They're just testing you to see. And since, I guess for me, it's I know these tests. I practically wrote a cheat sheet on how to get over these tests, so you can. But that was just a funny story. It was like, the box. You think I'm that easy? You're gonna need a whole box on me? And I go, yeah. I should have warned you and said you shouldn't be opening it or like that in front of her. Maybe you should have took it to the bathroom, took your luggage to the bathroom, taken out an individual piece before. So that's pretty much it. And that was a disaster of an evening. So if a girl starts acting up and she doesn't want to be to sleep with you in the same bed, she's going to be on the couch because you're going to have some kind of argument or something. That it's no big deal. Just pick them up again. Don't pick it up right away because they'll fight you. Okay. So it's like, no, you got to give them time. You got to, because they don't want to be in the couch. They only want to be in the couch just to prove a point. But once they prove the point, you just, you let them stay there for like an hour. Okay. It's usually how long tampos last. About an hour. Once tampos, they're angry. they're pouting. Once that's over, the whole box of condom thing, just wait an hour, pick them up, throw them back in the bed, and they're over it. They just wanted to act up just to express, and then once they're done with their expression, they go back to normal. Just pick them up. So there's no reason for a girl to ever sleep on the couch. Just wait an hour, and for you to be sleeping by yourself in your last night in your hotel room. Just wait an hour, and after that, pick her up, put her back in the bed, and she's gonna pretend like, oh, stop there, but that's where she wants to be. She's there in the hotel room with you. She doesn't want to be on the couch. She wants to be in the big comfortable bed with you, and she wants you to. It's not like you're forcing her or anything, because if she really wanted to leave, then she would have left. But the fact that she's still there means that she's just give her time, get over the shock of the box of condoms, pick her up after an hour once her tampo is done, and then throw her back in the bed. And what are you doing? And it's like, I'm the man, you're the woman. We're gonna be together. We're gonna cuddle together, and we're gonna, we don't have to do this, but we are going to sleep together as boyfriend and girlfriend for my last night here. And she's gonna clap, yay, you're my man and everything, and you're gonna have continue on their relationship. So there you go. So how you also have to keep those nuances also. But the good news is you're gonna make mistakes. Like I made mistakes, but you can always correct them. You can always fix them. Okay. Usually you could fix it with time, some flowers, some chocolate, their favorite food, whatever that is. And how you find out their favorite food is usually you say, I want this. Okay. And you read the reaction on their face. If their bottom lip sticks out and they make this pouty face, that means no, they don't want that. Okay. Okay. So you say, okay, I want, then usually it's like you can't go wrong with Filipino food. So just say, and usually you'll suggest, okay, usually you can't go wrong with Jollibee, but there's like another restaurant, you'll say, oh, we'll go to this mall. There's this restaurant over there, and usually when you go to the malls, they have so much variety over there that you can easily find something there. But just read the expressions on their faces. They might hide what their feelings with their words, but they won't be able to hide their feelings based on their eyes, their reactions, their lips, their eyebrows. Especially if you see it kind of connecting, that means, oh, keep going to the next restaurant. Okay, once they start wagging their tail, once you get in front of it, so you walk around, and once you get to a restaurant, when they start wagging their tail, that's it. Bingo, you got it. Then we'll eat and we'll have a happy time. That's all. Once you spend more time with them, once you become an old couple and you get married, you don't have to go through that. But in the very early beginning, to get involved and to get into these relationships, okay, try to avoid the mistakes. I obviously always bring enough money, bring enough cash. You don't want to run out of money. Number 2 is always bring pasalubong. Don't use the leftovers doggy bag. That makes a horrible impression. So always experiences. They love to go shopping. They love to go eating. They love to eat with their family. So, and always bring home pasalubong, bring home pasalubong, and bring home pasalubong. And they love that. And once you're giving them all these experiences, then it will be like experiencing the internet. And yes, you're not their ideal. You don't have the same advantage as the Jejimans over here because they're constantly over here, but they can't give them those same experiences that they give with you, that you can give them with, especially because with your means and your money and with my knowledge and experience. Anyway, that's enough. I'm gonna go ahead with the close it up. It's already 5 o'clock. And let's see, you are the overprotective uncle. Dito, whatever happened to Shannon? I believe she was in Cavite. Shannon? Who's Shannon? Beta male behavior. I thought the mega 40 box carrot my first trip, but I didn't show the girls
the damn box. About the 40. Yeah, it showed the box, and she freaked out. And no one shows the big box in their home country. Usually it's a box next to your bed, like in the drawer. It's always in the drawer, the box of condoms in your next drawer to your bed. And she saw that it was like a box. So that's a funny story. If you've been dating for more than a month, you should have asked her what she is eating for lunch or dinner more than 20 times. Yeah, but that was always in the first. Like I said, Hero went through the same problem. He went kind of like on this group date that he was interested. This girl is gorgeous, beautiful, by the way, and I know she's beautiful because I haven't seen her. She was one of the girls. If you look at Hero's graduation when he graduated from kindergarten, she was one of the girls that he was not the one that they were doing and she was always staring at her, and they kind of reconnected after those years. They went to a different school, and they went, and while I was in prison, they were able to reconnect, and she put him through the test with the ice cream. And she said, "Oh, I didn't want." I go, "I don't want any ice cream. They don't have the flavor that I want." It's like freaking. There's 31 flavors in there. There's got to be something in there that she wants. And usually, what's supposed to happen, the right thing to do, what they wanted you to do, is that you order, but enough for both of you, okay? And then she'll taste it. And usually, you'll go. I think I'll go with cookies and cream or something like that. And that's usually my favorite. And then usually they'll say, "Oh, I like that one also, but I like so and some better." You know what? I like that also, but why don't we get cookies and cream, and then they get the conversation started, and both of you will have ice cream. Both of you will share. But Hero completely messed it up because he had no idea, and he didn't get ice cream also. She didn't get ice cream. He didn't get ice cream also. But everybody else had ice cream. They were the only ones that didn't have ice cream. So that didn't, and I wasn't there to fix it. And then the pandemic happened, and there's like no going out anymore, no meeting. So, and she's not even returning his messages. So there's going to be another time, another place for. But even then, I told Hero that we don't really have time for that kind of distraction for really pretty girls like her. You're going to have to give up football. You have to choose. You have to choose between football or her, and because she's going to require a lot of time. And he says, "No way, football for the win, hands down." Yeah, I go, exactly. So don't worry about it. And yeah, he didn't miss much. It's like, okay, well, he tried it, didn't work, no big deal. He's young. When they're at that age, these kind of puppy relationships don't affect them one way or another. But like I'm saying, it's like they're gonna, number one, just give them experience. Number two is be able to interpret what they're saying, just like they're always going to be indirectly, but what they want is pretty much basic. It's all human nature, but you also have to be careful when it comes to cultures. Just don't whip out the box of condoms and make it look like that. Oh, that's kind of like how they sell it at Costco, because it creates it's that they're losing face. So it's kind of because of the same thing when Chichay, of course, she's gonna lose face because the girls that usually get pregnant before without being married, they have the stigma, right? Like they're like a slut, they're like an easy whore that they'll just have sex with somebody that's not their husband, especially in the Muslim culture, right? I mean, of course they're not. She's not any of those things. I don't know that, but it's like I said, when it comes to their culture, to save face, and so they screwed up by getting pregnant, literally screwed up by getting pregnant, having an accident. Obviously, it was not planned, because if it was planned, then it would have happened after they got married. But since the fact that it wasn't planned, it was an accident, and then to save face that they got, it's like never ever get married because saving face is not a reason to get married. Love, commitment, trust, loyalty, those are reasons to get married, but saving face is never a reason to get married because they always end up in a not happy ending. Anyway, if you guys have any questions or comments, uh-oh, Hemi is here as I'm ready to blog off. Sissy has your Ned video. Sissy could make a deal for you to stop talking about it. What did I say that isn't already public? So I don't know what you're. I don't think unless you give me some other proof other than your hearsay, I really can't say that one thing or another about Sissy's situation. I mean, it's pretty public. His marriage. You're the one who kind of keeps bringing up the skeletons. I'm pretty much just sticking to the obvious that he's not on YouTube anymore, and it's because of Brain Dead that he got bullied off of YouTube. But all this other stuff about me talking about him, I don't think I'm really talking about anything that it's any worse than what I'm saying is completely mild compared to what Brain Dead said about him in the first place. So Hemi said, Sissy has your Ned video. Sissy made a deal for you to stop talking about him if he gives you the videos against illegal against against Brain. No, I'm not going to use any legal. I'm just not that kind of person. They got their own. They got a lot of problems already on their own. As you can see, they're erasing comments. I mean, you don't even erase your comments, Hemi. And if any of the comments should be erased, it should be yours. But you should be sad that she removed her comments from the video, so I couldn't really comment anymore. I wanted to do a line by line reaction, but her comment thread was deleted before I could do it, and I probably Brain Dead probably told her to delete those because I'm gonna be talking about them, but it's too late. The horse is out of the barn. I already saw it and I already read it, and I can't, just like that bearded sister, I can't unsee what I've already seen. And it's pretty much for discussion. Open up for discussion. I mean, if they're gonna make their lives public, their love life, keep your love life private. If you want to make it public, then you have to deal with the consequences of making your love life public. And then having her comment and then erasing it on top of that is suspicious activity that's saying not is all right, which I would be surprised. Marriages are not easy, and then you've got, especially when you're just newlyweds, and there's a lot of adjustment going on, and then you don't really want to. Usually you want to do that adjustment phase without throwing the complication of the baby in there, because you will resent that, like, oh, the baby is gonna feel the resentment from both of you that you're stuck together because of her, because of this baby. And you don't want to do that, because babies will absorb that. They'll grow up to be like axe murderers or something like that if they feel unwanted. If they ever have any feeling at all that, like, oh, I'm stuck with this, I'm stuck with an angry bully because of you. If you never came, then I wouldn't be stuck in this angry bully situation where I have to delete my comments, and I can't sleep at night because I'm worried or I'm angry. Then the baby's gonna feel that. She's gonna absorb that, and it's gonna affect her psychological welfare. But anyway, as Chichay would say, that's not our problem. That's their problem. And Chichay, if you're having these kind of problems with any of his anger or bullying issues, if he's angry or he's bullying you or if he's abusing you, because abuse comes in different forms. It doesn't have to be physical abuse, but if he is physically abusing you or psychologically abusing you or verbally abusing you, please seek help. And you can always talk to me. I have a lot of experience and knowledge when it comes to Americans and their cultural ways. And I've experienced how vindictive they can be, and how and that you'll just understand that seek other options, seek help. You're still very young, and if it doesn't work out, don't beat yourself up over it. But you still have a lot of options, even if this doesn't work out. But I wouldn't want that to happen. Of course, I want you guys to be happy, and I want you to have a family that is going to be healthy. But considering the situation, I also want to keep in mind that just because that you guys are newlyweds and you have a new baby, that everything is rosy. I've been there before. It's a stressful situation, and it could take its toll on a marriage when the baby, it has a lot of needs, and it takes away a lot of the of each of your needs are not being met now. And when the needs of the other person not being met, then especially when you're just newlyweds, then it puts the strain on the relationship, and it causes problems which could result in infidelity. Now, I always said infidelity in some situations is only a what you call it, a side effect, but it's not the cause. It's only the result. And but in Ned's situation, since he's always down with OPP, then yeah, you know me, then it might be it might be also both the cause and the symptom of your. But keep your marriage together, keep your family together, and but don't stay together just to save face. I think it's unfair, but I hope I'm wrong, and I'll be searching the comments to have your reaction to what I'm saying. I hope that the reason why you can't sleep is the reason why, because you drank caffeine with your coffee or your Coke. And number two is, I hope that you erased your comments because that you that on your own, without being under duress, that you weren't forced into it. I hope that it was because that you wanted to be private, but it seemed inconsistent because you shared so much and you kept doing it on a consistent basis, that I thought that that you were free to express, and express your ideas. But I hope I don't think that I was wrong, and only to realize that it's. I mean, look at Hemi. He says a lot of bad things, but he never erases them. So Hemi, I hate to say this, but the comments that Chichai left on the last live stream video, she erased. So I don't know what the reasons are, but based on her situation, I can speculate. And until then, somebody please correct me. Somebody in the comments, please correct me. I'm open to correction. I'm open to criticism. I'm open to discussion. So the link is always there. And if you don't catch me on this live stream, maybe the next live stream. So I'd really like for Chichai to, ideally, the perfect situation is for Chichai to join the live stream so we could discuss any of the issues and clear up the air finally, because if she has a lot of something to get off her chest and she wants to clear up the situation, that they didn't make a little bastard before they got married, that it's legitimate, then come in the live stream and say so. I want you to have a platform for, so it's not just in the comments, so it's clear what actually happened, so we can get to the bottom of what's going on. So let's look at the comments. It's only, of course, it's been Hemi once he got here. He's left a few comments. His reminding. So Ned is waiting for his turn. I don't know about you, Hemi. Your information is kind of off. You're saying that I'm a rich person also. So I saw that comment that you say that I'm rich, and I'm like wondering, where are you getting this information from? That's the furthest thing from the truth. If I was rich, then I'd be talking like a rich person, and I wouldn't be vlogging, and I wouldn't be making videos about you. She says she doesn't want to come to America because that's the only cause, and I told her she can't afford to bring her for now. Can't afford her to bring her for now because they'd have to live at home with their mommy. That's the thing that most of these vloggers don't want to discuss is how they are waiting for their parents to die. It was another example. Okay, am I part of that example, or am I waiting for my mom to die also that I haven't seen since I was young to die? So somewhere out there, she's gonna be leaving me with all this money. Am I in that same situation? So my single mom was able to, like in what is it, Great Expectations, where she, my single mom married some old guy that was about to die, some rich old guy was about to die. Then after he died, she inherited all the money, and then now my mom that I haven't seen since I was young now died, and she left all the rich old man's money to me now. Is that my same story also, Hemi? What do you say? Imagine living your life where your life is devoted to your loved ones dying in order to live your life. Yeah, got it. Well, it's different. It's a different culture where work and money comes first before family. Then yeah, of course you're not gonna have the same close tight knit relationship as you would with a family. So example, like for me, I'm a perfect example. I would rather not be working and be poor, but have a lot of time. I would rather be time rich than money rich, so I can spend time with my family every day. Versus, okay, yes, I have a brand new iPhone. I can afford all these expensive things for them, but I sold my time, and in exchange for my time that I'm not giving them, I'm buying them like expensive gifts and expensive toys, those kind of things. And well, I would rather do both: buy him expensive shoes and buy him expensive toys, or but just buy him toys and be able to spend the time at the same time and keep my family together and not come from a broken home. But I that takes planning, that takes discipline, that takes holding the reservation. And some people don't have the wherewithal, the discipline, the priority, the strength, the courage to do so, and that's where it ends up badly. So if you want to, like, the first obstacle is finding the right Filipina. You're not going to find her online, and you're definitely not going to find her in a bar. You're going to find her at home when you go meet her and her parents, and doing that requires an introduction. Just like I was introduced to them, you have to be introduced also to them by somebody that they know. Anyway, I'm gonna go to sleep now. I'm tired. I'm ready to fall asleep. So Hemi is just making some last minute comments. I think she erased them because she left too many truth bombs about Ned. She came off as entitled anyways. She has a caretaker and nanny care of their baby 24/7, even on their vacation. Really? Yikes. That adds up. So she has a nanny and a caretaker and a maid probably on top of that. So a nanny, yeah. Yeah, nannies have their purpose, but like I said, if you can't take care of a baby, then you shouldn't be. If you need somebody else to take care of your baby, then you shouldn't be having a baby. But since if it's an accident, then you can't do anything about it. So if you have to hire a nanny, for all those people that have to have somebody else take care of their baby, don't take care of your baby. Don't have a baby then if you can't take care of it. Pretty simple. And I know you're gonna say like, oh, where do you come off telling people that they should have a baby if they can't take care of it? It's obvious, because the baby is not going to be happy being take care of somebody else that's not their mom. I know it. I experienced it. They know the difference between people that are not their mom or not their dad compared to somebody that they just paid, because they can feel the contempt. It's like I'm getting paid this measly much to take care of this little bastard brat. And the babies at that age are sensitive to that kind of energy. But if it's a parent or a father or a mother that they care, well, they feel the love, they feel the joy. To get to the point they don't even want to get in their stroller. But you don't want to get in the stroller, baby. And like, no, 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 don't put me there. I just want to be with my mommy. I just want to be with my daddy instead. I just want to go. Okay, fine. So just hold them, and that's it. But anyway, so thank you for Hemi for gracing us with your comments here. So she has a nanny. So she doesn't even have a day job or do anything. So why does she need a nanny? She also cared. She also called herself beautiful in the comments. Okay, but yeah, you have a point over there. So she doesn't have a day job. So there's plenty of moms that can take care of, and he doesn't have a day job also. So they can both take turns taking care of the baby. And if they have to hire help to, the baby's gonna feel that. So usually babies that are taken care of strangers like nannies are usually they're fucked up. So I mean, if she turns out not psychologically stable, and this is the reason why, I mean, it's common practice for parents that are too busy working, but why when they don't even have a job? And me, yeah, I did the same thing. I never had a nanny. You ever seen a nanny? Or you ever hear me talk about a nanny ever since I started vlogging? If I had a nanny, she would look like I'd get like one of the hottest Bebot nannies, which would get me in a lot of trouble. I want to get a maid right now because I'm so busy with other things, especially with online classes, that I I sometimes leave the dishes. It might take a day or two, and like right now, like it would be nice to get to have household help for cleaning. But I would get like the hottest maid, like those Telemundo girls on those Spanish soap operas. So if I ever have the money, if somebody says, "Bebos only, I'll take you up on your offer. I'll give you the money. You get the hottest maid ever possible." And I would definitely vlog about getting the hottest maid ever. Would the boss get upset? Yeah, she would get upset, but I would just kind of just plow through it and just kind of. I would my strategy would be like, look, listen to her story. She needs help. Her family with the pandemic doesn't have a job. They're desperate. They're hungry. She's got all these brothers and sisters. And I'm not. I'm gonna downplay the hot part. So I would get like the hottest bebo as the maid. If somebody gives me the resources for that, I'll get the hottest maid. And I'll say, look at the advantage. I don't have to go outside anymore to vlog. I can just vlog here. And look, here's our maid washing the dishes. Here's our maid washing the car. Here's our maid doing laundry. Here's our maid. And then when you come over and visit, we could bring our maid with us to go out shopping. And what we could do is we could work out, like she could be the maid, but she could also go to school at the same time. So if she wants to go to school, let's get a young maid that's college age and she wants to take college courses. I would actually let her go to college during the day and be a maid part-time. So if somebody wants to give me like the money for that, I'll get you the hottest maid ever. Then afterwards, if you want to live here or if you want to get her as your maid, be more than happy to, but you're gonna have to pay me a transfer fee so I can get another hot maid to replace the other hot maid. So I would get like a maid that looks like Vanessa Hudgens from High School Musical, and I would never leave the house. So the boss is always worried, like she never wants me to leave the house by myself because the last time I left the house, I came back. I never came back. Well, I did, but it was with a bunch of police. So she doesn't like it when I leave the house. But if you give me the money for like getting the hottest maid ever, I would have to go to the provinces, either in Nueva Ecija, where my province is, or Bicol, where it's pretty desperate. But I could drive over there. I hear Bicol girls are pretty hot, and they make great maids if that's what you need. and I would get the hottest maid ever, and that would be very easy to do. And I would just tell the boss, hey, we got money to get a maid, and we can't turn it down, and we need somebody to clean because I'm too busy with Hero and her. We just need a maid, so we don't have to clean up. So we have somebody to keep the place clean all the time. So that's a responsibility. So if I'm going to get a maid, let's get the hottest maid. Why not? It's just going to cost money. I probably would double the pay scale of a hot maid compared to an ugly maid. An ugly maid, you just pay them with food, room and board, and soap and hygiene stuff, and cookies every once in a while. So you don't even have to pay them. But young ones, you definitely have to pay. You have to give them load, and you have to give them incentive to stay, and that's with school, and and give them and pay them money to be able. You have to give them money to send home, and give them money. So the agreement would be, okay, we'll give an allowance for her to send home, and we'll give her a tuition to go to school, to like a 2-year college or something like that, and then from then on she's free to go wherever she wants to go, but she has to be hot. That's all. I'm not going to let somebody who's ugly in our home or in our lives unless she's hot. So definitely a hot maid. Will it ever happen? Probably not. But it's nice to throw that out there. So anybody is interested in give me the resources for getting the hottest maid, and I'll just vlog about her doing laundry. Then why not? And I'll just deal with the boss. I'll just say, look, that's what we got. We got money for that. So what am I supposed to do? I can't look a gift horse in the mouth. So anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'll leave it off with that. And so what are the comments here? Let's read Hemi's comments. So she rejected him. Yeah, that is the funny thing. She did say, maybe did you screenshot this? That's a lot of comments. Okay, she didn't even have a day job. Ned certainly has a princess on his hands. Maybe that's why he's regretting it. It's like, you should be taking care of the baby instead. I bet she will pull a runner if he brings her to America. She's not down to earth like Joy. Ooh, that's hitting below the belt there. Joy, wow, Joy is down to earth. Look, that's true. Joy doesn't have a nanny. She doesn't have anything. She's taking the kids all by herself. While the husband is like a full time at work. Another thing that she pointed out is how she rejected him 3 times in the dating phase. Yeah, absolutely. That's right. I remember that she rejected him and was persistent. She has no job and has her job now, and her job is to patrol social media and your live streams to paint Ned in a good light. That's true. I guess the next live stream should be, why does Ned regret breaking up with Michelle? Is what do I have? Another is, what do I have to do to get Sissy to come back? What do I have to do to get Sissy to come back? Okay, that's not going to take that long. Ned is broke. Michelle even pay her share. He needs his parents to die to afford Chichay to go to America. So like, is on hold until mommy croaks. That could be a long time. Ned has control issues that we discuss here. Can't be controlled like his own channel, where he controls the narrative. No, I didn't see the channel. Is there anything going on in that channel? But is there anything going on here? I'll check. Let me check. Is there any updates on it? I guess, is there any recent updates? Let's see. Let me see if I can find the link. When did you post the link? I don't get notifications, and some of these old. Find the link. Where is that? Where's the link? Hold on, bear with me while I look for the link. Where is the link? Can't find the link. Did he get ghosted? Let me check. I mean, I think he got ghosted because I can't find it. I can't find the link. But can you update us anyway? What is the update? Here, there's like I can't. Can you update us on his YouTube channel? Is he actually alive? La 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 la. La 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 la. It's been dead since 2017, so maybe something did happen to him. Okay. Doing a lot of comments these days. He never removed any comments or anything after fall 2017. So I think he's gone. Yeah, that's the consensus, that something happened to him, that he's dead. So maybe he did die of a broken heart when his special friend broke the news that he was pregnant with the Jejimon. So go figure. So maybe he would. I mean, I can't really blame myself. This couldn't happen if it was on my watch, but I was dealing with my own problems myself. But Hemi, what do you think of that, getting a hot maid? Here, warn him about meeting you. Yep. Well, him and the major, wherever they are, they're both dead now. So you can warn him about the major now that they're both dead. What is it to warn about, B? I'm all for the hot maid. Okay, well, you do a GoFundMe on that, and I'll put up the links for my Bitcoin wallet. I have my Bitcoin address again. I had my Bitcoin wallet back, and I actually got the names of the people that got sent from my Bitcoin, the funds from my Bitcoin. So about $2,000 worth of money went through my Bitcoin to go to these people, and I actually said their names when I downloaded the history of it back in. Most of it happened in August 2018. So I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but I have the links for people if they want to contribute to the Hot Maid project. So let's get a hot maid, and we'll just vlog at home, and then we'll just vlog her doing dishes or eating. So I'll have her do cooking vlogs, and then after cooking, she'll be eating. She'll be doing mukbang videos of after she cooks, and we'll just watch her eat. So I'll set up maybe I'll do a live feed on that, or do a live stream of her just eating live. I think that would be a big hit. And the best part about it is I don't have to go outside anymore and be entrapped in a hotel if that does happen. I'm all for a hot maid. I should say, yeah, absolutely. I get what you mean. So, but like I said, it's you're entitled. I mean, if it's your money, you're entitled to whatever to do with what you want with your money. So anyway, thank you very much, Hemi, for gracing us with your presence again. And I'm gonna go ahead and conclude. And if you guys have any more questions or if Chichay has any comments, please leave in the comment section. And I hope that she's all right, and that she can continue leaving comments on this, especially on this video. So she said, "Too bad fries get bad so fast." Okay, well, she can get her own fries, she says. So, but we don't know in the future. She said she had her own job, but those are probably the reasons why. Oh, I did ask her why she rejected him those 3 times, and she gave a story about how her boyfriend or her local boyfriend had cancer or something like that. And I can't remember. It didn't make much sense to me, but it definitely made sense that she would reject him. She'll be back. Well, I'll be here when she does come back. And the best scenario would be if she would actually join a live stream. That would be an interesting conversation right there. But if she can't, then it just means that the control freak won't allow her to get online or even post comments. So we can't really blame her if she's in that situation. I mean, an oppressive situation is an oppressive situation. And like she said, it's not our problem, it's their problem. I mean, that's their husband and wife now. So whatever problems husband and wives have, they'll just have to work it out like other husband. I mean, just don't air out their dirty laundry. I mean, if they want to air out their dirty laundry here, they're more than welcome to, but I would highly advise against it. I mean, me and the boss, we have our own problems, but I don't air it out here on a public forum. We do it privately. So if the boss can't sleep, I'll take care of it. If the boss is angry, I'll make her unangry. If the boss is worried, I'll make her unworried. And if the boss is can't sleep because she's restless, then definitely I'll take care of that. But I'll definitely keep that private, of course. So you have to wonder why they are airing their dirty laundry. Well, it's a dirty job, but someone gotta do it. Yeah, well, it is the internet age now, where everybody's kind of sharing. They're just sharing too much information now. So if they should keep it personal and private. But if they want to air their laundry, it would still get great content over here. So let's make content. Cry for help. Memi says it's a cry for help. It's all I need. All I need is to cry for help. But anyway, that's fine. But I want to focus more on getting a hot maid. I wonder what that's like. So it's almost like a TV show, one of those Korean soap operas where a girl gets falls into some hard times and she gets a job as a maid. And of course, you're never going to see these type of hot Korean maids. But anyway, a guy who's single, who just happened to he's an older gentleman, and his wife just recently died in a car accident, so he's like a widower, and he's kind of having problems and help move on, and then her maternal instinct kicks in and helps him move on, if you know what I mean. So obviously that's just a soap opera, but ideally here's what I could do. I can get a really hot maid, and what you could do is you could do your own movie. So when you come and move here, then you could hire her, and I'll say, oh, I don't need a maid anymore. But this single rich guy, Hemi, likes girls. Needs a maid, and I'll get one that's perfect to your specs. I'll get like someone just like Chai or better than Chai, just for you, Hemi. So you can do your own Korean soap opera. So what she's gonna do is you're gonna say, oh yeah, poor me. Yeah, I need a maid because I can't move on from my wife that died. Even though you've never been married, Hemi. I don't know, maybe you are, but let's say even though you've never been married, you could just say that, yeah, and they feel sorry for you. So you could really get you could definitely use that angle to become close to her and get her to lower her guard, and then as soon as she lowers her guard, bam, take advantage of her vulnerability and make a relationship out of it. But I mean, be honest with it. I mean, what are your plans? Is this just going to be long term? Is this going to be short term? So at least let's be fair to the, she is a human being. We don't want to be like brain dead Ned and just use her and just string her along. Let's just say that, like, just give her a time frame that, like, hey, I'm only going to be here for 2 weeks. So we should try, we should have as many wonderful memories as possible as a relationship other than master and servant. Let's play master and servant. Eh, seriously? I hate to click on these things. Yikes. Wow. Okay, well, that doesn't say much. I don't think that's really saying anything. You also have photos of her? Dang. I mean, you get around. Anyway, let's just keep that personal. Let's just keep that private. I don't want my channel to turn into the trash that you guys. I don't want my channel to be like a tabloid channel for all your tabloid trash for you guys to be venting out other people's dirty laundry. I mean, I've got my own problems already, so I need to focus on that instead of worrying about other people's problems. You have two photos of her and dancing. I'm surprised that you're having this regular conversation. How are you supposed to able to have this communication with Sissy while the rest of us don't? Wow. I mean, it looks like a normal photo to me. I wouldn't. I mean, can a girl go out and go out to a club without looking like a bar girl or being called a bar girl? I mean, is that the kind of society, is that how we become kind of like judgmental now that we can't just, we have to add our own different, anyway. Yeah, Attorney Mark hasn't put a post in there since like 3 years ago. Anyway, so hopefully he's alive and healthy somewhere, and if he's not, rest in peace. Yeah. Okay, I'm not. That's just wrong. I mean, let's not kick the girl or kick the guy when he's down. All right, let's just let them worry about it. Okay, I got it. I acknowledged it. So I understand. I don't need to see anymore. If that's what's going on, that's what's going on. Yeah, I saw that. Angelique is the picture. So she's, I mean, she has a positive experience with Velvet's Only, so why not? As long as she has a positive experience, there's no reason why she can't wear the shirt. I mean, it's a pretty nice shirt. It's fitting. Yeah, maybe she has positive experience. My experiences with her were positive, even though she wasn't really one of my favorites. Yeah, that's fine. I'm glad that she can wear it without any problems, especially after what happened to me. Do you think that the stigma? But it's still, but if she has like a positive experience with it. I mean, I'm still using the name. I wanted to get the only way to get rid of a negative image out there is to use positive messages or positive vlogs to erase the negative stuff. Hemi shows up the last minute. Hemi, where were you like when I started streaming like 6 hours ago? I like it when Hemi's here. He keeps the conversation going. So if I had this hot maid like Chai, Hemi, so I go out to the province and pick up a hot maid like Chai, just like Chai, or even better than Chai. All right, what are you gonna do about it? Huh? Are you gonna sit by and do nothing, or are you actually gonna do something about it? Because the last time with Chai, you didn't do anything about it. If you wanted to see more hotel pictures or hotel videos with her, I would have done that, but there was nobody else interested, and it would have to come out of my own pocket. And I said, well, I already did that, so I'm not going to do it again. No, I said just for you, Hemi, I'm going to get just one like Chai. I'm going to like take her picture and put a wanted ad. It says, do you have a girl exactly like this picture? I'll take one of these young pictures that I have of her. And I go, if there is this one, there is like a high reward, big reward if you find this girl, because I'm looking for a maid just like her. So if I did, what are you going to do about it? If you're going to do nothing about it, well, then then why bother doing it? If you're going to do nothing about it like last time, if you wanted to see more of her, then you should have done something about it. But like I said, what's the point of doing it again if you're not going to do anything about it? I mean, just keep doing whatever it is that you're doing, and we'll just do whatever it is that we're doing now. Let's just keep it that way. Okay, so we'll just scratch that. No maids. But if there's anybody out there that want me to get a hot maid and prime her to be your maid when you come here, then let me know if you're interested. That's probably something I could possibly do. That's like a route that I was saying. I'm going to get a really hot maid. So no, I mean, there's a lot of hot girls out there, and they need jobs in the province area. And they would gladly, as long as she's sending money home to her family, and you throw an education like that, she would probably make a good maid. But then what would be the end game? The medium game is like, oh, okay, we have somebody cleaning our house after us. But that's the short term and the medium term. But what about the long term? What is the plan of action for her? Yeah, it's never been done before. You can only see it in the telenovelas, but I figured we can try and see what the experience is like. Okay, what could go wrong? Is probably the worst. Is what could go wrong is that we haven't already experienced already. Yeah, if I've seen they exist. I've seen hot maids actually. Hearsay. I've seen hearsay hot maids, and I've actually seen hot maids, but usually they're rich old people usually hire them. But there's got to be more hot maid. There's got to be more hot maids out there. Hemi, then you'll definitely like that girl that I was messaging that doesn't have a baby yet in Quincy's TikTok video. Did you get a chance to see her? She's the one that's she has the big assets with the tattoo on her, and you could tell it's like only a few seconds, but she was definitely there. I go, oh, you know what? I remember her. She's still there, and she doesn't have a baby. Yeah, she's the one. She's the one with the biggest boobs. So that's what you like. So I go, oh, this is perfect for Hemi. So that's kind of what was kind of interested. The I know the tattoos don't bother you, so you would like her, and she's looking for a job too. Yeah, she's the one with the biggest boobs, Hemi, just for you. If you think they look big in the TikTok video, wait till you see them in person. They're actually bigger in person. They actually rivals big boob. They actually rival Chai's big boobs. Girls with chest tattoos are trouble. That's why you can say you can remove them. She was in Cavite for a week, but she's back in Pampanga now. I know she said she was in Cavite, and I said, all right, but she hasn't messaged me after that. Well, let's not sit around and talk about it. Let's do something about it. Actually, you know what? I can't do anything about it, especially right now with this pandemic. I mean, I'm actually surprised. He said, I don't mind tattoos, but girls with those kinds of tattoos I found are trouble. It's that type of girls that gets them. I stay clear of such type. I can't believe you actually have standards. You're okay to have a relationship with them for an hour, but no long term. I think, Hemi, the problem is with you. I don't think anybody can have a relationship with you for more than an hour. Wow, they had a pool party in Cavite? That would be an interesting vlog. Yeah, but you just said your standards is you don't want a butterfly tattoo. Oh, wait. Or a chest tattoo. Sorry. Chest tattoo. Yeah. Well, that's fine. As long as, like I said, at least I can respect the fact that you're honest and upfront about it. Not like some people, I won't mention any names, but brain dead Ned stringing on Michelle for such a long time and telling her that we're just going to keep our options open until I dump you. So that's probably one of the things I wanted to ask. What do you think the conversation? Because Chichay said that she had conversation. Ned talked to her parents, and my response is, "What about Michelle? Don't you think Ned talked to her parents also?" And what? And Chichay says that I told their parents that that he's serious, that they're gonna get married, and they're gonna. Okay, well, what do you think Ned said to Michelle's parents? Do you think she's gonna say, "Oh, hi, I'm gonna uh, have your daughter live in with me without being married, and we have no plans of getting married, and I'm gonna cheat on her, and then I'm gonna dump her after she gets too old"? I don't think that's the conversation that Ned told to Michelle's parents, but that's what happened, and it's not like he's gonna say he could do the same thing to her, but it's of course that's not what he's gonna say to her parents. That's ridiculous. But of course, we're trying to save face. I don't need to explain. And maybe we should do a GoFundMe for Michelle's busted teeth. She's got like the snaggle tooth, I think, from what I remember. But I could be wrong. But I think her teeth are messed up. She would look a lot better if she didn't have. But for some people, teeth are not important. Those girls with those tattoos won't put up. That's the type of girls. It's a conflict of personality. There's no way a girl that looks like that would get along with me. Shows us how they're suffering horribly and still busted teeth. Yeah, you should help her out with her teeth. Okay, because that's just so wrong. Not to fix your teeth. So anyway, so that's the update with me. Hemi, thank you for keeping the stream lively for the past hour. But I'm gonna go ahead and sign off. So that's deconstructing. It's me, Chichay comments, and reading Filipina minds like a boss. Even though the comments were erased, but that's okay. We were still able to discuss some of the main ones that we remember, and reading Filipina minds like a boss. You don't have to read their minds, you just have to read their expressions, and they pretty much wear their emotions on their sleeve. So you don't have to try that hard. So just read between the lines, like what we did with Chichai's comments, and also with my past experiences, that you're going to be the kind of problems that you're going to run into, and some of the cultural problems also, like the way they think and also the way they look at things. So, if you're initially meeting a girl for the first time, or your first time together, uh, don't shock her and surprise her when you buy like an economy size wholesale package of condoms from Costco. Probably bring in a small amount in an individual packs, so it doesn't surprise them or they don't get offended by it. And Hemi says he'll try to get Sissy in the future. Yes, absolutely. I would love that. Anyway, I am pooped tired, and the stream has gone on for how many hours is it now? 8 hours and 25 minutes is what it says over here. So we're going to be ending the stream. Thank you very much again, Quincy, Jim, Bob. Thank you again for your contributions. And Chichai, thank you for the comments. We enjoyed them very much. It's unfortunate that you can't sleep and that you have to erase your comments from the channel. Hopefully, everything is fine. But if you need help, please find help. And we're always here for you if you have any questions or comments, because I have a lot of experience when it comes to Americans, because they have their own way of thinking and their own different culture. But I will use this stream again, restream next Saturday, and we'll continue the discussion. Uh, Feel free to leave any comments if you disagree with any of the statements that we have. And if it saved your life, like, what is it, Walking Onion, then please support us. Use our PayPal, Gcash, and our Bitcoin wallet. And I'll see you guys in the next live stream. So everyone, wherever you are, have a good day, have a good night, and I'll see you guys in the next live stream. Good night. Ending live stream now.